down in from Lucas with the well, making the spray.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the studio here in Katowice, Poland. My name's Kyle Laris, and yesterday we had records broken, we had double winners crowned when it came to the performances yesterday, and we saw underdogs step up to the plate as well. It was a great day here for the PMPL Americas, and we've got more to come here today to figure out who's going to be earning all of those points. As I suggested just before, I am your host throughout all of this. I'm wearing a different jacket today. You know, I thought I'd mix things up color-wise, and we have to my left-hand side to get things going here, Seven and Glitter, to bring you all of the action in terms of the analysis. Seven, you're back. You're going floral again. I like it a lot. How you doing, fella?
Yeah, doing great, man. Loving the shoes, by the way.
Yeah, you like these ones? We're how many days are we in? 8?
I believe so. Yeah,
day 8. 8 different pairs of shoes. I'm going to keep it going strong. We're doing well. We're doing well. How about yourself, Glitter? How are you doing?
I'm doing great today. You know, I'm glad you got the jacket.
Yeah.
Undershirt memo because now you and I match today.
Right.
So I feel good about that.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. You know, actually, I used to really dislike this kind of ensemble, but I was just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I really don't. I'll just do it. So that is how that's going to go. Let's take a look at how everything is broken down here for the PMPL Americas, of course. As we take a look at the format between all of these teams that are going to be playing here throughout the day. We have 20 teams in total that are playing throughout the PMPL Americas Season 1, Spring Split, whatever you want to call it. And those are divided up into 5 groups, of course. 16 play days, 80 matches, and we'll have 5 games per day with a little bit of a change today, actually. And today we are going to have only 4 groups playing out of the 5. So, 7, when you look at that little change, that little cheeky change that was already alluded to on the pre-show of all things, we've got 3 Erangels.
Yes, we do. Which teams are going to take advantage of that and which teams are going to be hurting? For example, remember, Alpha 7, they won twice and they ended up in the 2nd place as well. So they've been placing really high on Miramar. How are they going to be able to adapt to that, not having one of those maps that they're so good at?
I feel like 3 Erangels, and of course we'll end up looking at the schedule and just confirm exactly where that is later on down the line. I feel like 3 Erangels, Glitter, affords the teams that are more well-versed in general a bigger breadth, right? It's the map and the battleground that we've been playing on since the very beginning. It's the one we all have most experience on. So, in theory, the teams that have had even more experience, that have been together for a long time, should be doing well today, right?
Sure, especially the teams that are going to be looking to be getting a little bit more aggressive here in day 8. I feel like this is going to open up some opportunities for teams like B4 to kind of really step up to the plate today on Erangel. And if there are any missteps in, 1 or even 2 of the games, they have yet another opportunity to kind of remedy that.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's take a look at the points breakdown and then prize pool and all that other shenanigans here for the PMPL Americas. As of course, a win will back you 20 points up towards the top, 20 big smackaroonies, and then 11th through 16th only gets you 1 point, unfortunately. However, there is 1 point per kill, and yesterday was a mixed bag of wins when we came to things 7. We saw some wins that had plenty of kills, but some wins that just had a few kills here and there, so it was quite, unfortunate for those teams, but getting the 20 points off the win is very, very important here.
Definitely, yeah. If you're able to get at least that 1st place, that is huge. But we also saw some teams getting 2nd place and ended up with the same amount of points that 1st place ended up on. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some more teams continue to be aggressive and get those kills.
All right, 50,000 for 1st place throughout the season here, and then of course it always teeters down, so every team is rewarded. So even the 17th through 20th will get themselves $2,000. There is an MVP bonus at the very end of things, and there's bonus throughout each week as well. So if you're placing well each week, then you're going to potentially bag yourself a little bit of that bonus total over on the right-hand side. And earlier in the show, I mentioned that records were broken, and one of the records that was broken was a day-by-day performance, Glitter. Previously, it was B4 with 119 points on week 1, day 3. Tempo Storm yesterday did 122 points. That is ridiculous, Glitter.
And Tempo Storm is definitely one of those teams we're going to be touching on a lot today. They had an amazing performance yesterday, and it not only because they had their 2 wins yesterday, but just across the board, all of their players are just making the right calls. They're putting out tons and tons of damage. They're securing all the placement points that they need and are just incredibly impressive right now.
Yeah, I think their lowest placement yesterday was a 5th. So that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here, of course, to see how that has shaped things up throughout the rankings. And we have Wildcard Gaming up towards the top with 352 points. Previously, Loops was top. However, they didn't have the best of days yesterday. It happens. It happens. And Tempo Storm in 3rd place right now with a good old green upward arrow trajectory for 342 points for them. So 7. Very impressive stuff by Tempo yesterday. However, they've still got a little room to make up with the 5 games in hand, of course, against Wildcard Gaming here.
Oh yeah, they definitely do, and I wouldn't be surprised if today we go ahead and continue to see some amazing gameplay from them with HH24 has been playing out of his mind, also Tensa, and now Rain starting to pick it up as well for that team. I can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
Absolutely. We have 11th through 20th here as well. Not too many moves. One of the teams that did shine yesterday, Glitter, and I'm happy to see it, is Grunto Esports. They got that win on Sandhawk, and they were able to get some great placements elsewhere too.
I was very excited to see them kind of step it up yesterday. Not only did they get that win, but they got the win against B4, which has been a team that's been doing very well in the PMPL so far. So that really shows that they are kind of starting to figure out their play style, their communication is getting better, and they're getting a lot more confident along the way.
Yeah, it does seem that way. It feels like they're more decisive, which I'm liking to see here throughout this. Let's take a look at the groups and how they shape up in terms of the rosters as well that are going to be playing and see who is going to be playing today. We have B4, Queso, Alpha 7, and Grunto. As previously mentioned, B4 was our previous day total record pace setter, and Grunto here towards the end did well yesterday. What about Queso and Alpha 7? What do you think, 7?
Hopefully Queso starts being a little bit more consistent. They've been really inconsistent. They were consistent for like 3 days, and then after that they stopped being consistent and kind of started falling off a little bit. And Alpha 7, they had some great shows yesterday in certain maps. I want to go ahead and continue another one as well. I want to see more consistency out of them. They've been kind of just on the low. We haven't really gotten a chance to talk about them that much. So I want their name to be coming out of my mouth more often because that means they're starting to do good.
Are you saying that Queso has been consistently inconsistent? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, I've got you. All right, let's take a look at Group B here as well as we shape things up for our next 4 teams. It's Wildcard, it's Tribe, it's Omen Elite, and it's Cool 2. Glitter, what have you got for me here? Some big names in there.
I mean, Wildcard is obviously, one of the teams that we're definitely going to be looking at. They've been incredibly consistent, even if they weren't necessarily pulling down those wins. Yesterday they were still able to get a 4th, a 3rd, a 5th. And when you combine that with the amount of kills that they're able to put out, it's literally getting them right up in that top 3 area anyways. So, I mean, they're doing a very, very good job for themselves in that sense. And then, another one, we've been seeing Coltu starting to step up a little bit. So that's been that's been really good for them too.
Are you telling me that Wildcard has been consistently consistent here? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's exactly what I'm saying.
Perfect. All right. Well, this analysis segment's going great so far. Let's take a look at Group C as well. Is this the group that's not playing today? I think it might be.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
Yep, this is the group that's not playing.
Loops, Tremkareta, Cloud9, and Mazexis here. All the days are kind of blurring into one. I've got so much like PUBG mobile action going on. I'm trying to keep up. I'm a slow man. We have, Loops, Tremkareta, Cloud9, and Mazexis not playing today, of course. Loops falling a little bit in terms of the ranking. We won't talk too much about these teams as we will not be seeing them today. Let's move on to Group D and see how that shapes up. XQ is back, so is Kremreal Betis, Ace 1, Lauren's favorites, and Enjami to see how they're gonna fare. So 7, I'm happy to see XQ back. They've got some, stepping up to do though here in the rankings now.
Yeah, they definitely do, and it goes back to saying pretty much what I was saying before a couple days back when they were playing. They were just being very quiet themselves as well. They weren't getting as higher placing as I would like, and whenever they did get higher placing, they would get those kills, so that's what kept them on the run there. But I want to go ahead and see how they come out now that we're going to be able to play 3 Erangels. How are they going to be able to adjust to that? And keep in mind, we are going to be playing Sandhawk as the second map, so are they and Sandhawk's always that map that kind of like turns the engine on for them, so is that going to help them out? I'm looking forward to see how they come out. And Ace 1, I mean, we can't really say enough stuff about Ace 1. I feel like they're that team that is just right there to get a win. They're able to go ahead and take on challenges with bigger teams, so I'm looking forward to continue seeing the aggressiveness that they've had in the previous days.
I saw Glitter's face light up as soon as you said the word Ace 1. Are they getting their win today, Lauren? Is that a thing? Is that happening? What do you think?
I really freaking hope so. They are the last team on the entire lineup that just needs to get that chicken dinner, and they have gotten last play day. They didn't play yesterday, but the last play day they got a second, and a third. You literally can't get any closer than that. They're constantly like right there, and they need to just be able to close it out. I'm gonna be so happy for them when they do.
They had a great step up on that last play day. You're right. I think it's your energy. I think it's your energy that's channeling the positive energy, channeling to Ace 1. Let's take a look at Group E to finalize things here as well, as we have Tempo Storm, we have Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus, and Team Solid 7. Tempo Storm just blew away yesterday. I drove here for an hour, and 30 minutes of that was with one of the most vigorous storms I've ever had to go through. So maybe that's an omen for today. What do you think?
It could be. It could definitely be. And once again, some of the players that I want to talk about, it's HH24 and Tensa. I was actually getting some information from HH24, and he told me, listen, I want to end up getting more kills than Tensa. I know we're teaming, but we have this competitive aspect between the both of us. So I wouldn't be surprised if today we end up seeing that dynamic duo once again at pretty much being the top players of either game.
I like that drive. It's not just a drive to do better than all the other teams, it's to do better than your teammates. I mean, of course, just competitive, friendly competition.
It's all fun.
Yeah, it's all fun. Let's take a look at Tempo Storm a little bit closer here, though, to get things going, because yesterday was an amazing performance by them, Glitter, and if they keep going from strength to strength from that, then they're not going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, honestly, Tempo Storm was able to come in yesterday and pull down 2 wins. And not only did they do the 2 wins, but they also had incredibly strong finishes just overall. They were aggressive, they were getting kills, and damage-wise, they were just completely demolishing the teams that were trying to go up against them. And then right there was probably one of my favorite plays that came out from Tempo Storm, with Tensa able to snake in the grass to secure himself some more points for his squad.
And likewise, Wildcard were able to do very, very well yesterday in relation to the points, just not as well as Tempo Storm, but they still got a lot on the board, 7.
Yeah, they're definitely one of those teams that I wouldn't be surprised today if they end up getting more chicken dinners, with the Acer being, I believe, the top fragger right now of the tournament itself. I think he might be even outbidding some of the other teams in just kills alone. So that goes to show that they definitely have this skill, and it is showing. They're currently in first place. They've been able to go ahead and pass Loops Esports, which at one point for us, it kind of looked like Loops was just going to go run away with the tournament. But it goes to show PUBG Mobile, anything can happen here, and Wildcard is definitely picking it up. I just hope they go ahead and continue on that trend and they don't slow down as we see some of the other teams do.
I like that assessment, because I think a lot of us, as you rightfully say, thought Loops was just gonna, because they had no chicken dinners, but they were still like 4th or 5th, and then we thought that once they got them, they were gonna blast and nobody was gonna be able to catch up. But there have been these rosters that have definitely stepped up to the challenge to catch up and then surpass. Tempo is absolutely one of them here right now, and great control and mastery of understanding lines, sight angles here, Glitter, to be able to take on some of those fights later on that we've seen throughout these highlights.
Yeah, I feel like those are probably going to be the 2 teams that we're going to be looking at a lot today, only because of how strong of a day they had yesterday. We've been seeing lots of teams that have really good days, or even like consistent finishes and kills, but Tempo specific yesterday, I think it was a first, a second, and a third, and then the one outlier,
a 5th,
that happened. But that one we're not going to pay attention to that, because overall, that's just unreal. Like, if you think about what everyone else has been doing, that level of consistency, especially when they started off the way they started off in the first week of the PMPL, it's a night and day difference. So they have clearly they've turned it on.
Yeah. The crazy thing is that the previous record that was set by B4 was like a first, second, third, or first, second, third. So technically their placements were better, but Tempo Storm yesterday just put in so much killing power that they were able to surpass that by far. Let's take a closer look at Tempo Storm here in relation to what we've seen from them so far here from the PMPL Americas, as they do deserve the spotlight for even just a little bit here. And the numbers that people like Tensa are putting up in HH 24/7 are redonkulous.
It is. Tensa by himself, almost 10,000 damage. That is... Man, that is surprising, and I'll tell you what, this screen right here is gonna go ahead and fire up HH24 even more. Knowing that Tensa has 5 kills on him and a couple hundred damage there on him, I can't wait to see how he's gonna go ahead and react. And he was actually kicking himself yesterday because he didn't win the last Erangel. I was talking to him and I was telling him how much of a great game he had.
Yeah.
I believe he ended up getting 1,500 damage just by himself in one game, which that's ridiculous. And he was saying, listen, I know it was a great game, but I feel like it could have been better. I feel like I could have actually won that game. So it's good to see that even though they're getting those performances, these players and these teams are still trying to go ahead and improve. Just that drive for perfection in a way is what makes great teams, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen today.
May as well call HH24 the finisher. He got himself 39 kills and 39 knocks, so I bet there's going to be very few players alone here that have been able to get that kind of ratio throughout all of this. So let's take a look at Wildcard as well, as they've been able to definitely put up the numbers yesterday. Again, a little bit overshadowed by what we saw from Tempo Storm, but it does bear repeating that they are doing very well. In fact, Acer, as Seven previously mentioned, doing very well when it comes to damage done, almost at 10k above Tensa, what we see here, Glitter, and 61 kills is mind-boggling.
Yeah, and those are the stats that Seven was kind of touching on earlier. And I know we've been saying how amazing Tempo Storm has been doing, but Wildcard's currently in first place, you know? Like, they're doing incredibly well for themselves. And not to mention, like you were talking about the conversion on HH, look at Slicky with 38 and 38, look at Spring with 35 and 35. They are not only getting those knocks, but they're finishing out their kills. They are all across the board, like, doing a ton of work for their team, and that's showing in their results and their total kills so far here in the PMPL.
I mean, quite honestly, kill steals after 80 games could be the difference between taking a first place and taking a second place. It will be, if these kind of teams kind of keep up these kind of pace here, Seven, it will end up being that close. We're seeing Loops doing well, Tempo Storm doing well, Wildcard doing well. I can't even remember who else is at the very top, but people are doing well. So it could get down to kill steals alone.
Yeah, and it's something that we've seen a couple teams now starting to focus more on, be more aware of that, at least playing that third party and getting those easy kills, because that's pretty much what they are. If they're not, just go for it. Try to get that easy kill, especially if you have somebody backing you up. Just go for it. One thing I do want to go ahead and mention from that stat that we showed was Enigma. Enigma seems kind of like the outlier of that. So that's one of the players alone that I'm going to be hoping, and this is in no way, shape, or form calling him out, but I want to go ahead and see what's going on there and how he is pretty much supporting the team, because from talking to Acer, he was telling me that he's a support player. I want to go ahead and actually see more support out of him, because imagine if he's able to go ahead and pick it up with his teammates already doing so well. Oh man, this is going to be a scary team, especially if they make it to World League.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it takes 4 well-oiled cogs to make the machine work here for a wild card, so he is definitely fitting in regardless of the kill numbers. But let's take a look at the schedule, as we have a slight change today because somebody has messed around with my bookends, guys. Somebody's messed around with them, all right? Now, for some reason, I have like a book divider in the middle of all of the schedule, and I'm unhappy, but you know what? I'll live with it. We have Erangel, Sandhawk, then Erangel once again, then Vikendi, then Erangel. So, yes, 3 Erangels. Let's take a little bit of a dip into Erangel to start things off. Glitter, it is a change, and as previously mentioned, some of those veteran teams should be able to do well throughout today, but again, everyone's got a wealth of experience when it comes to Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, and we saw that on our first Erangel yesterday when we had A7 actually coming in with the first win of the day. So while we do have all of those extremely experienced and all the very aggressive teams, that's not, to sell anybody short, like you're saying. Any of those teams have the perfect opportunity to come in, step up to the plate, and get their win. I think on the other Erangel, we had Trem for Aketa as well. So it's just, honestly, I know who I'm hoping wins because I'm a little biased right now, and I really want to see Ace step up to the plate. It is their time. However, I have a feeling that a lot of these teams are coming to play today.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a great opportunity for them to just, if they do feel super confident on Erangel, just start racking up some big points, especially if they're kind of middle table here, 7. What are your thoughts regarding Erangel coming up?
You know which team I'm actually going to be looking very close to on how they perform here in Erangel that they actually won before, but kind of just fell off? It's going to be Omen Elite. They made that change yesterday with Sute, and I think it paid off. A lot of people in the chat were saying that. I see you, Twitch chat. They were saying that, hey, it's paying off. And I was talking to Juicy as well and saying, yeah, just an overall much better day than they had before. And with them having already a win under Erangel, I'm looking forward to see how they react now that Sute is going to be more comfortable. Keep in mind, Sute was not playing there for a while. So whether people like it or not, you have to get comfortable with it. You can have the skill, but you still need to get comfortable with your teammates, the call-outs that they're doing. So I can't wait to see, hopefully on the second day of that squad playing together, maybe they can go ahead and continue that pickup and carry that momentum on.
At the same time, if you're not playing, there is a thirst, there's a desire to, be playing. So I guess you're practicing quite hard. You're trying to get into the best shape as possible. So when you do have to step up, then you're going to shine, which I think is what we saw a bit from Zute yesterday, which is good to see. And you guys at home can join in on all the fun as well, not only by watching, but you can also vote as well with the hashtag team name and PMPL at the very end. Make sure to tweet at us as well as at PUBG Mobile Esports as to who you think is going to be doing well here. And if you're watching in-game as well, you can get yourself some cheeky rewards. Not this jacket, unfortunately, even though this one's new. We have some here for you, brand new as well. Nice little hat there, Glitter. Do you like the hat? What do you think about the hat?
Honestly, I'm a fan. Who doesn't want to look dapper while they're also trying to just take people out?
Damn, dapper. Yes.
It's look good, feel good, play good. That's always a thing across all esports, and so that's incredibly important.
I like your choice of words. I like that a lot. All right. Well, we are ready to go into Erangel, so thank you very much, guys. I'll get you back at the end of this game as we now bring in our commentators as I summon them to the battlefield. Hello. That was weird. John, Xander, how are you doing, mate? Was that as weird for you as it was for me?
Well, it's pretty weird, mate. Yeah. I wasn't too sure about it. I felt it, though. Like, I could hear the horns of war as we get into Erangel very shortly,
All right, fantastic.
When the Horn of Gondor calls for aid, you got to answer. Here I am.
Anyway, all right, I'm gone. I'll go fight a battle somewhere else. See you in a bit.
All right, good luck with that one. Well, first game of the day. Will Glitter get her wish? Will Ace finally get that bag, or a Tempo Storm going to come back into today swinging like they did yesterday? Game number 1 on the cards, and we take to the skies over Erangel.
We do. Pretty simple playing path here, going down from the western side all the way to the east in Novo. Really, this just causes problems for teams that want to go loot up in Yasnaya or maybe the North Mansion, split on that side. So, the teams that are playing up that side will be a little bit uneasy with this one. Now, we did see Kalaris on the desk there talking about the thirst to play for your team where you're practicing the backlines. Now, one player that I'm looking forward to seeing is Starlight from XQuest Gaming. We didn't see him play on the weekend too much, and that's because he said, I was taking a little bit of a break, a little bit of mental reset, and I've just been practicing really hard, and now I'm ready to get back into the game. So we'll see if he is playing today. Looks like he absolutely is. So I'm ready to see this guy rock and roll in this matchup. Again, on the other side of things, talking about Omen from the desk there. Yesterday, it didn't look like they had a great day. Obviously, you saw Seven talking to Juicy, and now the reason that they feel like it's a better day, in my opinion, is because they got really stuffed by the circles yesterday. It was not fun to watch. They kept hard shifting away from them. So my main thing for them today is hopefully have better circle spew, which is already not starting well for them. They like to loot in Milta, and the circle's gone off to the west.
Yeah, they are going to have to rotate west. It's not the worst circle we've seen, and there's still technically opportunity for an even worse circle, but we've got a hot drop coming through, actually. Pittsburgh Knights, quite near to, I think that's Team Solid there, and they're going to try and do-si-do. They are going to meet, however. They are aware of each other's presence, and Team Solid going to get that first knock. Pittsburgh Knights lose a player early.
I feel so just tosses a grenade at the ground. Just warning grenade. And yeah, Carnage goes down pretty much immediately here. A little bit sad. Pittsburgh Knights having kind of a similar start to we saw yesterday on Erangel, where they went out rather early. They could take a look at the other teams, just get a little bit of a know-how where people are. So you've got Tribe up towards Rozhok, Tempo in their classic situation in the side of Pachinki, but that's Raven. Pops up, does find NTX.
Ooh, naughty. Double barrel through the window. We'll be able to slam that clay pigeon. Jumps out the window, will be able to secure himself safely, but there's an overlook on the outside, will get flushed out. So 2 down for Pittsburgh Knights, 1 down for Team Solid. Hot dropping is no fun for anyone, really. It's just a case of who can get out of it in the end and then scramble their way to, 6th place if they're lucky.
I don't think Pittsburgh Knights were expecting this, though, because on our map screen, we can see that, we pulled it up now, the observers, they read my mind. J7, as well as Jagger, they're pretty much off to the eastern side of Gatka, right? So I imagine they're going for a split loot from Gatka. I don't think they expected Team Solid to just absolutely razz it down and drop on top of Gatka as a 4-man. So it's kind of catches Pittsburgh Knights off guard. There is 2 more Erangels today. Obviously, we're not playing Miramar, so Pittsburgh Knights should be able to iron out any of these problems right now going forward, and they've got 2 more chances to make it happen. So, it's not the worst start to day 8.
My question is, where do B4 rotate through, right? Because they've looted Novo, and this circle very much could shift to Sosnovka military base if everyone else is unlucky. Do they go towards that west bridge and try and maybe look to cross there, or do they try and push through in Charme? They have a choice to make there, and what we've seen from B4 previously is they like to play on the edge of those circles. They like to play from the outside in, so maybe crossing early, not what they're going to be looking for. Perhaps they'll move up later. On that east bridge. Once in Charme have left, we know that they do that when those circles move away from them. And Omen Elite will probably be more than likely just wanting to get into the zone after yesterday.
Yeah, Omen also follow through towards Potato Hill. Now, the thing with this circle is really a lot depends on the second, because if we shift a little bit more south and we still have Sosnovka as well as the lower coastline still in this one, if I'm these players, I don't actually want to be in military base at that point. I want to be on the northern island, just because there are way less compounds on the northern side, so you want to occupy those early. It's actually really easy to rotate through the western bridge onto Sosnovka military base. You see the 2 hills that are there. Most teams can actually keep the teams that want to hold the bridge side, so you can't camp on this side of the bridge. And there's so much space inside of Sosnovka military base on the western side here for teams to take up residence. So you want to make sure that, you have all of the northern side covered before you actually make your way down to Sosnovka.
XQ Gaming gonna go fast across the fields on the bike near Pittsburgh Knights. Of course, remember, they are 2 players down from earlier. That fight with Team Solid not doing them any favours. Wildcard as well, they're over in Severny. They're going to have to make a pretty hefty southerly rotation here, cross that river in the middle. Luckily for them, there's not really too many people holding it. Tribe at the moment in Rozhok will probably be their main contention for that area, but they have to be worried about Lazarus and Kultu as well in South George.
Yeah, I actually hit up Acer earlier, and I was saying, look, dude, fantastic games. You look like you're really picking up the pace now. And they said, yeah, Sunday went really well for us. So we were feeling good coming into yesterday on day 7. And I was saying to him, I can't really pin you guys as an aggressive or like a passive team, because you don't seem to play either specifically. Say, look, we play passive towards the beginning of the game, but if we need to get aggressive, we absolutely can. And we saw that yesterday when they absolutely bombarded C9, didn't we, John?
Absolutely. They know where to place them. They did have a little bit of help from Mazexis on cordoning off Cloud9's position, but they sent in all of those death blows through and through. Interesting, though, Cloud9 not playing today, and Kultu will take that drop spot, South George. That's normally where you're going to see Cloud9, but without them here today, Kultu have opted to take that position. Will they be able to rotate better than Cloud9 have been doing over the last couple of days? We'll have to wait and see.
Very well, John. Right now, things are pretty simple for most teams. There are a lot of compounds to take right now within the circle. Loads of pretty much key drops in terms of vehicles. Most people will have really good loot going forward because they've had so much time to loot here. B4, Omen, both in a similar situation. Omen currently camping the bridge just outside, waiting for B4. So it might be that they've kind of spotted this playstyle that B4 have, which is wait as long as possible on the edge before moving in, loot the entirety of Novo. But if Omen can catch B4 out, not only will they have 4 points in terms of kills, they'll also have all this juicy loot that B4 will have on board. Again, though, it's a bit of a risk because you're going against a so heavily looted team, which are going to have fantastic gear on board. Omen really have to use this the element of surprise to advantage.
There was a similar rotation to this previously when the circle moved out west. Omen Elite, I believe, were bridge camping, and then Pittsburgh Knights actually came and backstabbed them and pretty much wiped them out. This time around, that's not going to happen, so they'll get their fair shout at camping that bridge. If B4 do opt to cross, that is.
Yeah, it's far easier to camp on the eastern side, especially on the outside, because there's not many hills where you can watch down into Omen. Omen have got a fair share of compounds that they can split between and like kind of tear apart a team as they fly through on the vehicles. But right now, B4 and Omen giving each other a healthy amount of distance. But looking actually at the circle, because the next one is about to come in pretty shortly. Alpha 7 still making their way into the circle from the eastern side, down from Yasnaya. They've got a lot of positions to make their way through. Pachinki has just been left by Tempo Storm. So Alpha 7, they'll get enough intel coming through from Potato Hill and then see where they want to end up next. I think a lot of it will depend on this next circle, though.
Yeah, it's first zone. They're not going to be too phased by the damage tickling their heels. They'll be just fine. B4 have not crossed the bridge just yet. And in fact, Omen are mounting up, it looks like, to leave that location. They don't want to be caught out. Of course, that bridge camp is in the blue zone, so they will have to leave it some time or other. And I think B4 will have spotted this one out. And in fact, might be able to take a couple of shots if they're lucky. A lot of Gatka fields has been occupied now, as you can see on your screens. Teams pretty much all over the place, pretty central as well. Cream Real Betis over on the western side. They are going to have to move east, though, as the circle descends a little bit closer to Pachinki, centering on those fields.
Yeah, now we can be pretty much certain that the circle will end up on the Northern Island rather than military base.
You've said it.
I've said it. Look, I'm calling this now, okay?
It's going to be loops again.
Yeah, it's going to be a loop scenario. Take the compound and then just basically pull up the shooting gallery. But no, I've said it. I'm pretty sure this is going to end up on the northern side of the island. There are a decent amount of spots towards the southern side, but they're going to get taken up pretty quickly. The fields pose a bit of a problem, so most people will just be holding up in certain spots. It's going to be quite a passive game for the beginning, in my opinion. Not too many people taking too many fights. It will probably be zone 3 and 4 when things start to get a little bit hectic, when people start having to leave those smaller compounds and look for something else, in which case there probably won't be much else.
Speaking of fights, B4 are making the push across the eastern bridge, and you can see it on your screens now as Omen trying to hold it down, but B4 have managed to make their way all the way across. Both teams out in the blue, as they do try and hold these ridge lines. They have a little bit of time pressure, but again, just second phase. B4, they're sending out completely wide. Not really too many meds there that I saw. I don't know. B4 are lacking just a little bit, but they're going to mount up. They have given Omen the slip, and they send out to the east side as they rotate pretty wide here. They'll have to get a move on, though, if they want to get into the zone. Nico takes an unfortunate crash into a hay bale, and that might actually slow them down. It might scupper their chances.
This is okay for B4, though. They're not going to take too much damage from Zone 2. I really love the route they took there. It prevented them from being shot from the left-hand side, which is where most teams rock up. If you're waiting to get the cross there, it's a little bit too wide in terms of the two ridges to have a 2-2 split. They will probably have to start healing up. The major worry that they've got to wait out for is running into Alpha 7. And then not only that, they have to worry about Omen Elite backstabbing them if they do have to take this fight with Alpha 7, who are currently waiting right on the edge side. B4, Omen Elite, Alpha 7, wow, they are close together.
Yeah, and B4 are going to have taken the most damage here. They will need to heal up. They'll need to get those stims on board as well, because they'll have taken much more than that 25% health damage, so they'll need to get that back if they want to take the full force fight. But they're pretty if Alpha 7 moves more central to this circle, if Omen Elite do a similar thing, they are pretty uncontested on this eastern side. I know you said that they were pretty sandwiched right now, but it's only a matter of time before Alpha 7 leave here. They are repositioning their vehicles on top of Potato Hill, but how long are they going to stay?
I mean, B4 basically they have to play edge now. Just wait till Alpha 7 actually make the move, and then they can potentially go from there. The question is, how long will Alpha 7 wait? Exactly like you say, John. Do they wait for other teams to come to the back? It looks like they will not wait for that op to move a little bit further in on top of Potato Hill. Now, wildcard, they're playing Church inside of Pachinki. I like this position. It means you're not fully committed to the city. You also have a really good Overwatch looking around, especially looking towards over Alpha 7, B4, and Omen Elite side. And it's fairly central too, so the next circle isn't going to be too harmful to you in terms of rotations.
Grunto's still camping that western bridge. They might think something's up, but no, B4 have already moved in. Next circle just about to come in, just about to pop as they gonna see who's it gonna land on. And we'll go around. And you're right, hard shift over the northwest. Blank, it centers on towards Gatka Fields. It looks like we're going for a terrain-based finish. Wildcard, you can see they're already into those vehicles. They are mad for getting into this next one. But also, Alpha 7, B4, Omen Elite, they're all going to have to move. And this is going to allow B4 again to play their position that they like to play, which is the edge of the zone.
I mean, again, I feel bad for Omen, to be honest, because just constant hard shifts for them to deal with over and over again. Ace 1, though, directly in the middle of the circle. Glitter, she might just have the day today for Ace 1 to make it happen. They have been snapping at the heels of other teams, so we'll see if they can continue to do that and actually snap their jaws around a chicken dinner this time. Lazarus with a nice little 2-2 split on the roadside, will be able to cut off any rotations if they try and go through that way. But now Alpha 7, they're also making the move into the circle. Tempo also having to move, but they have to move into a swathe of teams in terms of XQuest Gaming, Tribe, and Wildcard. Like I said, it's going to be a passive game, but this is when things start to pick up.
Ooh, it's Charme, Omen, Alpha 7. They're all just rotating in completely different directions, and Tempo, they have the pick of the litter in terms of who to shoot at. They're not quite landing any of these kills at the range. Obviously, it's pretty difficult on the moving targets, so they'll be able to get away with it. Grunto rotating very close to Alpha 7 as they've skirted around the edge. Mitek takes a little bit of damage, so does his vehicle. It's on fire now. He's going to have to bail out soon enough. A damage found as well. Grunto, 2 to a car. They're going to run him down. They want to find those kills, but he's managed to hide his way away in a shack. Look at him. How did he manage that?
And last resort option there, the vehicle's gone. He's got a long run ahead of him.
It's got a tire out.
Yeah, they have to basically bank on this southwest hill, giving them a little bit of advantage. I think if I'm Alpha 7, I want to look down towards the compound that Pittsburgh Knights is currently holding and maybe take this one. Alpha 7 knows it's a difficult task, but do they know that Pittsburgh Knights only have a couple of players remaining and this compound is a much more compromised than they might initially think?
Tribe are waiting to ambush Tempo. I think they know that they are there and they're very focused towards the outside of the circle. You can see most of their players are looking out that way. Only just recently have they started to look a little bit south, but they're very worried. They're very, very worried, and rightly so. Tempo have had an absolute cracker of a day yesterday. They're 10 points behind the tournament leaders right now, and they've had 5 less games. So, you know, need to average 2.5 over these next 5, and they'll be at the top.
Yeah, we were talking to their coach as well, and they said, we're not done yet. They know they want to try and keep up this momentum, and I think that's very admirable. So they had a fantastic day yesterday, but they know that that's not enough to cement themselves in this tournament as of yet. We're only just hitting into week 2, so I'm really excited to see what they can do today. Currently, they're in a bit of a tricky spot because they have to come over the top of a hill, but here we're seeing Omen once again taking heavy fire.
Certainly are. Angry trying to give themselves an opening, but they're out in the blue. Has to bandage up. Zute is down, but they're quite close to the edge of this circle. However, Nico gets spotted. Juicy with the DP trying to create some space for the rest of his squad. But it's all futile for Zute. The rest of them should be able to get into the zone, but Nico very, very low. And Charme have managed to look for that opening, but you can see the circle moving away from them yet again, and they're going to have to make their way in. Tempo have already claimed some zones, claimed some area in the circle as Omen Elite, Team Queso, and Charme, they're all taking heavy punishment.
Yeah, it's a bit of saving grace. Omen once again, circle shifts away from them. Today's angle has just not been good for them, neither as yesterday. Tribe, they want to make their way into the circle. I like this little movement from Tempo. They swing underneath. The problem is they've got a really awful compound. This is what I was talking about on this side of the island, particularly towards the fields. There's really not that many locations. XQuest Gaming probably have the best spot right now in terms of compounds. They can see almost everything around them. They just got to hold off on the eastern side, and if they can control that area, things become a lot easier for them. Question is, does the circle move away from them to the northwest, in which case things become a lot more difficult because you have to cross a road. There's a lot of open ground here.
Lazarus are so split right now. Lolo's pretty much solo in this compound fight, facing off against 4 players from B4. Wildcard and Tribe are going to clash as well on the eastern side. And if we know one thing about Wildcard, is they know how to use those nades. One found already. And Tribe, they're down a man into this fight. They have all 4 players for Wildcard to deal with, and they're just going to swing around and try and zone them off Sam. The nades finish it off. Actually, no. The shots from Enigma will get that final kill, but Tribe just want to get out of there as fast as possible.
Yeah, they're just trying to leave down the hill, but Wildcard, they're not done yet, John. They're still mounting up, moving into a new position. They want this fight with Tribe. They want to control this eastern side. They know that they've got a hard path ahead of them. They want to make their way into the circle, and if they want to do it, they have to get rid of Tribe. Currently, Kingy just taking a little while to start up the engine there. Just about managed to pull the key, and now gets away.
Oh, he's not out of the fire just yet. Has to go on foot. We'll see what they can find. Suppressing, Kingy goes down. Now he's going to have to try and come back into it. Gets into the toss. Yeah, no, he gets popped. Acer lands the shot. Tempo are in a fight as well on the south side. They'll have to try and pick up their teammate in due course. But for the time being, it's Tribe who are really heavily under punishment. And there we go. There's X-Quest Gaming, whose compound Tribe tried to crash, who say no thank you.
Yeah, they're holding close in. They know that if the teams want to come from the east side, this is the compound they want to take. And look at like this great formation they have watching outwards. But here's a big crash from B4.
He's going to turn around. Pedro able to pop out and get the frags. 2 players down for Ace and 1 more in the chopstick. All 4 players up for B4, and they managed to get themselves into the next zone here.
They've had some really good rotates so far, managed to find their way into the circle, still playing edge. Things become a little bit more difficult, but they've got the chopsticks to play around, just like you said, John. We'll see the next circle shift very, very soon, see where that one goes. Let's watch it on our maps. We see X-Quest Gaming still struggling with those players from Tribe, but like we said before, they've got a great position. Another shift towards the south side, and Grunto, just like in that game on Sandhawk yesterday, they get a little bit of circle look today, and they're just going to sit pretty. They have some nice tree lines around them, good place to play for the time being, and they're quite secretive in this way, so they should be able to get the drop on a few teams that haven't quite scouted their position yet.
And Grunto are in the circle. They haven't had to move really too much in these last few zones. They've had their Sandhawk luck from yesterday come and spill over into today. See B4 right now really doing quite well. 3, 2, and 2 on most of their players. And, well, they've got themselves some decent points from that one. Areas in the circle, though, not too easy to come by, and everyone's going to have to start to crunch together now, Black.
Yeah, Tempo's cleared most of the southern side, so they can start to make their way in. There's just a huge amount of players towards X-Quest Gaming, Tribe, and now Wildcard. They finally just made the move here.
They are going to go straight in, but there's 2 teams waiting for them. They find one onto XQ Gaming. Enigma unfortunately knocks himself out, and that's not going to do them any favors. However, the rest of Wildcard are still pushing on forwards. Nades in through the window. A little bit of damage over onto Acer. But it's Juicy who are actually chiming in onto B4. Omen are holding down the north side in the midst of all of this, and Tempo Storm are actually chiming in onto this fight.
Wow, what a long-range shot from Tempo.
Yeah, goodness me, they are doing a lot of work there. Pittsburgh Knights are eliminated in the meantime, and on this eastern side, there's now 4 teams coming into this compound. B4 have managed to find their way in. It's Tribe, it's Wildcard, it's X-Quest Gaming, and everybody's just trying to find some form of sanctuary, unfortunately for them. A little bit too chaotic.
Like I said before, it was one of the best positions in the circle, and a lot of teams seem to think this as well, all flying in here. X-Quest Gaming, realistically, just have 2 players up. HCL is going to struggle, but it looks like Starlight is going to try and pick him up there. AZ also goes down to Kultu. Another team joins the fray.
Goodness me, that's really long range as well. That's from all the way on the western side of the circle. They did spot out a body hitting the floor. I think he knows something's up. There's so many players just waiting to pounce here. But this is really good for everybody else on the eastern side, because these teams are going to duke it out, and they're going to come off for worse for wear.
Oh yeah, you're pretty much sure that the only one team is really getting away from this alive, in which case Tempo could probably make their way up to the eastern side and battle that team after they've got significantly less resources. But no one wants to wait. Omen finally goes down. Tricky situation from the all game, and the new circle will be coming in soon. They have to move though.
Yeah, they definitely are going to have to get out of here, barring miracle shifts, but no. They have to head out towards the west. Lazarus taking heavy punishment. Oh dear. Wildcard try and send out wide, but Pedro is ready and waiting for it. Tribe have managed to find a couple of kills into it as well as Slicky goes down. Now just Acer left standing for Wildcard as he is going to go up towards the attic and B4 are there. They are going to get that frag and that's Wildcard eliminated down in 12th.
Now, Exo's Game are in the worst spot right now because B4 do have to come down. That small window is not going to afford you too much, but surely he hears the footsteps here. Starlight getting shot at. He has to pray.
Oh no. How did B4 manage to get away with this? They've managed to go in and go out of this compound, a hit team, but they're down to 2 players and they'll have to make their way west in the next couple of seconds. Not a long time to be getting on with. Grunto as well getting displaced, but pushed closer towards the center of the circle. Tempo trying to move forwards as well. You can see they're in the smoke currently, just trying to give themselves some respites. Creme Real Betis are just over the ridge.
Team Queso just about to make the way down the hill. They've been on the western side of the map for so long. They've taken fire from Alpha 7 pretty much the entire time, but Alpha 7 making so much more noise just kind of alerted Creme Real Betis as well as Tempo Storm. And now B4 flying down anti-clockwise, just moving themselves into the circle. This makes a lot of sense and they'll get a decent spot. Still having a vehicle available as an expendable here to create some kind of cover in these final circles is really big, but they have to remain alive.
This could prove to be good for Tempo here. If B4 and Grunto are challenging for the ridgeline, they can push up in the midst of the chaos. We'll have to see if that does come to pass. Team Queso still need to push in. They're out in the west, and with Ayala down, it's just Exil really with a chance of getting into this next one. Alpha 7 as well still in it. And on the northwestern side is Kultu, who actually have a decent shout into this one.
Yeah, Tempo is so dangerously close to B4. I'm not sure B4 knows, neither does Tempo at the moment. You'd imagine they'd hear the vehicle coming over the top, but alas, it only was one. It's Queso getting rattled. There's only Axial remaining now. Creme Real Betis taking shots, but it's a clash between the 2 teams.
Oh, Rain just able to plink away and pick up a couple of kills. They are going to have 3 total for now. In 7th place, but there's still plenty of bodies to fall in this lobby yet. And if we know something about Tempo, it's that they like to get those kills late on when teams are forced into those fights with them. But they'll take the placement points if they can get them. With Team Queso going out, they're getting closer towards the chicken.
Oh yeah, and speaking of Rain, obviously when Nico left the team, he did pick up the IGL role, and it's been really, really good to see Rain grow as a player, but now Spec is taking damage, immediately Tensor drops up again. This is not a guy you want to mess with.
Certainly not one of the heaviest fraggers in the tournament. We saw what he could do last time from his belly. Let's see if he can have a repeat performance here for Tempo Storm. They have to move in closer and central. As you can see, the next zone pops. Luckily, it's not too far away from them. Grunto again get the favorable shift.
It's Kultu with 4 players. Pretty much everyone else is just running with the 2, and now the grenades are coming over the top from Tempo towards B4. Grunto within the middle of the circle. Most teams will be looking at them for the time being, and they're a little bit split. Kultu will get the refresh, and they have a lot of vehicles. If I'm putting our money on anyone, it's Kultu right now. They have a lot of options available to them.
Ooh, Tempo Storm spot out. Player from Creme Real Betis. Italox will go down there. Kultu nading out towards B4. Everyone wants to try and get in towards this next circle, but Kultu have a dominant presence right now, as you can see, on the northern side of this zone. With all 4 players, they control it so much.
Yeah, and it's a massive advantage against these teams with minimal players still alive. Creme Real Betis shoots towards Abdul. Abdul going down. Escanor has to make his way in from the blue, but it's Kultu starting to live it up strong here. B4 taking fire.
He'll be able to get the flush out as well. B4 get eliminated on the sidelines with some nice nades found from Kultu. And on the south side, we're down to 5 teams. Grunto, Alpha 7, you got Tempo Storm and Creme Real Betis was still with a player in it, facing off against this 4-man juggernaut. 11 kills found so far for Kultu.
Yeah, it would be a really big game from any of those teams. I think really only Tempo have a shot versus Kultu at the moment. Kultu with 4 players just makes it so easy to control so much of the zone, but very, very close to Tempo. Great nades still coming through from Kultu to clear out some of these teams.
Oh, Tensor, you don't want to get into a fight with him. Oh, he's right there. Get the cook. This could be big. Able to get one.
Does
He should know there's another player. He should know there's another player. Rain lobs another one over. It was cooked out, and that's going to do a lot of damage. One player now holding down that flank, and they find Mitek as well. Alpha 7 eliminated. It's just Tempo Storm taking on Cold2. You said they were the only team that could do it. Rain pops up, will not quite land the spray, but it's just Tensor. Very, very low HP on one of those players, always going to heal up. Don't think that Tempo can really get this res, so it's down to Rain to get that information on. The question is, what can Tensor do? He wasn't quite able to get it done in this situation yesterday. Can he pick up the slack here? Always jumps over the top. They're looking for it. He's waiting for these ridges to be crested. He knows where they're playing from. And 1G will be looking out towards Rain. Rain just feeding this information to Tensor right now, Blank.
It's pretty much all he can do. Good smokes coming through. Rain will be finally finished. It really denies a lot of information from Tensor, but this guy was almost with 10k damage. Let's see if he can blast it back, but like I said before, Cold2, I'm pretty sure I have this one.
What more can he do? Unfortunately for Tensor, there's really not much more left. Will be able to find one, not quite able to get the kill, but nonetheless they come second. But Cold2 able to dominate that final circle. 4 players alive, they kept everyone in it, and they have one hell of a game. Huge kill numbers coming through too.
Oh, I mean, they were over in Georgia Pole, right, John? Like you mentioned at the beginning of the game there, and they moved their way down, found a lot of good vehicles available to them, found a place in the circle, and then just slowly crept their way in. I think they played this a lot more how they played on day 1 and day 2, where they actually felt quite fearsome, and they're starting to bring that back now. So I don't know what's happened between the 2 days, but hopefully James and the desk can start to break it down for us.
Absolutely. We'll see what he's got. James, you there?
Yes, I am, indeed. Cold2 getting themselves the way. That felt like a more cookie-cutter Erangel to me than anything else. It was very simple, very methodical, very calm for the most part. There could have been the spoiler, though, because it really did feel like Rain thought it was just one player just slightly over the hill when he had the grenades, and then as soon as the second player got up, fluffed the spray a little bit, I feel, Xander, and if it had gone their way, maybe it could have been a different story.
I think this is the thing, is if he waited maybe like a couple more seconds, he would have seen the smoke pop, and then he absolutely knows there's another player there, and he can kind of play around it. So I don't know if it's unfortunate timing. Yeah, the spray just wasn't quite there. There's a lot of pressure on the guy, but at the end of the day, getting 4 players from Cold2 to that last circle with, I think, 3 vehicles in hand as well as decent loot and gear, Cold2 played that pretty maddeningly well. It was good.
Definitely. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back later on for the next game as we head over to our analysis peoples for all of the action from our first Erangel of the day. 7 Glitter joining me. Tempo Storm keeps getting these hugely high placements, which is fantastic for them. But let's focus on Cold2 first, of course, here, 7, because they got the chicken dinner, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and something that they did so well when there was just a cluster. I believe there was 4 teams at one point in that compound. I don't remember what the compound was, but there was 4 teams there, man. And Cold2, what they play so well is that they were third-partying a lot of players. I believe at one point, later on, we're going to be seeing a fight between Wildcard and Tribe. And Cold2 made sure, I believe they got 2 kills out of that engagement where players were just not trying to crawl back into the house. So overall, great awareness for them. And as you mentioned, Rain, it seems like he got surprised once the other player towards the end just stood up. He was not expecting that, and it threw him off a little bit. But overall, great showing from Cold2 and also from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, low profile and moving slow as you're crawling about means that, you know, you're not making that much noise, Glitter, so it kind of hides a bit of the information from people here moving forwards, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that was kind of their only option with the way the zone ended up going at the end there. There was some slight elevation changes because it was a little bit hilly, and then they had some skinny trees and a little bit of grass to work with. So everyone was trying to play the sneaky game so that they weren't giving up their positions, and Rain actually did a really good job of figuring out where most of them were. It was just that one final player that kind of threw him off there at the end.
I got to make like those trees and get skinny, I'll tell you that someday. That'll be useful. Jeez Louise. Let's check in with the points coming in here from this game. As up towards the top, we have Cold2 with 35 points. The 15 kills that they were able to acquire throughout this game is fantastic stuff. Tempo Storm coming in second place with 7 kills, and B4, you know, quietly and patiently moving in from, well, I say quietly, not quite, because 11 kills for them as they moved from that east side. What do you make of it, 7?
Yeah, and B4 actually had to do a very long rotation, a very wide rotation at the start because Omenly was trying to cut him off on on East Bridge, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again later in Erangel. And Omen Elite actually tried to be sneaky during that East Bridge camp. They tried for some reason to try to fake them out that they were about to leave. They started going towards the circle. They started seeing now that B4 was crossing the bridge, and they went back. Luckily for B4, they were able to cross the bridge right before Omen got there, and it forced them to just do an insanely wide pretty much rotation, but it ended up working out for them, and they had an amazing game as well with 11 kills.
Yeah, definitely. So wildcard, just the 4 points for them. Likewise with Tribe, only 4 points. Unfortunate for Pittsburgh Knights, falling down there at the very bottom, but a few teams got themselves just 2 points here for this one, so that's how the cookie crumbles here for this game. And as I said at the beginning, kind of Glitter, when I was talking to the casters, kind of a more cookie cutter game here for Erangel. It gave everybody a good opportunity to be able to rotate to the circle the way they wanted to, and then kind of formulate a position. So it kind of surprises me that we had those clusters of teams so in such hotbeds where they actually were throughout some of those circles.
It was almost like everybody was afraid to fully commit to the center of the zone. All these clusters were like right on the edges of the zone the entire time. And we saw, unfortunately, again, for Omen, they got, a really bad hard shift that did not work in their favor. We saw Team Queso doing what we've talked about in the past. They were super wide for a very, very long time, avoiding the zone for as long as possible. And it almost, I don't know, it just felt so opposite of what decision-wise of what people were doing for an end zone that should have been pretty typical, right? And that's why we see some of those kill counts being so high, because of all of those cluster fights around the edge.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in for Kultu. After they were able to get 15 kills, I can only imagine that their damage is going to be pretty decent. And actually, it's very one-to-one with what we see with, oh my days, the steals. Steals for days, Seven. What have they been doing? Oof.
Remember, I told you they were just chilling in the back, waiting and seeing all those teams killing each other over there. Well, they were paying attention to see who was knocked and took advantage of that, and that might be a record, I think, so far on this PMPL Americas of a team stealing 10 kills, though. So, all right, I see y'all.
That is nutty. That is very uncommon to actually see that kind of steal kind of level. And I suppose that terrain kind of affords it Glitter. It's relatively flat in some of those kind of field areas around Chopsticks towards Gatka area. So you've got great line of sight on people from a huge range away, I suppose.
Yeah, which, and that might be part of the reason that people hadn't rotated into the center so early on, because they knew they didn't have that cover that they needed. We saw that at one point, the only available compound was taken by XQ, and then it eventually shifted away from that compound and pretty much left everybody out in the open. So everybody was probably playing a little bit more conservatively, trying to figure out who was going to be the first person to make that move to the center of the zone, and then decide what they wanted to do from there.
Yeah, you just saw there as for these Mountain Dew game fuel moments, the Wildcard's position was looking down on a lot of that flats, and you could really see how much area you could have vision on throughout some of the starting circles of this game, Seven, and try and kind of exploit through that, and even some of the later circles, to be fair.
Yeah, and Wildcard's fight between Tribe, I think it was huge. I think that's one of the fights that we're going to be trying to break down. And here, Iacer with just some brass balls on him for trying to even go up there on that building when there was 2 players from B4 just waiting for him. Overall, great play by Wildcard. Just got super unlucky. And another team that even Glitter mentioned earlier was Omen Elite. Omen Elite got very unlucky with some of the hard shifts there, but it was also their indecisiveness. They couldn't decide at one point how they wanted to go ahead and breach the zone. And I think at one point I saw them go from West Bridge up to Pochinki. They didn't go that route, so they went back down towards West Bridge, and then they went up to Pochinki again. So that undecisiveness, I think, ended up costing them the game. But overall, man, hopefully we do have 2 more Erangels, so we'll see if maybe they get lucky with the hardships.
Yeah. Omen Elite avoiding circles like I avoid responsibilities. Very well done by them, I suppose, to a certain degree, if you want to make that comparison. But I think that there is something to it. I feel like there's hesitation slightly from some of the rotations, which could be ironed out. I'm purely speculating here. I could be totally wrong, and they could be saying, we want this spot. But I feel like maybe just a bit more decisiveness to push them in the right direction would certainly help. Let's take a look at how the teams break down for the damage that was done throughout this game. Yeah, let's take a look at that right now. Okay, so that was the transition. We have Kultu. You know what? This is the trick, Glitter. You just do whatever the bloody hell you want as a host, and it doesn't matter. Nobody's paying attention to what you're doing as the host. Anyway, so 1,600 damage coming in for Cool2, and actually pretty even. And I think this is symptomatic once again of how flat those circles are. And I think then later on, teams got kind of lucky that the final circles ended up towards the hills a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams that I actually do want to focus on as well, or two of the teams actually, for Erangel just generally is one, A7 actually put out almost as much damage as some of our top teams did, and they won our first Erangel yesterday. And then Grunto. Grunto is really starting to pick up the pace. They had a decent amount of damage, weren't able to necessarily convert that into kills, but they did get another good placement for themselves as well. Maybe they actually need the extra Erangel. Maybe for those teams it'll actually be super beneficial for them, allow them to get some more points into their overall point total.
Maybe. What do you think, Seven? Tell me.
Guess what's coming? Sandhawk.
Yeah, that's true.
Grunto did really good on Sandhawk yesterday, especially Sixless. So I cannot wait to see how they're going to react now that they also had a great game on Erangel.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at that overall schedule as we've one game down, 4 games to go. It's the overall ranking, not the overall schedule. Haha! I tricked you. Tempo up towards. I tricked myself. Tempo up towards the top here with 363 points. They push Wildcard up off that top spot there. So, you know, I mean, they've managed to get themselves to another late circle here, Seven, and if they don't slow down anytime soon, they're going to be set up the top for a while.
Not only that, they also went ahead and passed teams like Wildcard, Loops, and B4 on kill points alone. So everything is starting to fall into place right there. I'm pretty sure Monica's is going to be really happy seeing this overall ranking. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and tweet it out. But that's great to see. It's great to see how competitive the top is right now. All those teams, the top 4 teams, are so close to each other.
I mean, it's a great birthday present for Monica, I suppose. They have a Tempo Storm being at the top, so that's great.
And actually, Kalar, something to keep in mind was that Tempo Storm has actually played 5 less games than Wildcard Gaming, something that I just noticed there last second. So that is a good thing to go ahead and point out because that is huge.
Yeah, games in hand is scary. You see Alpha moving up here as well as Cool2 moving up quite considerably for them with the 225 points that they now have on the board. There's still just one anomaly, Glitter. There's still just one anomaly standing out there. 15th place.
They're gonna get it, okay? They're gonna get it. I have faith in them, and we still have 4 more games to get to. So they're just getting warmed up right now, okay? Come on, Ace, you can do this.
This is your last day, I believe, with us in season 1 potentially.
Yes.
So it's going to be the last game. What do you think about that?
I have to send all of like my good caster juju to them so that they can do what they need to do.
All right, Seven, what have you got for me?
We got Wildcard here versus Stripe. We missed out some great grenades there from Wildcard earlier. But overall, the push here from Wildcard, just the consistent pressure that they were putting on them was great. And I'm not sure why Memo jumped back on that car because Acer was just waiting for him to go ahead and try to do that. And here is exactly when Cool2 was just able to, you know what? Let's go ahead and finish those knocks for Wildcard. They don't need any more kills. And as you're going to be able to see right there on the kill feed, Cool2 just picking up those kills left and right. And right here, Enigma, one of the players that I mentioned earlier that it's kind of like an outlier in comparison to what his other teams are doing. So I'm happy to see that now he's starting to get more knocks. Hopefully he go ahead and continues that. And I think from what I was able to see there from that last game as well, that player that's just on the lookout, not really looking to do that much damage. So it makes a little bit more sense now why his stats are where they're at.
That makes sense. And as I mentioned, you know, everybody is contributing to the team across the board when it comes to all of these teams. It's now time for the schedule. Not the double full going on, it's actually time for the schedule. Here we go. So we've had 1 game down, 4 to go. It will be Sandhawk, Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel. So more Erangel for your book here for day number 8. Going on to Sandhawk for map 2. Oh God, no. Cancel the show, get it off. Move on. All right, we're fine. Sorry, gotta compose myself. Sandhawk here, looking at Paradise Resort up towards the top. It's a scenic place, very, very beautiful. There's a giant elephant there as well. Glitter, what have you liked from Sandhawk so far?
I mean, we've actually had some, I'm sure, less than desirable endings for the players, but super entertaining ones for us to watch. So, I mean, it's yesterday we saw the one that was up on the Northwest Island. that, you know, obviously Grunto ended up taking up against before, but that very awkward zone pushed a lot of teams, including teams like Tempo Storm. This was the one game that didn't work out in their favor, to have to make those hard decisions about when to cross the water. Some teams made the right call on the timing and other teams didn't. And I'm kind of hoping that we can get something interesting like that again and put those teams in a little bit of a stressful situation.
Yeah, maybe. So I keep forgetting that Barn is at the top of that video every single time. And I'll close my eyes next time. That's the trick. I'll just close my eyes. Seven, you can warn me when it's over, all right? I'm just getting flashbacks.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. And actually, something to keep in mind is Loops is not playing today. And one of the other teams that we have seen fall, pretty much just drop on Bootcamp, has been Tribe. They have stopped, though, ever since they kind of just lost that hot drop with Loops. Are they going to go ahead and just try to go to that and just take advantage of their old playing style now that Loops is not here? Or what other teams is going to go ahead and take advantage? Because Bootcamp is such a center area and there's actually a lot of good loot. Who's going to take advantage of that?
Yep, it is a good point indeed. And I imagine we'll see, once again, Team Queso maybe drop on the kind of perimeter to maybe get into those warehouses. I think it is a very valid and warranted strategy. I think even trash looting, or I call it trash looting, don't know if you guys call it trash looting, on any map, especially like Sandhawk, does have its merits. There are some decent little compounds here and there that you can go along across the roads, even if it's not a named location. But I think when you look at it, Seven, I don't think we're seeing too much activity in things like Alpha and Bravo as much as I thought we may see. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we really haven't seen any of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if I actually want to go ahead and see a circle in around Alpha or Bravo or Charlie, just to see how teams react to that, because we're so used to just seeing quarry endings. I want a curveball thrown at this teams.
That's what you want. You want the Northwest Circle. That's what I want. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'll send you off once again, and I'll talk to you throughout the game as we now bring on our commentating team for all of the action for Sandhawk. Let's go. It's John. It's Xander. John, Sandhawk Game 2. It's a little bit, you know, we're not as used to it, but here we are. And are we getting a quarry circle, or what are you thinking?
I can personally guarantee you a Lakawi circle this time around, Kalora.
Oh, damn. That was very confident. Very confident. All right, well, I'll disappear, and you can bring me the jungle. I'll see you in a few.
Fair enough. We are going to be stepping to the jungle. There's plenty of fun and games to be had over towards Sandhawk. Game number 2 here. And we'll be seeing if Tempo Storm can slate their way into another high-point game. Of course, really, that's the name on everyone's minds, Blankers. They have had such a good performance over these last, 6 games now.
Oh yeah, getting a second place on the start of their second day of consecutive matches is really, really strong for them. And it's just going to continue that momentum going through. Talking about funny games though, yesterday I put out a call for all your favorite outfits. Whack them over on my Twitter at @blankcast. And you know what? I've seen an outfit that I really, really like. So congratulations, Gina. You will be winning that 600 UC. And next week, I will also have another fashion show on Twitter again. And that week, I think I'll give away a little bit more. Let's go 1800 UC. Let's go a little bit higher towards the finals.
Wow, he's splashing. 1800 UC if you just tweet him a picture on @blankcast.
Oh yeah, that's all I need. I've just one though. Give me one outfit, your best, and we'll see what's good. And already we have a circle on screen. It's towards the Northwest, so we're going to have a fantastic game guaranteed. It's not Lakawi though, John. I'm so sorry.
I lied to Kalaris. I don't know how I'm going to break it to him.
You did.
I'll have to figure that out, but well, we're only going to see him once more today, and hopefully he'll forget.
That's true. Get rid of him.
It's all right. It's all right. I'll go into his AI and I'll wipe the memory there. That's fine.
Oh yeah, easy peasy. Get in the mainframe. Team Queso will be looting up over in boot camp, but Tribe is not here. Instead, they're towards Camp Charlie, Bantai. So I don't know if Team Queso there's no one else here. I'm assuming they would have seen from the parachutes that there's not many other players in this location. So, you know, if I'm there, I'm going down to boot camp. I'm getting looted up. I'm towards the center, and you know, I'm in a great position to actually cross the river if it does go to the Northwest Island. Currently, Pittsburgh Knights, Grunto once again, they hold onto the Northwest side, and Wildcard playing up towards Cow, as well as Tapmot getting a double loot there. They tend to play on the north side of the map, don't they, John? They just move downwards, just scouting as they go, and this is fine. Culture, on the other hand, they'll have Paradise Resort all to themselves, looking to get looted up, booted up, so they can get another big win here on Sandhawk. Let's see if they can make it happen.
We will see indeed. I mean, yesterday on Sanok we saw the finish happen just on the northwest island. To be fair, but it was only just there. It was right on the coastline, on the confluence of the rivers in the middle of the map. So it was really tricky, and that is still in the zone this time around. But to be fair to Kalaris, I think he is going to be fine with just having that straight up northwestern shift. But are we going to see it all the way over to Camp Alpha? I'm not so sure. When we see that sort of shift, generally it becomes an incredibly chaotic push because everybody needs to make those rotations out to the west super fast. Every time we've seen it happen, people get caught around those mountains, people get caught on the river crossings, and it's a bloodbath.
Yeah, because arguably there's only 6 rotations in to the Northwest Island. You've got the boats from Cow, up down where Tambang, where XQuest Gaming are playing. You can get boats from there, move up and round. There's the Western Bridge, the Eastern Bridge, and then a few little areas where it's possible to cross in terms of the water. Other than that, there is nothing. So if you're a couple of teams, you have to get in there fast. And then some teams are left high and dry and have to actually wait outside the island for other teams to die, or just go for a YOLO play and just fly in and see what happens.
This is where Grunto started the last one, and they actually ended it there pretty much as well. So they'll be sticking to this compound. Team Kaiser, they're pretty close. They've already made their way across, and actually they're going to spot someone out on a moped. Goes for the spray, not quite able to land it. Unfortunately there for Ayala, he will not be able to get that done. Team Queso looted north of boot camp, and surprisingly, despite Loops not being in the lobby, Tribe opted to go down towards south, towards Camp Charlie.
Yeah, I mentioned that towards the beginning of the broadcast, so you know, we'll see what they want to do, because right now they're right on the edge, like you said. So do they want to move up towards Painan? Tempo Storm are already cleared. Painan will be moving up to their typical spot, which is the ridgeline just behind the river. They've got a lot of opportunities from there. They can peek over the top, get some information, peek back down again. Really, all they have to be worried about is Tambang and XQuest Gaming, because I don't know if they have to worry about that, because if he goes even more northwest, you can imagine that XQuest Gaming is just going to immediately cross, right?
Team Queso, though, they have already crossed, and unfortunately for them, Grunto will spot them out, as they are going to take a couple of knocks. Ayala has to pick up his teammate. Axial did take a knee. Sixler spotted it out and landed the spray down as well. Team Solid, they lose a player. Actually, they lose 2. And that's over on the southeastern side towards, between Painan and between Camp Charlie as well. They lose 2 of those players to Tribe, who are already making that rotation too.
Yeah, Tribe is a scary team. I keep mentioning this, and they have, I think their aggression, it's kind of like a car just going from 0 to 60 in about 0.5 seconds. They can really turn it on very fast. So if you're going up against you get a knock, you best be prepared to be leaving as fast as possible. Team Case are currently locked down here versus Grunto. They want this compound. It's a strong compound. And if Team Case can have it, they can play their usual playstyle, which is very passive in the compounds, just watching out, gathering intel, going with those third parties. Right now, they're stuck on the coast. And at any moment in Xiaomi Gaming, Omen, they can come behind them from the river and start taking shots onto them.
2 boat rotations happening at the moment. Alpha 7 over on the north, and actually Krim Real Betis all the way from docks in the southeast of the map are looking to rotate via the water, but I think Alpha 7 have been spotted by Ace 1 on that northern rotation, and so they've had to ditch the boat, currently swimming around, so we'll see what they're able to do. But Grunto, under a lot of pressure, you're right, they do need to hold off against Team Queso, but Team Queso have to be worried about players coming over from boot camp.
Yeah, this is what I was saying, is that there's Omen Elite and Xiaomi Gaming, they can shoot them in the back. Team Queso have got to be worried, John. XQuest Gaming, they're just hanging around, like I said before. They don't have to do too much. They can wait to make the cross. And now Team Queso, you can see that they're much more worried about the behind at the moment. Obviously, they've got a few places they can hide up if they do get pushed, but yeah, I think most teams will be waiting, because if Xiaomi Gaming can hold in boot camp and hold on the outside towards the warehouses, Omen Elite can hold down these compounds towards the eastern side of the river. They're happy, because these are their usual spots that they rotate to. Next circle will define everything, John.
On the northern peak of this southwest island right now is pretty crowded. You've got Tempo holding the hill just on that peninsula, and you've got Omen Elite in the compound on the west side of the river. So both of those teams really quite close to each other. You've got XQuest Gaming as well, just over that ridge line. So I have to see what more they can find. There we go. There's Sajame. There's the backstab that we were worried about onto Team Queso.
Yes, so now Team Queso and Xiaomi Gaming moving up, decide not to hold in those for too long. And I think this is just a moment of indecisiveness from Team Queso. It's like, yes, we took a couple of knocks from Grunto, but honestly, you just have to push them at this point. If you cross the river and you wanted this compound, take it. You're hanging around here and you're just looking towards Grunto's position and you're not watching out for the backstab. Like, what are you actually doing? What is the game plan? So I think they've got to decide on one thing and do that. At the moment, they're trying to do maybe a little bit too many things at the same time.
Alpha 7, by the way, they've been swimming for probably the last 3 or 4 minutes. I think their boat got destroyed in the water, or was very close to being by Ace 1. So they'll have to just continue on swimming, and they seem to be doing all right for now. I mean, they're all alive, so something's going right for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Cold2 will get onto the basically cliffs towards Hatin and then move up. Wildcard have this location, and they're holding down this northern bridge at the moment because Ace 1, Alpha 7, Cold2 all have to make their way in here. And I think Alpha 7 are probably more considering about coming back onto the mainland and then just crossing on the riverside because it's just taking too long for them at the moment. And Xiaomi Gaming, they have eyes on Team Queso. Team Queso, they can't really come back now because they're going to get shot as soon as they move over the lip of the cliffside there. I don't know where you go if you're Team Queso now. Maybe just try and run across the road, but they've got Lazarus in front of them. So they're kind of stuck. And that's because their playstyle just got a little bit stale here for a little bit too long. We'll be interested to see what happens there, and that is a hard shift towards the northwest, which means now we are pretty much destined to have this northwestern finish, and all the teams, they have to make their way on. There are 2 prime locations here. There's the compound at the bottom of the mountain and on top of the mountain itself. If you hit the top side of the mountain, you need to be dynamic, though. You need to be moving around, checking for players coming in. So I'm ready for all these players to make their way in very, very soon. XQuest Gaming, though, because they've waited so long to make this cross, Pittsburgh Knights actually are in a great position to guard them as they make the cross over the bridge. So we'll see how they deal with this one, John.
Looks like Tempo are going to take a knock as well from XQuest Gaming. Rain will go down, but not out just yet, as they don't have the presence to push all the way through. Looks like Tempo's going to be swarming around those ranks. Oh, look at that. Team Queso again taking another knock. Real Betis, they are currently swimming outside the in the water outside Tambang, and it looks like they've been spotted. At least 2 of them have been plinked on down by B4. The Tempo's still worried about XQuest Gaming, who are really close by.
True, John. XQuest can move up on this one. They're just trying to throw the nades in. Tempo are kind of stuck in a stalemate between these 2 teams because they can't really go backwards because Omen's already made that cross over from the western side. Potentially they move on to where Grunto is currently holding, but now in Xiaomi Game are also crossing the river towards Team Queso. So we'll see how this one goes down. They have a backstop in terms of Garcia. H trying to move away, does get hit, and now there just needs to be covering fire to make sure he gets behind the tree. But Tensor, once again coming in strong, does drop HZL.
Yeah, so that is the refrag there, and in fact the res is in favor of Tempo Storm. XQuest Gaming have to make a push if they want to go for this res, whereas Tempo can get it straight off the bat. Not only that, but you've got Team Solid who will be hearing this gunfire. They'll hear this fight, and they can backstab in towards XQuest Gaming's position.
Quest
take a second knocker now. It's all steam ahead here. Spec has to jump around. AZ and Starlight do find something, but Starlight reveals his position. Now Tempo's got really good intel on all of this fight.
Gonna try and push on through. Tensor spots out one for the flush. Will be able to get it as well. AZ holding down the top of the ridgeline. Will find Rain and knock Tensor as well. Hang on a minute. Tempo down to 1. Just HH24 left. Up and standing. All 3 of his teammates are down, but he has to be worried. I think AZ just wants to get his team up as well. Jifan, you can see he's very, very low, taken away. HH24 scouring the hillsides for his teammates and for XQuest Gaming too.
Just about gets his palm on the back of Jifan before he falls to the ground, easily dropping a first aid kit. Wow, that is about as close as you can make it. H opting to pick up Spec. Tensor has a little bit more life in him, so he can wait on this one. And Team Queso actually get the drop on, and Xiaomi Gaming were forced to make the cross. Maybe this is a bit premature, and now Team Queso holding on for quite a while. It starts to pay back in their favor.
Nades being cooked on either side. Nades thrown in. Will not be able to get too much damage. I think they're just repositioning. They were worried about it, but they'll be all right for now. HH24, though, holding it down. Two players are upstanding for Tempo Storm as rain does fall. Tensor going very low as well, as they do want to try and reclaim that. They're down to 2 standing, and the nades come through. HH24 lobbing those smokes out, trying to cover off the angles. Starlight, though, he has the angle from the back and will be feeding this info towards them. I don't think they're going to have enough time to win this fight and get towards Tensor, but Starlight gets finished off.
Oh yeah, Starlight going down. Now just AZ remaining. Remember, this is a guy with the double kill earlier on. Tempo, currently just 2 players remaining, so this fight has cost them dearly, but same to XQuest Gaming. I get another shift on the screen towards the northern side of the map. Hatin still in this one. AZ drops Spec. This fight has been disastrous for Tempo.
And there's still 16 teams alive. They're going to go out. 16th place for Tempo Storm. The heavy hitters swung too hard and left themselves open, but in come Tribe. Okay, a little bit of retribution potentially on the cards. Nades behind the rocks, and you said it was pretty devastating for Tempo. It could be just as devastating for XQuest Gaming, as Tribe now starting to roll through. We know how aggressive these guys like to push on these knocks, but one of their team is down.
B4 took this moment to cross the western bridge here. Pittsburgh Knights have a backstop in terms of Carnage. Not sure what he's doing down here for so long, but they will be able to make this western rotation upwards. But Carnage will be able to get a lot of information of the kind of teams that are crossing. Jifan's still alive, as well as AZ, but AZ is knocked. So XQuest Gaming might just be able to get away here with 1 player. But how do you make your way into the circle? He undoubtedly will have to swim now, but with Tribe at his back, he's not going to be feeling too great.
Going straight across the road as well, so he's going to be able to walk and keep his gun out, but unfortunately Tribe spot that. No problem. They'll be able to get on through. And XQuest Gaming get eliminated as well. The fight going badly for both of these squads.
Yeah, I don't understand why XQuest Gaming didn't just take the western bridge. They had so much control of it. Sure, there's some teams on the other side, but as you can see, like on the map side, there's a lot of compounds which you just crash into as soon as this next shift comes through. So it just felt very weird to me that XQuest Gaming would try and control Tempo's position rather than letting them through there. B4, though, just absolutely ruined Team Solid.
Team Solid were trying to go for a rotate of the vehicles. They just got spotted out. B4 ready awaiting. They were able to do that to Creme Royale Betis, or at least some of the players from Creme Royale Betis before, and they'll do that again as Team Solid get eliminated. But now they're out to the Wester Camp Alpha, and they'll have to rotate in as well. They do have vehicles of their own, so they will be okay. You said you wanted to see a dynamic team take the top of the hill. Well, Omen think that they have what it takes.
Yeah, well, I mean, they took the compound at the bottom of the hill to begin with, which I really loved, because, you know what, that position gives you a lot of strength in the circle. It also allows you to rotate west and up the mountain as well after you clear it, because you can clear most teams that are trying to climb up it beforehand. So a really smart decision here, and you can see them putting, on our map, we can see Angry, Nico, all putting out feelers towards the edges of the mountainside, because you've got to remain with a massive amount of intel, because on the mountain, you have everyone looking at you. We will get a new shift in very shortly. Currently, a lot of teams towards Hatin, predicting this is where the circle will end up. We've got Alpha 7, Kultu, as well as Wildcard. Pittsburgh Knights just crossing underneath, so we'll see where this next circle comes in, because a lot of teams might have to move, and there it is. It will mean that Lazarus are currently in a really good spot. They control a lot of the compounds here, and everyone from Hatin will have to move downwards. Currently, Wildcard in a good position to gatekeep a couple of these teams, though, John.
B4, they found themselves a couple of kills, hiding in a house. Creme Royale Betis, 2 players left standing. As I was talking about before, B4 were able to plink down 2 of their players whilst they were swimming out in the water to the west of Tambang. But now they're looking to find the other 2. They know exactly where they are, and they're guarding the approach to the circle as well, but they don't even want to take this fight. They're just going to get out of there.
Grunto move slightly forward. Compound on the southern side of the circle, and B4 just really zapping on the bikes. Currently, Pedro just healing up a little bit. He's got some decent meds, some decent gear on board, and we'll just hold within this valley for the time being. It's not too bad of a spot, but there is oversight from Omen very, very shortly, you'd imagine.
Depends if Omen have read into this one, and if the Pittsburgh Knights look up that way, they might not want to crest that ridge line. The rest of B4 moving through as well now. It is 2-2 on the split rotate, and they'll be able to get into this next zone blank.
Yeah, they've got the speed on their side, and they're immediately going into basically a crack in the map because you've got the two walls on either side of you, so you've got a lot of cover. So the main issue about this is getting in there fast, and they have the vehicles to do it. If they were doing this foot, they would absolutely never get in here in the first place. So nice rotation from B4, intelligent, and now this gives them a pretty central spot in the circle. It's a little bit tricky getting out there because now Pittsburgh Knights have all the information on them, as well as a couple of teams like Omen and Grunto hearing the shots coming through. And now Tribe, they're battling it out with Omen, trying to take some of this space on the hillside. You see Juicy already going down. I don't know how this has happened.
It is unfortunate, to say the least. Tribe, though, if there's a team that's more dynamic than Omen, I'd say that it's going to be them. We'll see if they're able to take it on. Pittsburgh Knights actually taking some punishment. You said they had the info, but unfortunately there's 3 teams out to their north who are going to have just as much info on where their location is right now. Omen Elite, though, they're fighting off against Crim Real Betis as well at the same time as Tribe are pushing them down. That's going to be pretty tricky, to say the least.
Well, Crim Real Betis are actually just trying to rotate in, so Omen are just cutting off those points. They've managed to get a hold on the push from Tribe. Next circle will be coming in very shortly. Lazarus hold the lion's share of the circle in terms of compound and positioning. Cult2, Pittsburgh Knights also coming in close contact with one another.
Ooh. The shift comes down, and it's out to the northeast, away from the hillside, away from the hilltops. B4 are going to have to leave. Pittsburgh Knights locked in combat as well. Wildcard still yet to make that push a little bit further south. They've still got to deal with the teams around them, and it seems like they're going to be able to do so. The Pittsburgh Knights going into a fight as well, very, very low. Just J7 left standing, trying to get anything he can find. Will find one knock. They turn the corner and they finish him out. That's Pittsburgh Knights eliminated, down in 13th.
Oh yeah, but Wildcard will have definitely been watching this one. Alpha 7 towards the top side too. Ace 1 trying to make a clockwise rotation, but Lazarus, wow, what a resurrection it has been from them in this game. This is a fantastic position from them. Now they have to make it work. There's a lot of zone that they have to cover. If I'm this team right now, I am calling for Russell to come back. I think if he get a little bit of intel and then regroup with his team, it's a really strong spot. Potentially they're looking for the crossfire though onto the road.
Tribe, in the meantime, they're caught out in the blue. Grunto guarding them. They didn't take the hilltop from Omen Elite. Instead, they fell back and tried to go for a different rotate, but it's going to be pretty tricky for them to get in now. Ace 1 as well, trying to find an opening. They've already got one into the zone, but it really is all about Lazarus right now. They are very split, so potential for them to go down and not really have too much recourse, but they have all the info they could ask for.
Oh yeah, Wildcard trying to make their way in. There's some rocks in front of them. I think when we say that split, I think, to be fair, to have one solo player on Lazarus be Russell, I think that's the best player to have as your solo player, because Russell has been consistently one of the top performers from this team, and he's got a ridiculously sick position on the top of the cliffside here.
Has to be worried about out to the west as teams are starting to drop like flies. It's Team Queso, Crim Real Betis, everybody getting taken out, taken pretty low indeed. Tribe get eliminated as well. Wildcard are going to eliminate Alpha 7. And he's going to go down himself. That's Wildcard down. Alpha 7. Oh, Wildcard falling. We're down to 6 teams, Blank.
Oh yeah, Russell has been poking and prodding all these teams all over the map at the moment. Somehow Axial managed to get a kill, even though he's been out of the game. I don't know if I'm not even sure if it's the case of the map, the kill feed is just catching up. I think the kill feed is just catching up. There's been so much chaos, so much carnage coming through. B4 still with 6 kills, 5 knocks, total damage 1,400. Not bad at all. Lazarus have controlled most of the circle, that they've cleared most of it, so they have a good amount of information available to them. And now Lazarus can kind of cover the rest of his team as they make their way in. We see Inshami gaming with Dudu towards the southern side, but it is looking impossible for him to make his way into the circle here.
Cult2 still have a player going. I don't even spot them. They're out in the blue. They're quite a ways away, but they managed to make it.
Russell!
It's a pretty decent position. Russell gets spotted out. B4, they take him down, and now Lazarus down to 3. However, so to B4. Now it's 3 versus 3, and there's just snakes in the grass waiting to strike from Grunto, Cult2, and Ace 1. But Cult2 is very, very low. How has he managed to get into the zone? Honestly.
He's in? He's actually in.
I do not believe this.
That is a mad play from Always. I think he just thought, sod it, threw caution to the wind, just flew in. I thought he was going for a heal off. Never mind, he's in it to win it. Next circle coming very soon on our screen now. Look at that. Favors
wow.
Lazarus once again. You know, I thought B4 had the better position with the high ground here and the rocks to play around, but you know, this has just cemented Lazarus' win. They've had circle look all game. I will call it circle look. It's been kind of ridiculous, in fact. But you know what? I'm going to give massive credit to Russell, though. I want to know how many kills that guy had, because he was in the kill feed so much. He looked like he was 2 teams at once.
Popping off. But now B4 are going to have to make this push into Lazarus. They've got the sidelines to worry about from Grunto as well. Lazarus take first knock, will be able to flush it down as well. Finds yet another. Irish able to get that, but it's traded off on the sidelines. That was Rand trying to find some points as Grunto get eliminated. And now it's just Levi left. He's moving over, trying to drop some first aid, but it's on the wrong side of the tree. That's not going to do you any favors. And now Kultu have managed to get themselves all the way into second. Always managing to get the ground. The question is, will he go down before Levi goes down to the blue zone? Levi looking to push out wide, finds one, finds two. Oh, Lazarus! Oh, they're taking so low. Irish is going to get down, and now Kultu have a chance to come back into it as well as Levi falls. 1 versus 1 now. Lazarus down the bottom. Lolo. He was able to 1v4 Pittsburgh Knights, but does he know that Always is here? He's waiting for the push out wide. Always holding the corner. They're both into the next zone as well. Will not be time pressured. Swings out wide, spots it out. Spray is there. Always. Could he make the miracle happen? Over the top. He's going to spot it out. Lolo on the precipice here. An unfortunate turn of events as Levi took him down. They're spraying it around. Lazarus trying to make this happen. Kultu with a last-ditch effort. They came so far into this one with just one player, but no. He gets caught. Blank. It was so close, but he gets so far.
My heart was beating fast there for Always. The fact that he'd even made it to second is a ridiculously strong result. And let's talk about it. Kultu, first games first. Now they get a second in the second game. This is starting out to be a fantastic day for them. But Lazarus, my God, the fact that almost slipped out their fingers is horrendous. And you know what? Russell, all his hard work up until that point might have been for nothing. Luckily, Lolo is able to make it happen in those final moments.
God, James, that's your Northwest. That's your Northwest Island finish. How
Yeah,
do
there
feel
you
about
go,
it?
mate.
I did get most of what I wanted. I did want top of the mountain. I know Elite likewise wanted that as well, but it wasn't to be. As Lazarus take themselves decent compound, keeping people out for a while, and then getting the chicken dinner at the end. Lolo seems to be coming up clutch multiple times for this Lazarus squad, John.
Yeah, it was pretty nutty. I mean, to be fair, it was right down to the wire as well. I mean, it was not clear-cut, that victory. Even though Always was low on HP, I mean, it's a question of, do you just peek at the wrong time? Does its shoulder get spotted? In a 1v1, it's just so uncertain. Levi, though, really allowed him that opportunity, though. He was able to peek out, just spray down 2 players from Lazarus. It would have been an easy win for them, but he opted not to go for the heal off, and instead, one of those kill points.
Xander looks like he wants to talk.
I'm just replaying that in my head, and I'm just curious why Lazarus actually went for the res there when they knew Levi was still out in the blue, because in that instance, I don't really care about my mate that's down. I just want to make sure that we both don't die to the guy that peeks out from the tree, even though we know he's there. So curious, and you know what? Hats off to Lolo. Fantastic job to actually finish that one out, because that could have gone desperately wrong after all the circle look that Lazarus were able to incur that game.
Definitely could have gone south. All right, thank you very much, gents. Time to head over to 7 as well as Glitter here for our Sanhok game. It's weird, actually. I feel like we're so far into the show, but it's only our second game because Sanhok's normally third. Yeah, anyway, we're back. 7, looking at how things got. I got my circle kind of, mostly, but then it shifted to the smaller little hill towards the end.
Yeah, and something that we were talking about is, was there gonna be any team that committed to the mountain? And we saw Omni first of all starting to kind of commit to the mountain, and then for some reason they had to go ahead and do just a weird rotation that didn't plan out their way, because they were gonna a little bit of like south, west, and then go up north. It was just a really weird rotation from the location they were on, and it didn't work out their way. And there towards the end, I know we were mentioning how did that player from Lazarus end up dying? We didn't even notice they had an angle on him, and man, they got lucky there at the end by Lolo being able to clutch it.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like Owen should have just stayed and just shot at everyone from the high ground. I understand that render distance can sometimes be a thing, and that's how that's going to go. But regardless, let's take a look at those points coming in here as we have Lazarus up to the top with 34 big points for them with that first place and 14 kills. B4 gets 19 points on the board, and Kultu with the second place for the 14 points gets themselves an extra cheeky little kill and 15 points there. Glitter, what do you make of it?
I mean, that is going to be a huge game for Lazarus. They really, really needed something to kind of boost them up, not only in the rankings, but just morale overall. We've seen Lolo make some crazy plays so far throughout the PMPL, so this was just kind of like the icing on the cake that he was able to close out and get them the win when they had so many kill points under their belt.
Yeah, definitely. B4 going to be kicking themselves a little bit for not closing that out, I think, against Lazarus, and the spoiler of Kultu coming in as well. 9th through 16th here, and Alpha 7 getting themselves 4 points on the board for a placement. Just a few kills here and there for XQ, Omen, Elite, and Tempo Storm. So that's how that's going to go down. A difficult circle for a lot of these teams to play. We saw some of the teams trying to get even towards that Northwest Island, and it was not to be successful, 7, whilst this game was going on. But then, you know, securing compounds on the east side of the Northwest Island is sometimes a little bit more uncommon when it comes to the circles, and that paid off for some teams.
Yeah, and we even saw earlier on as they were starting to rotate, we saw Tempo Storm getting into a fight, and then you saw Tribing coming in and just third partying that fight with XQG, and XQG just getting unlucky, as well as Tribe was just able to move in and catch people trying to go ahead and cross that Liberal River right there. So interesting plays right there. Some of the teams that have been kind of quiet today so far, though, Pittsburgh Knights and Omen Elite, one of the teams that I'm hoping here on this second Erangel of today. I want to see how they pretty much come out, and also are both of those teams gonna go towards the East Bridge if the zones allow it, because if they do, those two teams are more than likely gonna end up fighting.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the stats coming in for our winners, as they were able to do very well for themselves with 14 kills, as previously mentioned. Let's see how that stacks up in terms of damage, and it is a cool 2k with the 2,703 damage, 2,073 damage even, I should say, and not that much healing done. They really didn't have to help themselves out too much here, Glitter, which is actually, this is a very unusual ratio we're seeing here for Lazarus.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This game was very, very good for them. They ended up getting that compound on the east from like zone 4 all the way through to the end. They didn't have to leave that compound until after zone 6. So they had this spot right there on the east side that was watching all the teams coming in from the west, watching everybody that had gone up to Hatin up top and coming down from the north, trying to make their way into the zone, because I don't think anybody really thought it was going to pull where it pulled. And Lazarus, as well as I think B4 was able to gatekeep a little bit there as well, but they were able to just get a ton of damage while having the cover of one of the only safe compounds in the area.
Definitely. So let's take a look at those Mountain Dew game fuel moments as all of these teams look to scramble for the right spot. And some attempts at kills coming in here from afar. And most of the time, you see a lot of close combat, quarters combat and action here, 7 on Sandhawk, because of the terrain of the map, because there's so many dips and dives and divots here to try and deal with things. And then all the foliage can create a very difficult situation to try and spot people at range. So it can be a difficult battleground to play.
Yeah, we saw that perfectly earlier right there with XQG, a player just pretty much knocking one of the other ones from Tempo Storm. They had no idea that they were right next to him, even though they were so close. As you mentioned, there's just so many places that you can hide and just become a snake. And right there, that rotation that I was talking about earlier with Omen, just they didn't get lucky. And with Lazarus, I think that heal, that 100 heal that they did might have been here towards the end when they ended up picking up that player. So it's crazy to see how they were able to just avoid so many fights, but still able to do so much damage and get so many kills.
One thing I really liked from Lolo there towards the very end, Glitter, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong about this being a decent player or not, is that obviously his opponent from Kultu knew he was on the high ground. So what does he do? He leaves the high ground one way or another to try and kind of mess with his mind a little bit. And it seemed to have paid off for that angle, right? Yeah,
because, I mean, technically, when you're the one with the high ground, you should be in the better position, right? You should have got more information at your disposal. You've got a better angle. So, I mean, he's sitting there thinking like, this is where I need to focus. I need to look up on this. But Lolo was like, Not only did I think Lolo also realized that his enemy was lower health than he was overall, so he already had the advantage in the fight. Lolo knew if he pushed it, he probably would be safe. He also had the angle off the side of that little rock that he could play off of a little bit. He honestly, it was a good play overall.
Yeah, I do like seeing, of course I like seeing 4v4s at the very end, but 1v1s are very entertaining as well. Let's take a look at the total damage here for our Sandhawk game and see how things do stack up. Some big outliers here when it comes to Lazarus, B4 and Tribe making an appearance when it comes to the damage too. And then Enshame actually, not too often we see Enshame kind of rocking up there here, but we do see it now, Seven. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's good to see Enshame starting to wake up. And another team, even though in this game of Sandhawk didn't really do that much damage or that many kills, Grunto has now been on the top 5 a couple times, and it seems like they're finally starting to pick it up in regards to placing. So I'm hoping that the kills come into play as well, because if they do, they're going to be able to just get out of that rut that they were. Keep in mind, a couple days back, they were pretty much the last place team, and at the moment they're currently sitting on 17. So good to see that the momentum's starting to go their way. Team Solid, another team that I want to go ahead and see more out of right now. I feel like they've been having a disappointment PMPL, even though they have gotten a couple of wins. I want to go ahead and see more consistency out of some of those teams.
Speaking of kind of quiet teams from that lobby, Cool2 got second place, but they had about 260 damage Glitter. So pretty chill, pretty calm, and then come in and rock up for the points towards the end. It's okay. What do you think?
I mean, you know, not every team has to have an aggressive game every time. Cold2's just kind of been focusing on being consistent overall, but, you know, touching back on Enshame for a second there, they might be in the lower on the leaderboard overall standings-wise, but they're kind of keeping up with people all the way up into 11th place kills-wise, so they just need to work on their placement points a little bit.
Yeah, they were alive
and right here,
go on, Seven.
We're kind of seeing that finale going on between Lazarus and some of the other teams that were just left. It's good to see that Ace was still alive, and right here, B4 just trying to get an angle on him. Luckily for Lazarus, there was a little bit of terrain change there on that mountain, which helped him out. And right there, I honestly don't know why he decided to go for the pickup there, knowing that there was a player still left alive. So interesting choices. And I know you guys were mentioning here, Lolo going with pretty much going level to level with the player from Cool2. I was hoping, and this is my crazy self thinking, I wanted to go ahead and Lolo to jump off, do a 180, and then finish the other guy from Cool2. Just add that to your montage.
Mate, we're not here for style points, we're here for kill points, all right? Like, actually, if we did add an extra ranking for style points.
Imagine. And
then we as judges hold up like little 10 cards or like 9 cards, you know, that'd be perfect per kill. We'd have to do a lot of them. We have the overall rankings. B4 now moves up into first place once again. The jostling continues. I didn't think I'd be saying that sentence today, but that's correct. The jostling continues. 374 points for B4 up towards the top there, as they've got themselves their only team with the 4 chicken dinners here so far. And Tempo Storm will drop a little bit, as will Wildcard. Seven, what are your thoughts?
Keep in mind, Tempo Storm has not played 32 games like B4, so definitely a stat to keep in mind. And another one is that currently from first place to 8th place, which is going to be the teams qualifying, they have about 100 points difference. So teams that we're going to be seeing here on the second page, I feel like today, this is the halfway mark of this tournament so far. They need to step it up to the next day whenever we are live. I want to see Cloud9 come out hot. I want to see Omen Elite, even though things have not, they're one of those teams that the past couple days, they've just been getting so unlucky with zones. I want them to go ahead and just start adapting differently, because honestly, this game is so much RNG at times that you can't let that face. You need to be able to adjust. And coming into Erangel coming up, I want to see what they do. That's one team I'm still looking out for.
Glitter, the Ace 1 countdown. There's only 3 games remaining for you. What are you thinking?
I'm getting stressed. I feel like I'm now part of the team. Like every time there's like one less game, it starts like weighing on me more and more. But I'm holding out hope. We still have 3 more games. They just have to pick it up just the slightest little bit. One decision can make or break a good game for them.
If I'm adding extra stress to your life, I'm doing my job well. I think I'm a sadistic human being. I like this. I like putting you guys under pressure and seeing how you fare. Let's take a look at the schedule then and see how that goes. We have 3 more games remaining here for all of this. Literally nothing I say is serious in the entire world. This is why being a host is great. I can say whatever. It's brilliant. We have Cool2 2 getting themselves the first win of the day. Lazarus getting themselves the second. And now we move back on to Erangel. So let's see how it's going to shape up for this one. 7, of course. I'm going to call it the same thing I've called it twice throughout this broadcast. It was a cookie cutter Erangel end previous.
Yep.
I want something more wild.
In regards to wild, do you want a military ending, kind of like what we saw whenever Loops Esports won? Do you want it to be that kind of wild, or do you want it to be a bridge ending? There's just so many possibilities.
I want, you know what? Because this is original Erangel, I want the military runway, because I just said I was sadistic, and there's no cover on that bloody runway. So you got to make your own.
If we get that final circle, I feel like Mustache Dave finally has to save his mustache. It's time to pay up those bets that he has lost.
I feel like he's bet it 3 times. Glitter, you've watched every single day or been here. Mustache Dave, he just throws his mustache around willy-nilly, like just, you know, puts it in bets here, puts it in bets there. When's it going to come off?
I don't know, but that scares me. Like, that's like, what if you're just like throwing your hair around? Like, if I was like, oh, well, if they win, I'm gonna chop it off. Like, no, don't do that. That's your bread and butter, Dave. You can't just use that as your thing to bet with at all times. Like, everyone's stressing me out today now. Dave's gonna lose his mustache. I need Ace to win a game.
I want his brand to become Shaved Dave, because it'll be perfect.
Imagine.
It just turns up, the lower third is Shaved Dave. I need this in my life. And then also hashtag storytime with Dave, of course. So hopefully.
It'll last for about a month and a half, and then he'll grow it back.
Yeah, I suppose so. All right, any final thoughts, Glitter, before we go into Erangel to get things going?
I mean, yes, Ace. I'm actually going to be looking at B4 again.
Yeah.
They had a strong showing on the first Erangel. They didn't close it out, but they still did a ton of damage and played very well. And we just saw how well they did in game number 2. I feel like they're kind of on a little bit of a steamroll today. Yeah,
maybe. I think they're playing calm and patient and then turning on the aggression when they need to. Is that fair, 7?
Yeah, they have been, and I think for my end, one of the teams that I'm still kind of looking forward to, for them just to start the engine today, is either make it or break it for me. Kind of today with them is going to be Omen Elite. How are they going to go ahead and come out? Are they also going to try to just bridge camp what they did before with B4? And what happens if PK comes in? There's so many possibilities that I cannot wait until we get into this match.
No, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. I'll send you on your way once again into the Nether here in the virtual world of PMPL Americas. And I'll bring on the commentating team for game number 3. Again, as previously mentioned, it's going to be Erangel, Snods, Dave, Shaved Dave, eventually, Mr. Shaved Dave himself. Hashtag storytime with Dave. How are you doing, Dave? No, he's muted.
Don't get this chicken dinner. I am shaving it all off. It's coming off, baby.
The whole mustache is coming off?
All my hair. The top too. The top, the bottom, the middle, everything.
Where's
I mean,
the
that's
branding go though, Dave.
It's just Dave. It's just Dave, man. Nothing's wrong with just Dave.
Just Dave? Is that what we're changing it to? Just Dave?
I'm just Dave now, guys. Come on. Where's the respect at?
Okay. How are you doing, Snods?
Yeah, not bad. I'm excited to get 2 Erangels today. It's my favorite map. You know, you spoke about the landing strip on military base. I like, you know, conclusions towards the bridges, east or west, either or. I like them both. I always find that they're the most chaotic endings.
Yeah, they definitely can be indeed. And I also like to see that. We've seen a little bit of bridge camping here and there from time to time. Some of it successful,
Omen,
some of it not so successful.
Yep.
Yep. And now it's time for me to disappear into the virtual world, and I'll see you soon.
Okay. Thank you very much, Claris. And yeah, I mean, Omen Elite is one of those teams, Dave, that does play towards the Eastern Bridge. Obviously, before they drop towards Nova, you've also got Trem Caretta as well that like to drop there, but they're not playing today, so more space. Maybe Ace 1 could try claim some of that space later. But either way, in game 1 of today, we saw Kultur take the victory when it was in the open fields of Gatka. Dave, if you're going to bet your mustache anywhere, where is the circle going to be going?
Okay, this is double or nothing. I think circle number 1 will have school in it.
I mean, come on, that's quite... okay, I'll give you that one. To be fair, maybe it's, you know, a hard shift to the west or eastern, we'll see, but I'll hold you to it, as we do have the playing trajectory on our screens coming from the eastern to the western side. Very southern, though, so this is going to be great for teams like Omen Elite, B4, they've already mentioned already, but Wildcard Gaming, you know, towards Severny, or Cloud9 towards South Georgia Pool, you know, these are the teams that are going to be really hard felt with this path.
Hey, these teams are gaming. And you brought up Omen already, you know, swapping out Zute for Telly yesterday. They were able to acquire an additional 10 more points improvements from the day before. So speaking to Zute, you know, kind of asking, what's the idea? You know, what's the idea of swapping you in for Telly here? And really, Juicy is still the IGL, but Zute is coming into the comms and providing additional information that the squad just really appreciates. And the main goal today for Omen Elite is just to kind of stabilize this squad, because they've been having a lot of changes recently and they just want to get back into the groove of things. So let's see. I mean, with circle number 1, I told you school's gonna be in it. But Omen Elite, Milta, Power, Milta, we'll see how they can decide where to go with this zone.
Ooh, Wildcard Gaming has said, where are they going to be landing? Most likely going to be hot dropping, as they did drop towards Shelter. Alpha 7 zooming past them, but Alpha 7 are going to be fine for now. I imagine in their vehicles, a lot of these teams are going to be rotating further north now, especially with the zone being so central. I mean, Yasnaya, Roshok for Tribe as well. They're in their vehicles on the way to Roshok. Obviously, we know King 8 loves that spot. And for now, Alpha 7 passing yet another team, but then again, Prosa just looting up. He's going to be fine for now. But what's happening to Team Solid?
Team Solid look like they're kind of split up for the time being. Maybe they didn't really catch a break when it comes to the drop. Maybe some of them wanted to go over there to Lepopka. Maybe some of them wanted to go to Mansion, Shelter, maybe even Prison. But it is just going to be contested. And Team Solid, we saw them yesterday as well, finding themselves in some 1v1 engagements throughout the whole day. Actually, it's just something that the team is kind of known for now at the point in the game. And it really hasn't been working. I mean, they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm not trying to be too harsh on them, but they are at the bottom. And man, just a squad that needs to work on their rotations, and it really starts right out the drop from the plane. You got to stick together. You got to use your numbers to your advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, we were casting the one game they actually won, which was on Vikendi. This is Team Solid we're talking about. And even then, you know, we have to say they did get quite lucky with the zones, but they played it well. They played inside the zone, and they got the chicken dinner, but with only 2 kills. And I believe the team below them actually outpointed them on aggregate because of the extra additional kills they found. So for Team Solid, maybe don't play so passive and try and take your fights with a bit more intelligence, like we're seeing from Ace 1, where they get aggressive. They found that it didn't work on days 1 and 2. They pulled it back slightly. Whereas Team Solid seemed just so passive from the get-go.
Yeah, but you mentioned it. They did get a chicken dinner. And, you know, just the fact that they can get a chicken dinner in this high-skill, competitive lobby, it goes to show you, like, they definitely have what it takes. Like, they have the tools needed to be the victors here of the lobby. We just need to kind of see them utilize that same strategy and, you know, just kind of play together. And, you know, I definitely believe in the squad Team Solid, because all these squads, I mean, all 20 of these teams playing in the Americas region, they got here for a reason, Alex. They're the best of the best in the Americas. So, I mean, just the fact that they're in this lobby, it's a really good thing to see. But at the end of the day, all these squads, after today, we're going to be halfway done. We're going to be halfway done. And if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is time to go back to the drawing board. Change some things up, because you only have 2 more weeks to go. The main goal, top 8. Top 8, that's all they need.
And the issue is there's a huge discrepancy between teams in the top 8 and then the bottom 16. You know, it's like a 100-point difference, I think that Seven mentioned on the desk. Ooh, J7 has EZ in his scope. X-Quest actually today having quite a quiet first few games here. Obviously, we typically expect them to be towards the top 5, top 6 in these matches, but I believe they went out 15th in the last game and had a similar fare in the game earlier on Erangel.
Ace over here, bridge camping. Setting up for a bridge camp. I believe Grunto, at least 2 of those members, recognizing the enemy down there, will be popping on into the water, going for that nice little swim over here. Grunto kind of split up themselves here. Not sure why they were sending it down south, especially with circle number 1 having a majority of it on the mainland here. Maybe they were, you know, looking for some early kills, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Grunto like to drop quite near Primorsk. We typically see Grunto up against Team Queso on Erangel towards the western bridge, but I don't think they're getting Ace. Yeah, I said it, actually. The fact that Trem Caretta aren't here, there's free space on Military Island, and ironically, it's Ace 1 that filled that gap, and maybe Grunto are trying to do the same, although Ace may have got the better of them in that hot drop, as they're the ones who are hunting them now in the waters like sharks. But Tempo, they hunt like sharks too. When they smell blood on the water, they pull the trigger. It's the other kill leaders currently in the tournament, but as I say that, they're going to be waving the white flag and say, look, Pittsburgh Knights, you can have this position towards the south of Pachinki. We're going to go back inside Pachinki, exactly in the center of the circle. And for Tempo, why risk it? Just stay safe and wait for the next zone shift.
Yeah, and in game number 1, they were able to get second place. So, I mean, Tempo, they're doing really good, and they don't have as many games played as, say, for example, B4 and Wildcard. So, for them to be in second place with less games played is amazing. Over here, though, Team Queso, Marco, trying to toss out some smokes, trying to get that revive onto their squad mate. Looks like they're just getting kind of picked apart on that rotate.
Yeah, one of the players has been taken down from Grunto, but in the meantime, 2 were dropped from Team Queso, although they should be able to revive here thanks to the smokes. And the fact that we're only 6 minutes into the game, so a lot of these teams are very spread out, so third party isn't going to be quite as much as an issue as it would be later on. Let's take a look at the map, though, towards the north. It's still Severny for Wildcard Gaming. They're not going to be making their rotation yet. And again, I think it's a similar fate for Tempo Storm here, where they need to wait to see where the zone is going. Is it east? Is it west? Because that will completely change their rotation from Severny, whether it's towards Yasnaya or towards Georgia Pool.
Yeah, it's interesting that we saw them, trying to rotate on out of Pachinki. Pachinki is their drop spot. Pachinki is pretty much, as center as you can get right now in circle number 1. So maybe they were just doing some scouting, trying to decide, okay, is the southern path, is it clear? Is it good to go just in case we do send it down there to military base? But one thing to note, speaking to HH24 before the games, they told me straight up, they're like, Dave, I'm coming for my crown, because right now I do believe Acer is the top fragger in the lobby. And when we look back at the scrims, the 80 games in scrims, yep, HH24 was the leader when it comes to fragging on out. And HH, I mean, they just got that confidence, and they said, when we come into the games, Dave, we're just playing for fun. Like, we know we got the skills. We know we could be top 8 at the end of the day. So we come in every single game and just have a good time. And, hey, it has been working here, Alex.
That's the mentality you want, right? They're currently top of the leaderboard, if not, I think they're second now after B4, but the fact that they've got 5-game discrepancy between those teams, which pretty much means after those games have all been played out, they will be number 1. And now the competition is between themselves. As you said, who can get the most kills overall, forget the other teams.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to it, the competition is really between themselves, because HH and Tensa, they have a rivalry amongst themselves on who can frag out the most. So it's actually kind of funny every single day. Like, of course, they want to get the chicken dinners, but the important takeaway is who can get the most kills per day between Tensa and HH24. So that rivalry definitely keeping it fun for the squad.
Ooh, we saw this happen in the first game, actually. B4 made this rotation. They managed to do it down the side of the hill as they exited the eastern bridge, but Omen Elite are now holding off a different angle, slightly further back, as Levi is in that vehicle and he's at the front of the convoy. Omen may wait for B4 just to walk past them and give them that false sense of security and then let off the shots.
Talking about B4, letting off some shots over there with Omen. We do see the next zone going on up. Looks like Omen and B4 both need to make their approach into circle number 2. Rosshawk looking pretty gosh darn solid over here for Tribe. Juicy over here on the outskirts, trying to get some pot shots on B4 on their rotate. It looks like B4 all have vehicles to themselves, and Charme is going to be right in front of B4. We might see ourselves with an early engagement between the leaders of the lobby, B4 and Charme, who are currently in 18th place on the overall.
Oh, I believe it might be XQ Gaming, actually, as Team Solid as well are going to be rotating in close proximity. No, it isn't Charme, excuse me. XQ Gaming are on top of them as well. So both of those teams are neck and neck. As I said, Team Solid going to be rotating to a hill just behind those teams as well. As XQ Gaming going to be taking the first exchange here with Charme, as one of these players is going to be dropped off early, but look at the difference in terms of compounds and what they have. They can use it to their advantage and allow for the vehicles for Charme just to walk into their crosshair, and there's the corpse of one of those players from Charme before he can even get close to that compound.
Yeah, Fox, the IGL for Charme, pretty much the entirety of scrims and PMPL. Looks like Charme did lose one of their members right off the gate, right off the bat of things. And Lupita telling me, like, the squad, they're pretty happy with how they've been playing. They just need to kind of tighten up on their team fights. So by them, kind of huddling up in that shack right there, it's kind of telling me like maybe they're not trying to take the fight right now, something that they told me that they need to work on, and that goes to show you exactly why or what their weaknesses are. Say, for example, they get a knock. You want to instantly push that instead of letting the enemies get that revive, that reset. And we see right here, Shifan from XQ going to be up here on the roofs, currently looking on over in Charme, and also the rotate from B4.
Yeah, I mean, team fighting is a salient point to mention. I mean, when we look at these teams like Wildcard Gaming, Tempo, B4, even Loops as well, it's really the team fighting that separates these teams. Communication as well, which Grunto know all about. But then again, Grunto, they've been on the rise too. I mean, they finished, what, 4th or 3rd in the last game?
Grunto 100% on the rise, and this is a team consistently top 5 before they got picked up. They used to be known as the Unnamed. They qualified in PMCO. I mean, they fought tooth and nail. Not only that, last year, in order to qualify for Malaysia, I believe they missed out by like 4 points. So they almost made it to the actual LAN event. And then, of course, you know, they lost one player along the way. And they're kind of just trying to find, you know, who works best for the squad. And after yesterday's performance, I mean, Sixless coming into the team, doing some IGLing. I mean, if they get the zones, if they get the circles, this is a team so good, Alex. And honestly, I hate when people discount squads like that, all because they have a couple rough patches. Don't count them out yet. I mean, don't count them out. It's just not fair to.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, we're not even at the halfway mark yet, so those tables can definitely turn going into the last 2 weeks as Pittsburgh Knights rotating close towards Pachinki. Actually, Raven and Carnage are quite far away from J7 and Jag. Actually, you can see it on the screens now as we're about to see where this next zone does shift to. Oh, Lazarus, they've been gifted the RNG again 2 games in a row.
Hey, you know, winning last game, definitely what they needed over here. Looks like Russell is going to be within Sunken City. They have a 2-2 split going on right now. I'd love to see Lolo kind of regroup on up. Sunken City, probably going to be a hotbed. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple squads decide to just straight up send it on into there and just, you know, ditch their vehicles in the water, get into some type of cover. But this zone is concerning me because even though it looks like it's going to favor the south moving forward, we can see it going to the north. In that inlet, that river, it is so dangerous to cross if that will be the case. There's a little island they can kind of swim up to, but it's just going to be a death trap. So I'm curious to see if a squad like maybe Coltu do decide to go all the way up there to the north, just in case, you know, if you're a squad up there to the north and we do get a northern shift, oh man, it is going to pay off big time. But we'll see.
Yeah, what's interesting too is actually Tribe are going to be sharing Rozhok with Kultur as, yeah, it is Omen Juicy. It said someone from XQuest there on the feed, but either way, it's going to be Team Solid here in a bit of a kerfuffle with some of the players from Omen Elite. We actually saw from Trem Caretta, if you remember, Dave, a few games ago, or days ago, excuse me, they managed to win one of the games on a wrangle from this position, as Omen Elite are waiting just patiently outside of school. And actually Alpha 7 are going to be rotating inside of school, so they may come here for the third party.
Ooh.
But the party has begun. The grenade is going to be kicking off the action as Juicy has been knocked. And with that, are we going to be witnessing Team Solid apply the pressure? I believe so as Matt. Ooh, actually Rezi is going to be the one leading the charge here. But B4, whoa, B4 hits you. Look at this.
What's going on over there?
Oh my God, this is Nam flashbacks.
Angry with the double. That will put a halt to the push from Team Solid. Team Solid also need to worry about getting third party right now. Looks like they were able to keep them at bay. I believe that's going to be in Charme, kind of caught in the middle of this run right now. Smokes are going to be on out. Omen Elite able to get the resets.
Yeah, Garcia, I mean, maybe you could get one kill if that, but actually Lukatas is going to be surviving for good, so in Charme going to be out in 16th, but Nico, he's coming forward, going to be instantly dropping to prone. He's actually still alive here behind the vehicle, but eventually it will be exploded, and with that, maybe his life can be taken away, but Zute, calm, cool, collected. Let's see if he can try to turn things up, though, as he comes spiraling in here onto the compound or the wooden barracks that the Team Solid currently have, but they're only really down to 2 players that are surviving, and it's going to be NTX, who's super low HP, and he's going to go down as well. Where is this last player? I think it's Pros, but he's off in the wilderness. He's off in the distance. He's trying to come back into this, but Juicy, Angry, they're up. They're going to be spread as well, so they can shoot him from the flanks. Dute is going to be getting the kills as well. Onto the players from Team Solid. Now Pros may have to do his best, always impression from Kultur, and try and snake his way into a top 5 finish on his lonesome.
Yeah, Angry back there holding down that anchor position, making sure Proza can't get any closer, maybe toss one grenade and take out all 3 members from Omen who are attempting to go for that revive. But that wraparound right there from Zute, I mean, deciding right off the cusp of there. Oh, look at this. Tempo making the push onto Russell, I do believe so. Tempo, Spec is going to be down.
Ooh, Russell as well going to be taken down from behind. Tempo, actually, no, it's the grenades. Tempo and Wildcard are both so strong with these high explosive grenades. The chuck over the ridge line, hoping it finds their match as the smoke down to Spec, hopefully allowing for him to be revived as Tempo Rain as well is going to be dropped as well. So 2 players going to be revived here. From the side of Tempo, Spec's actually been killed. So this is quite a rough start here for the favorites.
The Chuck Taylor out here. You got Wildcard all the way down there to the south as well. Third party in this. They're trying to blow up these vehicles. They're trying to pop these tires. Trying to get as much damage pretty much as possible onto Tempo. Looks like Russell will be able to get revived as the teammates are going to be repositioning. Alpha 7 up here at the water tower. Looking down there on Tribe. Tribe still in Rozok, but let's go back on over to this fight because Wildcard are pushing.
These are 2 titans as well of PMPL Americas going back and forth as it's going to be 2 players dropped now. It's all down to Rain. He was just revived, so I'm not sure how much utility he even has left here. Slicky shall be revived. It's Enigma that's dropped. I can't quite see as of yet, but either way, before they hear the action, they can see the cacophony of smokes and bullets flying past, and they want a piece of the action as they send in Maxon, but the scope there for ASOB means he sees the enemies off in the distance, but they need to deal and quell Temper beforehand.
B4 trying to make the pull up here. This is the death man zone right here. Death Valley. You don't want to find yourself rotating through here. And look at this. We got 4 different teams. Rain currently being bombarded by Maxon right now inside the smokes. Rain is Rain the last one alive for Temple right now?
He is.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is really an awkward situation for Rain as he's inside the smoke. That grenade going out to Maxon, though, is perfect. That might delay the push here, but there's still 3 versus 1 as Rain. Inside the smoke is going to be shrouding him for now, but not for much longer. Tempo going to be sent packing in 14th. Although, where did Wildcard go? They just rotated away. They're gone.
Yeah, Wildcard, I mean, using that as the perfect distraction to get to a better position in the zone. Smart play from Wildcard, not wanting to get pinched all the way out there in the west, because if you can recall, Lazarus were out there, they were peeking their heads, they were taking them shots. They probably saw the push from B4, honestly, and Wildcard's like, let's get on out of here. It is not worth the risk. I mean, we still got 13 teams alive. We're only 18 minutes on into this match. Crazy game so far. Here comes Omen, still being peppered by grenades. I mean, they can't catch a break right now.
Grunto going 1-for-1 with Omen, but it's actually Alpha 7 as well. Well, now rotating in towards School, who are going to be helping out Omen here as they do knock down Sixless, who was applying shots from the south. As it's Grunto, who are the furthest south. It's B4 as well towards the south, as it's Omen, who you can see actually in the scope of OQ. And then towards the north, it's really just Kultura. They've got their own just farm out there. They're just chilling.
Hey, they're planting the crops and waiting for the yield, you know. One thing I want to note, Grunto, their vehicles are safe in that current position. And on the flip end of this, Omen Elite, their vehicles, if they even have any at this point, are going to be exposed. All they have right now is a rock. We do see the next zone go on up. Grunto, they'll probably be able to utilize those vehicles to push a little further north, right? And maybe even, you know, cut off Omen Elite in the process. But Sunken City, no longer in play. Lazarus, Ace, Knights, B4, Cream, XQ. I mean, all of our squads, a big chunk of our squads are going to be right in this area. B4, though, with the advantage, the gatekeep is real right now.
Yeah, we have to give an applaud as well to Wildcard Gaming, who took the 2 kills against Tempo, then they decided to rotate and leave B4 to finish off the job they started. And thanks to that, they're inside the center of the zone as more teams are starting to enter. It's Grunto, but look, Alpha 7 are going to be gatekeeping that one. Sana has been dropped as it's Sixless and OQ who are still alive here for Grunto, but towards the west, Dave, 5 teams, and they're going to be gate-kept as well, potentially from B4, that have to get inside the circle as Carnage, trying to live up to his name here and push through this blue zone.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really favoring Lazarus' position. They're kind of holding down that choke point because if you are in Sunken City, you don't want to move through the water because that will just slow you down. And Minwoo finding out firsthand how good this position is. Carnage out there in the blue, trying to heal on up. Jagger already crawling. Oh, Minwoo with the connect. There goes Carnage.
Jagger's down too, as is Criminal Batiste, who are here up against Ace 1. Not sure how many players are still alive for Ace 1. I can see Paralyzed there, just a bit further back, a few meters away from his teammates, as Good old Irish, maybe trying to get the final kill onto Jagger, but eventually he will bleed out either way. But no, Minwoo, he wants the credit. Going to be finishing off the kill there as a scanner as well from Cream Real Batiste is going to be taking out another kill here for Pittsburgh Knights as they make it for 2. Oof! Raven though, he's after 3. It's going to be Nitsu who's up close, and to the left of him as well. Another player here from Cream Real Batiste as they're going to be trying to go for the flank as Raven has to try and manage these 2 angles. The grenade comes out, the blue zone's coming in, the grenade actually doing 20 damage to himself here, but he's dropped down. Nitsu doesn't realize it as of yet. Energy drink coming in, he's preparing himself for war as... Ooh, they're just outside the zone. Raven could be hearing the footsteps as Nitsu catches him out in the open, shoots out the micro Uzi so close as well, so that weapon is going to be deadly if he can connect just a few more bullets. Raven going to be caught healing outside the zone, and there you have it. That's going to be Tribe Gaming as well, who are taken out alongside with Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, you saw how slow Raven was moving, walking through that water. Not only that, it slows you down while you heal, that is. So you're like triple slowed down right there, you know, going out in 11th place. Rolex out here from Alpha 7. Remember, they were kind of overlooking Tribe and Rawsock from that water tower position. They're going to be right now on the east side of the zone. They might be taking the fight with Call 2, fighting for the high ground right now of this hill that is kind of dividing the 2 teams.
And Dave, we get another zone that's going to be favoring Wildcard Gaming. I mean, they have one player from Grunto. OQ is inside it as well. But besides that, the remaining 8 teams don't have players inside the circle. And at 22 minutes of Phase 5, this is where the action is going to be kicking off for us here. As XQ Gaming have got a crate, as AZ has gone away from his teammates in order to gather that. Abdul going to be leading the kills, actually 4 for him on his lonesome.
That's risky. Call 2 going to be looking right at that crate. But, you know, of course, if you can acquire that crate for free, I mean, that's level 3 gear. Who knows? Maybe the AWM in there. That's definitely going to help you moving forward here. XQ, though, they are going to be making the push right on top of Wildcard, trying to get into the center. Rolex trying to connect these snipes with that bolty out here. Got the big boy in.
Oh, and these snipers are going to be prolific with a circle like this because there are no compounds. It's just going to be open greenery here. So these players are going to be shot like flies up against these scoped weapons, but they still have to get in proximity of it. Ace 1 going to be eliminated in 9th, so not quite the same performance they had last time when they finished 5th. Lauren's not going to be happy with that one. Omen Elite as well. 7's not going to be happy with that one, but Wildcard Gaming, they're happy with their positioning so far, but there's so many teams currently trying to swarm them and take position of this current ground as this Lazarus, B4, and just behind them as well as Alpha 7. Who could throw? Whoa, forget all of that. What's going on here? It's going to be Quest Gaming up against Kultur. As always, going to be spamming into the smoke, trying to finish off Starlight, but no, his star still shines, but eventually to the rescue is going to be AZ. They're just trying to finish off the rest of the players here from Kultur. That's them out as well. Starlight is still alive, and he gets one of the kills too, as Lazarus are now suffering here from Wildcard Gaming's artillery.
That crate, the Groza. Oh my goodness, AZ just spraying out there, taking out Cole too. Now they are going to go for the heals. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they're pinned down by Lazarus. So Wildcard, they couldn't crest on over the hill and get that third party, because if they do so, they would have exposed themselves to Lazarus, who were bombarding them with grenades. Slicky, though, between these 2 UAZs, using it for cover, trying to get as much information as possible. AZ, only 1 bandage. Nothing to their name right now.
HZL actually knocking himself down with his own grenade, which means that you see the side of X-Quest not able to actually punish Slicky here because one of the teammates did knock himself, so Slicky now probably wondering, where the hell are they? Why aren't they pushing me yet? As Alpha 7 look pretty strong here. B4 though,
they've been
still with 4 players alive as well. They're very strong here. It's 2 alive for X-Quest Gaming, it's 2 alive for Lazarus, although Russell has been dropped. It's 4 alive for Wildcard. So inside the center is Wildcard with 4, but I think B4 might have the advantage depending on the next circle.
B4, they got all of the squad alive. They've been in the south just watching the mayhem unfold, not wanting to push on into it. They're allowing everybody to kind of take out each other, and then they're just going to roll up on into that little tiny woods, the little area that they have, the little tiny trees. They got some decent cover to work with, but they've been just, you know, snaking it right now, watching this fight unfold right in front of them. Oh, AC is connected up by Slicky.
About to say that was about to be the general's whistle there to go over the front line and try and finish off XQ Gamer, but they managed to do it regardless as Alpha 7, 1 player dropped, they're now down to 2. Look at Tas though, firing off shots back against B4, trying to revenge his dropped comrade, but they can revive Levi as he's going to be fine for now, gets the heal off 2. As B4 currently leading the charge in terms of the live season stats, but look at Tempo Storm in 3rd of 5 games less played. Although Tempo had a poor performance here on game 3, Erangel as Wildcard are now split off a 2-2 position. And with this elevated angle here, the ridgeline, they can just show their heads. They can just show their heads. And you've got B4 who are lying down, who are a full object to be shot at. Whereas for Spring, it's just one head, and you can see the difference already. Look at this from Spring.
Spring going to be connecting on out there in the distance onto Lazarus. Irish trying to heal on up. Pedro making the push on into the dip where Alpha 7 using for cover. There's gas cans out there. The DP, Pedro fragging out right there. 3 teams remaining. Wildcard with 4. B4 with 3.
Oh, no, it's down to
dub here.
Down to 2 now. It's Wildcard Gaming with 4, and they've played a stellar game so far. And it's B4 as well. You have 3 surviving. Mixera, Maxon, lined up by their teammate as well. Pedro, who's been one of the best players for B4 so far. It's PMPL America season as the zone favors both these teams, although some of the players from Wildcard Gaming may be exposed once the zone comes in, because you can see it kind of cuts them off slightly. Now these teams are starting to prime their grenades, get their utility ready, start to lay down the lay of the field here on this battleground as the smokes are deployed. The Molotovs as well, trying to flush out the peaks from both these teams, but it's checkmate right now.
Yeah, the smokes will be, pretty much blocking sight lines. Maxon, as I say that, with the M4 will be connecting onto Enigma. This might be the push coming out from B4 right now, as it will be a 3v3. Slicky currently behind those burnt out UASs. Has some decent cover to work with right now, but the revive, successful. Enigma, back up.
The zone favors B4, and this is where Wildcard Gaming have to get creative. They're going to be creeping and crawling ever so slowly to the sides of this ridge here on the cliff, or this hilltop. I'm not sure what we're about to witness, as Pedro is going to be showing himself for now. Enigma going to be caught once again inside the open, but Asor's behind him trying to see if they can trade that kill if it is to happen. But no, as B4 are starting to spread out here. They've got a player to the left and right flank, and they've got Pedro as well. They're backed up by Mixera. So this is going to be good here, coming out from B4, as the players now from Wildcard Gaming make their push. It's going to be Enigma with the first one as he drops down Mixera, and now into the 4 versus 2. It's all about the numbers here, Dave. That's going to be Pedro down. Maxon going to be left all alone, and down 6 feet under he goes. It's the win for Wildcard Gaming, and they do it with 10 kills.
Oh, man, amazing. Amazing right there. Wildcard getting that chicken dinner. B4 though, second place. I mean, this is a team that is in first place, or at least they were, coming into this game. I got a note though. I got a note right there. Wildcard pretty much doing what B4 should have done earlier on. Remember when B4 got a knock onto Enigma, I feel like that was B4's opportunity to make that push because it was an even 3v3 fight. And then on the flip end of that one, we saw Enigma was able to get revived. And then once when Wildcard got that knock on to Pedro, that's when you saw the full squad of Wildcard kind of pushing on over there. I feel like that was the play that B4 should have done earlier on. But regardless, I mean, second place, what a crazy zone that was.
Yeah, and it was crazy to watch. I mean, Kalaris, how was it from your end? Oh.
Hello.
Can't quite see you. I just hear some weird grunting noises. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what you're doing on the screen.
I was in a battle, but you've kind of just teleported me in the middle of it all. So I was dual-wielding pans, the best weapons. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, a fantastic finish, to be perfectly honest with you. Very impressive there by Wildcard to be able to get the push over that hill. I mean, it was a 4v3, right? Aside from that, Dave, I think the angles that they took were smart going up against, the opposing team. What do you think?
Yeah, not only that, before that fight even happened, like Wildcard, they were pinched. They were pinched by Lazarus. Lazarus were just bombarding grenades on their location, and Wildcard focusing on taking out Lazarus before making the push on the other side, on the northern end of that hill for that advantage. I mean, they had a lot going on that game, Wildcard.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Cheers, mate.
Tennis ball you away there with this pan, and we will bring back on the analysis, guys, to get all of it broken down from Erangel. Our second Erangel game, of course, we have one more coming up later on. Yes, you've got your cheeky pans too. Where's Glitter's pan? And no.
Wait, what? There was a pan. I need one. That's not fair. I've been left out.
I have 2. I could throw you one, but it might get TV. Probably shouldn't do that. Might break the studio. Of course, yeah. Looking at how this game went down here, 7. Very impressive by Wildcard, obviously, to get themselves the victory here. They held that dip for quite a while, and they really exploited it very well.
They did. They played that perfect. And one of the other teams that we actually saw having another dip that didn't play it out so well was Alpha 7. For some reason, one of the players decided to get into a car and just climb up the mountain, which kind of gave away their position. And that was the downfall for Alpha 7 right there.
Let's take a look at the overall rankings from this game as we have the points coming in to see how Wildcard fared for the kills as well. Not only that win, it's 30 points going over to Wildcard to get things going. B4 with 21 points off the back of that. 7 kills go to them. So very impressive by B4 throughout the day, Glitter. They've been very consistent.
Yeah, they have been, and they were the team that I had called going into this Erangel map, thinking that they might be able to continue that momentum into this. They almost had the win. I was almost 100% right, but Wildcard was just too strong and too well set up in that final end zone.
Alpha 7 as well, 19 points for them with 11 kills. Nicely done. 9th through 16th here, though. Tempo Storm had a rough ride of this 1-7. It was very unfortunate. It was a great dip, technically, that they had, but they got caught between a few teams that were very much so on the warpath, on the rotation, and it was all for nothing.
Yeah, I'll definitely don't say the word what happened to Tempo Storm right there, but they just got so unlucky by every team just sandwiching them, and I'm pretty sure we'll end up seeing it on the highlight exactly what happened because I believe it was Wildcard and B4 that ended up taking advantage and getting some of those kills.
Yeah, definitely so. So let's take a look at the team stats here from Wildcard and see how much damage they were able to put up whilst doing the business, doing the damage here throughout this game as we go over the 2,000 mark once again. 2,068 damage. A lot of healing having to be done here throughout this game. And considering the terrain that we had in some of these final circles here, Glitter, I think it's not too surprising there were a lot of engagements as they were down in a dip, engaging up to people coming from the Rozhok Hills, etc. So they had to go through the wall.
Yeah, definitely not surprising at all, but it is nice to see how active through those stats. You can tell that Wildcard is in all of those engagements. Not only are they putting out the damage, but they're clearly making sure that they're healing up from taking on their own.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows that not only can they handle those high pressure situations, but they're able to keep their entire roster up even while taking all of that damage throughout the entire game.
Yep. And continue on. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for this game. Game number 3 of the day. And we'll see how things unfolded at the beginning. A7 already started blasting to start things 7.
Yeah, and I believe A7 actually ended up getting the most kills in this team in this game so far with 11 kills. So interesting plays there. As you can see, they're just completely fragging out. And right here, one of the plays that we saw from Wildcard was that they were going to be able to take advantage of Tempo Storm just being pretty much on a lower position. They threw some grenades and they got a couple kills. And Rain, the last player, he was not able to hold back B4 as B4 just rushed in and destroyed him. And one of the other fights that we also saw towards the end here, Lazarus and PK, they decided to go ahead and just move very slowly. The team's Cremeral Betis ended up getting the last player there from PK. And overall, I feel like one of the teams that actually had a better performance so far in this map was Omen Elite. They ended up being in the top 10, so that is great to see. XQG finally being able to go ahead and pick it up as well. I think they ended up with 8 kills themselves, so overall, great performances around.
And you can see XQ's position there. They went up against Cool2 in a hell of a brawl over on the other side of this hill, which was absolute chaos. But here are the final moments as well. You can see B4's positioning, and you can see the sweep that comes out from Wildcard. Once they know that they're confident about taking those engagements, Glitter, they were just all gung-ho at that point.
Yeah, I think once they specifically got Enigma up, because Enigma did get knocked earlier in that fight by B4, they got Enigma back up, made sure they had the numbers against B4, and just completely committed to that push.
Yeah, definitely so. So good stuff by B4 though. Once again, let's take a look at the total damage throughout the lobby here and see how that stacks up, because I think there's probably going to be quite even apart from maybe 1 or 2 outliers, and we actually have pretty even between 5 of these teams here, with Lazarus kind of be sneaking up behind all of this too. XQ being able to put up some decent numbers, but A7, I actually really liked one of A7's dips towards the very end of the game there, 7, but there was a drive up a hill. Maybe they were scared of nades or something. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it would have been one of those things that they might have been scared of people just rushing up on them, which ended up happening with B4 just being super confident and taking over that location. But I think by A7 just grabbing that car and trying to go up the hill, it was just a recipe for disaster. I wish instead of using those cars to try to go uphill, I wish they maybe would have set up some kind of wall of an outer wall on their divot to maybe protect them a little bit more, to give them a little bit more cover. I think they maybe would have ended up with a win.
Yeah, could have worked. Could have worked. I think they had to focus. They had to focus on B4 though. That was the main threat going into some of those final situations, and it felt a little haphazard, kind of put together, as it were. But that's going to be by the by there for that. An interesting circle, not quite something that is very common here that we've seen on Erangel so far. We have the analyst highlights on the way. Let's take a look. Who's taking them? You've been fighting. I know one of you wants to take them.
I'll take it because we're going to be seeing exactly what happened here to Tempo Storm as they were just getting sandwiched by Wildcard and B4. As you see right there, beautiful grenade to go ahead and actually here coming up soon, Spring is going to go ahead and throw a grenade and just finish up those two last players standing from Tempo Storm. And what you're going to be able to see is that Tempo Storm doesn't, I mean, Wildcard actually doesn't stay to go ahead and finish all the players. They decide to go ahead and just start rotating and position themselves on a better place. So that was great to see. But look at the other team that's currently sneaking up on Tempo. Rain might think, okay, you know what? Wildcard, they're kind of moving away. We don't have to worry about them. And guess what's coming your way? A full team of B4 just coming in. Gonna be rushing you. I believe he was able to knock a Max in here, if I'm not mistaken. So that kind of set him up. But right here, just from every angle, just getting absolutely gangbanged. Poor Rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely mobbed. And unfortunately, at the beginning, the grenades able to explode very, very conveniently there on a few Tempo Storm members. Well done there by B4 and the other teams that are trying to take them out. Glitter, your thoughts regarding our Erangel here?
Well, I also think that that play right there specifically was very smart on behalf of Wildcard, because if you look, Enigma's health was super low at the moment that Wildcard decided to back off away from Tempo and leave and put themselves in a better position. They probably did that because they saw the damage coming in from B4 for that third party, knowing that potentially if B4 is pushing up on it, they're fully healed, they're fine. It's not like they fought anybody recently. So they would be at a disadvantage if they were to try and continue that fight with Tempo and then move into that fight with B4. They made the smart decision, they backed off, they allowed themselves to get fully healed up, and then in the end, they ended up winning the whole thing because of it.
Yeah, very nicely done. The wild card, eventually we'll end up seeing how it stacks up with the overall standings as well here for a wild card, because they have done so well for themselves. So up towards the top, as if they needed any more points. 395 and B4 395. Oh my god, the kills are so close. The placement points are so close. That's ridiculous. The level of similar placement, etc. seeing here, 7. That's insane.
I feel like today can go either way. We already seen. I think this might be the most changes on the #1 spot that we have seen so far on this PMPL, and it goes to show, right, with halfway through the tournament, teams are finally starting to get comfortable with rotations, starting to get in their groove, starting to get just in their zone, and it's paying off for teams like Wildcard Gaming, B4 Esports, and Tempo Storm. And I cannot say this enough. Just keep in mind, Tempo Storm currently has 5 less games than Wildcard or B4.
So that is true, but whilst these games have been going on today, I feel like it's been up and down for Tempo Storm, and they haven't quite been able to exploit that little lack of playing the matches as much as we kind of expected after yesterday. Is that a fair assessment, Glitter?
Oh, 100%. And then, I mean, even moving into our second page, just take a quick look at those. 2 teams that I do want to point out are Omen Elite and Coltu. We see both of them moving up in the overall rankings. Now, this past game, we actually saw Omen Elite with almost 2K damage. I think they were right at like the 1800 mark. So they're definitely getting more confident with their fights. And Coltu has literally just been moving up our leaderboard all day today.
Yeah. They've been doing splendidly, very much so. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have 2 more games to go, and we will be going to the Tundra. It's time to, get yourself a little bit of a jacket on and head over to the snow. Vikendi will be up next, and then at the end of the day, we're finishing the bookends. We have 2 of them, but technically there's 3 today. I just don't know what to do with myself with Erangel. So Vikendi on the way. There is Castle, one of, your favorite places, 7. And we have seen a bit more variety of circles. We almost ended up in Dino Park yesterday.
Yes, we did. And one of the things I actually want to see is I want to see a final circle with at least some height advantage for a certain team, Because one team that has been really quiet lately, that has kind of fall off for me, has been Tribe Gaming. At one point, they were first place, and they're currently sitting in 7th place. So hopefully, here going into this Vikendi, they can pick it up and bring back some of that spark that they had the previous days.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they seem to really value some of these high ground spots that you can actually get on Vikendi, and there are some like little rocky terrain areas that can be very advantageous to you if you actually do take them. Again, I would love to see a high advantage like a Mount Kresnik, like a Goroka. We haven't really seen circles towards those Glitter, but they provide different challenges, especially Kresnik, which is so uphill that if anybody is actually up there and has an advantage from that spot, they can get themselves a lot of kills.
You were really just pushing for like the verticality change type end zones today. And you called your northwest end zone, and the game was like, you know what? He's been asking for it. I might as well give it to him. Who knows? Maybe you're going to give that same type of luck to Vikendi today.
Maybe. If I had to pick between Kresnik and Goroka, I'd pick Goroka. Mostly because that's the only place I drop on Vikendi, unless sometimes I go up to cheeky Trevno. But I love the multi-layeredness of Goroka. I think it has good loot, and even the extra layer up near the little hilly bits next to the buildings up at the top. I think it's good. So, any kind of final thoughts, Seven, before we actually go into this Vikendi game?
I think I'm just going to go ahead and continue to stick to the teams that I've been looking out for. I want Wild to have another great game. Omen Elite, they finally got in the top 10. Maybe they can go ahead and push it up a little bit more. Maybe get into that top 5 situation will be great for them. And overall, I think I'm with you. Goroka ending will be pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, Glitter, you want to chip in?
I mean, I'm looking for Tempo to pick it back up.
Yeah.
They did well on Vikendi yesterday. They struggled today, so this could be good for them.
Seven,
and the pan's back.
Seven, I've put down my pans. They're too far away. I can't pick them up, all right? Stop petting your pan. I didn't think I'd say that today. That's weird. Get on, go away. All right, leave me. All right, we're bringing on the commentators here for our next game. That was strange. Snods, Dave, Snods, how are you doing? We had I didn't expect the circles going Erengel's way in which they did, but I did like the opportunity for a lot of these teams to have a good little divot to actually fight out of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, last time when Culture won was that urban ending inside that building with that chaos, if you remember Loops, and I think it was Team Queso. This time it was open fields, and it was who could throw the best smokes, the best grenades, and it really tests the players' creativity on the fly, so it was always great to watch.
Yeah, let's see some of that on Vikendi. It's time. I'm disappearing. Enjoy, boys.
Thank you very much for center stage, Laris and Dave. It's our favorite. It's always our game. Well, besides one when my internet crashed a few days ago. It's Vikendi. It's what we love, and we've seen before that, Goroka's been up there, Mount Kresnik's been up there, Castle for me, Dino Park if you're Seven. I'm going to have to ask a prediction again on the zone. What are you thinking?
Just because Cloud9 aren't playing tonight, Bahar. We're going Bahar.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I was actually about to ask you about that as well, Dave. You know, Vahar is one of the spots, the spot that Cloud9 dropped to. I mean, it makes sense. It's safe. Not many teams drop towards it, but it has vehicles which you can use for rotations. Will we see teams like Ace1? Will we see teams like Grunto try and hotspot that?
I mean, they know it's open. Call 2 kind of taking up, at least in game 1, the position where Cloud9 likes to go. It looks like Call 2 actually dropping out first, headed down there to Hot Springs. Balnova will be on in. Abbey, we've seen some Abbey plays coming on out. Looks like the Knights are going to go back to the tried and true spot all the way up there to the north. Cosmodrome. A lot of teams, though, not in circle number 1. So it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to rotate. And to answer your question, Alpha 7 actually going to be taking up Bahar.
Yeah, and Vahar's a really good spot because there isn't really many 2 teams towards the western side. So if you get into Vahar, use those vehicles, rotate down towards Winery or Abbey, then you're going to be in a very safe spot going forward. Whereas you look towards the north and, of course, Cosmodrome, we know it's there for the Pittsburgh Knights. Then again, Trevno as well. We know that's really important for Team Queso. Although this time for Team Queso at Trevno, there's a lot more teams in their path of rotations. Now there's Kreml Batiste, there's Tribe, and there's also Kultur as well there towards Hot Springs. Whereas before, a lot of the eastern side was vacant.
Yeah, but they might be able to kind of come in late. They can kind of come in late. Cream would probably, loot up real quick and then send it on into the circle. So even though there are a lot of teams in that general side, the east side of circle number 1, I feel like they can get enough meds, just kind of top off, pop a pain pill, drink a boost or whatnot, take a little bit of blue damage and then come in late, and they should be fairly secure because a lot of teams, they like to loot real quick and then go right to the middle. And currently, Ace are going to be right on in the middle. But yeah, Alpha 7's position, it is free and clear. I mean, we talked about it. It's got multiple vehicle spawns in that general area. It's got wide open roads. And honestly, there's a bunch of warehouses in Bihar that everybody can easily just, run on in and loot. You don't have to worry about opening doors. You could just honestly just run through there and you could be done
as well before you have to open a door for it. So it's very quick just to be like, okay, don't want that, I want that.
It's quick. It's quick and concise. And speaking of Alpha 7, they're already done looting. They are done looting. It's about 3 minutes on into the match. Alpha 7 already on the move, Alex.
Indeed, they are. And as you said, Ace 1 in the center of the circle towards Volnova, so they can be very happy with that circle RNG. And maybe, just maybe, this is the game that they can try and take that chicken dinner in, as they are the only team so far in PMPL Americas that hasn't had the chicken dinner. I think as well an important point to make is there's no loops here today, Dave. And one of the big things about loops is they are so good, especially on Vikendi, at killing these teams as they make their rotations inside the circle.
Yeah, loops, traditionally we've seen them here on Vikendi. They just go up there to a hill. They try to get some type of high ground and they kind of spread apart, but within range. So if they do get crashed on, they can easily support one another. But they just, spray down every single vehicle. And, the most popular vehicle here is the Zima. So we've seen loops. They actually target not the driver, but the wheels. They want to target the wheels so that they can hinder that rotation. And then when they slow down that vehicle, then they get the actual enemy. And oh man, Loops' damage numbers yesterday, if I can't recall, they had a game where they almost had 2,000 damage.
I mean, it was ridiculous.
It's actually nuts. It is actually nuts. But like you said, Loops, thankfully for the other squads, aren't going to be in today's matches. So, people can kind of, ease it up a little bit.
I think a point as well I wanted to make is I've casted every Vikendi game besides one, and the best Vikendi team I've seen so far, the best map played out from start to finish, was actually XQuest in one of the first few days, if you remember, when Zyfan was on the top of one of the terrains and just annihilated everyone. But it was their teamwork, it was their rotations, it was their communication, it was all spotless. But today, for XQuest Gaming, obviously they were out yesterday. Seems like they're off to quite a slow start, but there's still going to be this game and then another one following it after for them to have their redemption today. As Tempo, does he know that Spring's off there into the distance? It seems like he may just be wary and expect a team to be here, as they are playing just south of Mount Kresnik, which is just at the precipice of the circle.
Yeah, if they don't know Spring is here, Spring definitely knows they are there. Spring going to be hitting the deck right now of the second story balcony, trying to get some information. Is going to be trying to get on out of harm's way because Slicky already on the rotate, heading towards that castle area just south of Villa. So the 2-2 split going on right now for Wildcard. They do not want to take this engagement. The main objective right now, avoid being spotted by a full squad, because right out the gate you'll be at a disadvantage. So hopefully the duo up there, Acer up there just north of Tempo, they can evacuate the area safe and sound and do a nice little wide rotate around Villa and regroup on with Slicky and Enigma before other squads make the push, because other teams, they also are going to be looking at this general area when it comes to finding their way on into circle number 1.
Tribe making their rotation away from Cement Factory down through Volnova and catching out XQuest Gaming, and then Sharma here towards Winery. So that hilltop has currently been occupied by those two teams. So Tribe may want to try and gatekeep the river towards Volnova and towards Hot Springs, as Pittsburgh Knights and Kultur are both there.
Yeah, and it does seem as if Tribe, at least compared to yesterday's Vikendi, are going to be a little bit more cautious. Yesterday we saw him, it was like King A, just straight up sending it, driving it uphill. And we said, this could easily be corrected with some scouting. All you got to do is just scout it out. And it looks like Memo is actually going to be spotting Call 2 out there. They aren't going to take any shots. They're going to let Call 2 kind of set up shop, give them that false sense of security. And then maybe we'll see the push from Tribe. I mean, Tribe, they're in a compound. They got safety. They got the hard cover. They're in circle number 1. So honestly, if they can't get a free shot onto Call 2, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see them kind of, you know, just relax, camp it out for the time being. Information is everything. So just the fact that they know there's enemies out there on the coast, that's a victory for me.
Yeah, and also they probably think that, okay, you know, you can walk past us, but there's still two teams. I mean, you can see it on your screens currently. And Charme, who are above Kultur, who can shoot down if they do spot them. So Tribe are going to be wary of that and understand that Kultur have more teams to keep themselves occupied besides just Tribe. As Team Queso are now making the rotation past Cement Factory all the way down from Trevno. They've been very patient with that rotation, obviously scouting it out slowly, making sure that there's no more teams in that rotation. Whereas conversely, for Pittsburgh Knights, they were hot on the rotation towards Vornova, and whoa, what's just happened here?
I think Sixless was driving, driving. Maybe the music was on too loud, and Alpha 7 spotting them out, blowing them up, sending them back to the lobby.
Yeah, that's one of the things, obviously, when it just suddenly cuts to someone blowing up in a vehicle, you just left thinking, you know, how has this happened? And must have been an over-rotation from Sixless as they weren't expecting towards Milnar to have Alpha 7 here, as Team Solid have their own issue to deal with now, which is going to be Omen Elite. And this is towards Dino Park as well, so it is inside Phase 1, or Circle 1, whether you would rather call it. But for Omen Elite, they know where Team Solid is. They've also got a kill as well so far onto Proza, so now they can just gatekeep the circle. Oh, wow,
seeing what the
Grunto.
bulkies.
Oh, yeah, Grunto again going to be feeling the pain here coming out from Alpha 7, but wait, what?
Did they just... Oh, Grunto with the defend right there. Grunto, they only had 3 up. They were able to take out Alpha 7. Oh,
yeah,
that's
Sixless
huge.
as well. Just a 3-man squad. It's 4 team kills. So Alpha 7 trying to crash onto that compound towards Milnar, thinking in a 3 versus 4 they had the advantage versus Grunto, but no. Can't be that confident here when you are playing versus the best teams in PMPL Americas. You always go to talk about it at length, Dave, the fact that these teams fought so hard to get here, and these are some of the best teams in the world.
NTX, Team Solid, that solo member right behind Omen Elite, kind of, you know, Omen Elite, the sandwich, the bologna, right in between them and their squad mates. I mean, NTX is trying to get some information, probably won't take the shots, might be just a little too risky. Oh, as I talk about risk, I see Omen actually making the pull-up out there in the distance onto Team Solid. This is a 2v4 right now. NTX needs to make the pull-up. Rezi with the Uzi, connect down to Zute.
Yeah, but remember, one of the players has already been killed here. That's Proza. As we are going to be getting the circle shift momentarily. Remember, this is just south of Dino Park, which you can see. So they are going to be inside the circle, so that will slow down the push here from these teams. And now with that additional time as well, Dave, they can start to make this a bit more calculated. Oh, no way! Oh, Mafioso says, not a chance here, Angry. Not going to be allowing for the revive onto Zute. Nico trying his best to get the trade frag, but only able to land 1 bullet. And look at the HP as well for Mafioso. He's so high health, and now Nico has to worry about NTX. As Rezi manages to finish off the job onto Angry, and suddenly we're into a 2 versus 3. Nico and Juicy are both going to be surrounded and quarantined by the multitude of Team Solid players, as the Molotov doesn't quite go deep enough, so NTX knows where Nico is, but Nico going to be bringing the fight here to NTX. He's going to be pushing for that 1 versus 1, and he does so much damage initially. And now as NTX trying to traverse his way around this rock, is this going to be Nico on top of it, but gets the spray down, and now we're into a 2 versus 2. Okay, can Juicy survive for long enough? No, he can't. He's going to be knocked down by Rezi, and now Mavioso and Rezi can try and go for the 2 versus 1 onto Nico. Oh, NTX is behind the rock. He's hoping that Nico will try and get the conversion kill onto NTX and maybe open himself up here for one of the teammates from Team Solid to get that kill onto Nico and allow for NTX to be revived, as Nico priming himself for this exchange. Goes for the medkits, whips out the G360, goes for the kill, gets his this extra point. No, he doesn't quite get that kill. Omen Elite are just trying to get any kill points they can because Nico is last alive here with 15 teams left. There isn't really much hope for the placement point. Still dodging and darting and weaving, but no. Dodge bullets, but he can't dodge a spanner, as he's going to be throwing a spanner in the works here for Team Solid as he falls back slightly further, but Rezi still on the hunt. Team Solid, they need these kill points. It's currently the 20th as they watch NTX just fall to his fate. And Nico is now still in a 2 versus 1. He's doing quite well for himself.
Doing quite well. Mafioso not able to get there in time and get NTX help. That's what feels bad for real, especially with Nico on the retreat on this one. So now if you are Team Solid, you got to commit to it. I mean, losing NTX right there, you got to commit to taking down Nico. You can't let Nico get on out of here without taking them down and out. Talk about teams trying to take each other out. Lazarus out here. Looks like we're on the tail end of this fight with Wildcard. Wildcard losing Acer. Spring going to be popping up, trying to get onto the snowmobile with Enigma. Minwoo on the hunt.
But what's crazy as well, Dave, is they let NTX bleed out to try and get the kill onto Nico, and they've still let Nico run away scot-free. So Omen Elite are going to be happy, yeah, so they can try their best to go on the Lone Wolf mission as Team Solid maybe not committing. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The fight's still going on.
Now. This can't be a 1 versus 3 from Nico. He's going to be coming on the side. Rezi's got the micro Uzi up close, but they're going to be lining up for the spray.
Oh, no!
What is that from Nico? He's just 1 versus 3 them, and they're out in 15th.
Oh my goodness. Baiting NTX, losing NTX to the bait. I mean, they got the revive at the end, but they lined up perfectly. Nico just spraying them both down. Oh, with the same magazine as well with that G36. Team Solid, I hope they didn't throw their phones after that one. I hope they didn't throw their phones or break those screens, because that, very upsetting. Very upsetting. I mean, hey, congrats to Nico, though. Able to acquire some points right there. Got a crate. You know, hey, here's a crate. Good job, Nico. Take that crate, and we'll see how many placement points Omen Elite can acquire now, as they have nobody near them over there by Abbey.
Yeah, I was about to mention, Dino Park Abbey, there's no teams there. Everyone's towards the southwestern or eastern side, of the circle, as right now, in terms of kills, I mean, there's not many. It's for Kendi. Typically, that's quite common here on this map, where you start to see the action arise at 20 minutes or so. So to see a few kills and some excursions here already is good to see, as we're just waiting to see where this next circle does come to. As inside the center of it currently is going to be what's left of Ace 1. And also, we have Pittsburgh Knights there towards Volnova.
I wonder if Nico, obviously Nico knew who they were fighting, but Team Solid, dead last on the leaderboard. I wonder if Nico's squad mates were like, Nico, you're better. You got this. You got this. Kind of pumping up Nico.
There's nothing to lose.
Because Nico was, trying to retreat. Nico was running away, trying just to avoid the fight altogether. But I'm curious if the squad was like, nah, Nico, you better turn around. You better turn around. You better go take that fight. And Nico getting that knock right there, I mean, kind of turning the tides. And, oh, wow, Nico winning that fight. Hey. That's amazing. That's amazing. But let's get on into this game. Tempo, they got 4 up. Looks like HH24 looking to be the kill leader of the lobby. Has Irish in their sight lines right now. Zooming on in, waiting for Irish to peek that corner to take that headshot. Gonna be connected on to Irish. Irish forced to go into cover, heal on up. But Lazarus with that 2-2. Wouldn't be surprised if they tried to rotate on around and really, catch Tempo off guard. Because Tempo, they are tunnel vision right now on to Irish.
Exactly, and near them as well then towards Castle, the only remaining player from B4, and that being Mick Zera. As we have Culture here currently on our screens towards Winery, as XQuest Gaming are still here as well, but they are just neck and neck, and AZ as well, going to be the first one to crash into the compound. Let's see what happens then. It's going to be a 4 versus 4. Ooh, but Zyfan and HZL, they're quite far away, so now for AZ, he's going to be trying to make people a few points or bullets easier to kill with these grenades, but yeah, I mean, it lands onto Luxy, so suddenly that's going to be a 3 versus 4 now, and we should be seeing XQuest Gaming pounce on this 4 versus 3 as AZ. Just trying to clear the angles 1 by 1, be systematic here, just jiggle peeking, doesn't want to give away his life for free here, as XQuest Gaming have the advantage as well. All they have to do here is try and deny. I mean, Luxy just crawling to try and be revived. If they can stop that, they keep the advantage, as now they have another player as well who's going to be coming. It's HZL towards the flank of the right side as well, backed up by his teammate Starlight. So, always, Zhuang, they have to hold the angles, because Fran is caught inside this building. He is going to be able to get away, though, momentarily.
Yeah, Shifan over there on that off angle, very critical, or crucial, that is, to the push from XQ, because XQ, they can utilize the southern part of this compound, which is going to be covered, so Call 2 won't be able to surprise them. And possibly, Call 2 recognizing the situation that they were in right there, the disadvantage, especially after losing one of their members to that grenade, going to be pulling on off of this one. XQ, though, popping in vehicles, are they going to just be content with being able to overthrow Call 2 at Winery? And it looks like they are. Okay, so they're just going to be relocating their vehicles, sending it back up to Sheepan, keeping those tires safe. I mean, they got a kill, and they got a prime spot right now in this new zone.
How long have we been seeing Enshame and Tribe just square up to each other? Like, come on then, who wants it first? But seems like actually Tribe are going to be the ones to walk away, as they know better. Remember as well that Enshame have the compound advantage and the high ground as well.
And that was scouting. That was scouting right there. They were pulling up instead of sending it right on to Charme. They stopped halfway. They saw, oh, there's some enemies out there. Do we want to take this fight? Do we want to risk it, or should we just pull back to cover? You know, keep our vehicles safe. They are going to be right on the edge, and very smart move because now we see Cream all making the pull up in their convoy. Looks like Tribe will be taking some shots over there.
Yeah, remember as well that Tribe saw Criminal Batiste make the rotation towards the coastal line, and now with the way that the circle's formed, it's going to be Criminal Batiste who are forced out of that coastal line and now into the gaze of, I mean, God forbid if it's Sam who's got you in his iron sights or his scope, because he doesn't seem to miss with the M4 spray, as Nitsu is slightly more exposed here, but actually the ridges here of the coastal line will be working in their favor. So Sam with the G360 as well. Woof. Even worse affairs here for Kremmer. Yeah, exactly. So it's the position and the weaponry that he has as Nitsu or a Scandal may actually pop out into his scope. And yeah, that's it. He's there for 1 second. He's already 10% health as Sam does get tagged up as well. But behind the cover, they can easily heal up. And now for Kremmer Batiste, do they fight this?
Yeah, no one to the south of Tribe right now, so Sam can kind of peek on over that roof for free as long as they're not connected on by Cream and getting some nice shots. Talking about getting some nice shots. B4 taken down and out. They are sent back to lobby. They will have one more game to go here this evening. Let's see, will this next zone, will it favor Tribe out there on the East Coast? No! So Tribe, Cream, they need to make up their mind quickly now to make it on into this new circle. Winery, XQ, currently in the south right here. Grunto still right there as well. Nico, the solo member for Omen, still carrying that Omen flag, trying to get as many points as possible.
Have to remember though, they're out the circle now. They've got 30 seconds. I'm speaking about Kremmer Batiste because they're off in towards the east of the map, and Tribe know this, so they have to be smart with the timing here. Do they rotate too early and Kremmer Batiste come up behind them? Or do Kremmer Batiste play a game of patience? Who will rotate first? And Tribe, they're waiting to see if it's going to be Kremmer Batiste.
Yeah.
You pull that rotation trigger first.
I think Tribe are just going to wait this one out. I mean, Tribe with the advantage, you know. Cream, they're right in that dip on the coast right there. They have cover. They have a couple vehicles, but they 100% need to send it on out of here. So I wouldn't be surprised if some smokes pop out. Huge fight going on right now with the Knights, though.
Yeah, what's going on here? That's really going to be Carnage who's dropped. And Charme are going to be killed off by Pittsburgh Knights with 3 kills for them going forward, but at the cost. Oh no, Carnage hasn't been killed actually, so he can be revived up, so he's going to be happy with that. Kremmer Batiste, they managed to rotate away, but at what cost? Because you rotate past Tribe, and Marco's waiting for you. That's 2 kills, I think that's a 3rd as well. And that's going to be Kremmer Batiste out in 12th.
They actually left a member behind as well. I saw Uni. And they're also spotted somehow. I guess, you know, peeking their head over that wall. Oh, I mean, Tribe. How did Cream manage to slip on out of Tribe's hands? I'll have to go back or maybe ask them. I mean, Cream, you know, definitely getting style points with their stealth maneuvers. Just unfortunate for them. They ran right on into Team Queso. Looks like Tribe are going to be piling up into the shed, using these vehicles for cover, but they were shot. They are spotted. XQ just to the south of them, making sure to take as many casualties as possible. Ayala taking shots out there in the distance onto the Knights as well.
And now with Team Queso as well piling in onto Carnage and the Pittsburgh Knights, this might mean that the side of Tribe can go for the revives. This is going to be, Team Queso, like a pack of dogs here, is going to be hunting what's left of Pittsburgh Knights as Raven trying to crawl away. Thankfully though, Jagger has managed to get inside a vehicle, so can get away momentarily, but even then he's on low HP. J7 can be revived, but at such an audacious cost.
Yeah, and one thing to note, Jagger is in the zone, does have these burnt out Zimas for cover, but just to the south of them, Tribe and both XQ are going to be making the push right on top of them. So how long can they bide their time and survive? Looks like Team Queso are going to be satisfied with their current position. This is what we were mentioning earlier. Tribe, they're able to get those 2 revives, so they have 4 up, but XQ making the push right now, 4v4.
Yeah, Sam's going to be dropped into a 3, making a 2 versus 4.
M249
shots. Yeah, the M249 saw is just ripping through the whole of Tribe. As there's another kill there for HZL, and there's going to be many more as he comes up close. Oh no, the Molotov could be flushing out. Seagull, he's still alive inside the smoke. The Molotov could be burning HZL alive. Zyfan's been dropped. AZ's low HP as well. This is cool. I can't even take an adjective for this. Chaos, Carnage, you name it. As Tribe, they still have 1 player left. He's going to be doing his best Nico impression here as he chucks up the Molotov onto Zyfan, and Zyfan might be burning inside of it, but no. Oh no, thankfully Team Queso are there for the 3rd party. They just give XQuest a lifeline.
just running with the M249, spraying it down, on fire. I mean, bullets ringing out everywhere right now. But Team K, so 8 kills so far. They're going to be looking on over here. They're like, someone got M249? And they just see someone on fire running around spraying that bad boy. Insane. Oh, talk about insane. Ace making the push on the tempo.
Let's see then, it's Ace1 up against Tempo as Nunes goes in first. This is going to be the nades actually from Spec that drop down. Players as Tensor as HH24 dropped as well. That was from the same grenade. I think the grenade didn't go out the window. I think he's just dropped 2 of his teammates here, Dave. And now, oh no, Tempo. There's still players left up here for Ace as well inside the smoke. This is so hard to read here as Tensor's about to bleed out. You've already got one of the players as well who's already been killed off here, but Tensor has been revived by Rain. And now into the 4 versus 3 as the grenades, the Molotovs, they can all be flushed in here by the side of Ace1 as Tempo trying to see if they can recalibrate themselves here in this exchange. But Ace, they want to turn up the heat here in this firefight as Ace1 going to be dropped now. Spec with a proper grenade this time, not going to be landing at the feet of his teammates as yet again Tempo forced to go for the revive and forced just to try and heal out here and hope that Ace1 eventually get third-partied.
Yeah, honestly, Ace1, they are just getting peppered right now. Tempo, there's only 2 ways in this little building, this little garage. There's a door, and then there's the big garage door. So they have their hard cover. Ace, they are going to be getting shot, I believe, from over there. It's going to be Lazarus. Grenade still ringing on out. Tempo getting aggressive right now, trying to get these points.
They're just inside the circle as well, so for Ace, they have a minute left before they make it, but the Molotov, he can't jump over it! Davy's stuck!
No!
He's been dropped, and now Tensor, oh, they're going to be pushing on this one. Now with the Molotov kill, it's going to be the prime time for Tempo to push.
What?
Oh, Rain still alive somehow, able to go for the heal, but there's only 2 players left here for Ace1. They're going to have to be falling back and try to go for a different point of attack here as Cap and Quinn both still here. The smoke's going to be deployed onto their teammates, trying their hardest to keep their teammates alive for now as it's going to be the 2 versus 3. Tensor's going to be healing up here, but can he heal up in the nick of time as it's going to be the revives coming out from Ace1. Tempo going to be smoking themselves off yet, so that means the revives will be coming through, but no. Tensor, he's pushing. Let's see, they're not close. No, we can't do it. Cap's got it. And now that's the kill onto Tensor. And now we're into a 2 versus 4 if the revives are going to be coming through. Oh, Tempo, they had a poor performance last game, and it might be deja vu.
Paralyzed on top of the vehicle, avoiding the mollies that Rain is tossing around now. Smokes everywhere. Lazarus right there on the outskirts, making the push onto the shack, onto his garage as well. Here comes the random sprays on through the smoke. Paralyzed with that Uzi, taking out Rain.
Beck has so much to do now. He's on, what, 5% health if that one shot, even a kiss here from the side of Cap would get him, but no!
What?
Ace1 eliminated.
Grunto third party! Grunto third party!
Wait, what?
Grunto just third party that, taking it out for themselves. What? That was, oh my goodness, we need to break down that one for sure. Both teams just taking down and out. Grunto still alive out there in the west. Lazarus to the north, still with 4 up. J7, the solo member right now for the Knights.
Kills.
Marco for Team K, so it's a 4v3, v1v1. That garage, that bad luck bears all day in that garage.
Hey, Lazarus might be taking their second chicken dinner today. They're going to be grinning at the teeth here. As Lazarus, as I say that, one of the players is going to be killed. So they're on now 3 players. Actually, another player going to be killed. So now they're on 2. Wow, this is really the cast is curse here, Dave.
Hey, they're doing great. They're going to win this one. They're going to win this one. Maybe they can get the revives. Oh, actually, they got thirsted. So, hey, Grunto, though, regardless, Grunto, 3 up. Can they get a chicken dinner? Marco healing on up. 4 more first aids to go. J7 honed in like a hawk right now into Marco. Spotting out Marco. Karate chop to the neck. You're done and dusted.
And now it's Grunto with the advantage. Without Sixless, remember, Sixless was killed at the start of the game. It's the 3 Vietnamese players here from Grunto who are left. As it's J7 from Pittsburgh Knights. It's going to be Irish and Russell as well from Lazarus. So, with that, in terms of the circle, Grunto, the only team inside of it. J7 has to try and cross the open fields here, as so does Russell. Grunto, they're poised to try and get their second chicken dinner in just a few days.
Hey, all you needed was 1 chicken, and that's the turnaround. That's the turnaround. Ran is going to be using that Zima, using that crate for cover. J7 crawling in the fields. Irish, Russell doing the same thing. One thing to note for Lazarus, Russell, definitely their entry fragger, you know, their top fragger, the carry over there. So good thing to note that they are still going to have that player up and at them. They could win these.
Yeah, this is all about patience here and picking your timings perfectly as the past 27 minutes of Vikendi has all come down to this. This is going to be the crescendo for these teams, where J7 kicks this one off with the first kill. That's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked down. J7 finishes them both off, and now he's into the... Oh, wait, what? He's died to the zone. It's Grunto. I didn't even kill anyone for that. Wow. I mean, they've still got 8 kills by the end of it. Fair play, but J7, fair play, lad, in a 1 versus 2 there. Shoots them down, and now Pittsburgh Knight comes second, and they've got 8 kills as well. I didn't expect that.
Grunto. Just, you know, proning in the dead grass. Just chilling, Max. I mean, they had to fight for that position. You know, they third-partied that huge fight with
lead,
Tempo.
Yeah. And Tempo, everyone,
so they had to work hard. And we saw them. They got crashed on early on by, Alpha, right? Crashed onto them. And they beat them. So, I mean, honestly, Grunto fighting this game, you know, much deserved. I mean, it's not like they just sat in one spot and got favored time and time again. No, they made sure to set themselves up for this chicken. And Sixless was dead. A lot of people like to think Sixless is like the team. No, I got to remind you, Grunto used to be the unnamed top 5 team all day, every day. And with Sixless, that's just going to boost them on up. So they might have had a rough start, but they are turning on the switch. Boop, it's flicked. It's flicked right now.
Kalaris, that has got to be the best Vikendi ending you've ever seen. Or not. Maybe not. It was for me anyway. I guess you can leave it hanging. That's fine. That's cool. I'll just leave now if you want me to.
Nodge, you've got to wait until I teleport in, mate. You've got.
Well, I was told by the producer you already teleported in. Maybe there was a slight, you know.
It's them. It's on them. It's on them. We see Grunto getting a victory here, Dave, and they have been super consistent. I mean, to be fair, throughout the entire day, they've been very consistent, and it is great to see them really stepping up here.
I mean, I'm happy because Grunto having so many haters, at least when it comes to last week. I saw on social media, even Sixless was like, I don't know if I want to play competitive anymore. But this week, 100% has to change their mind.
Yeah, doing very well for themselves. All right, thanks, gents. I'll get you back for the last Erangel of the day as we now go over to 7 and Glitter. Oh, I've got something stuck in my throat here for a moment because, excuse me. What was that?
I honestly, I don't know. Do you know, 7?
No, that was the longest fight between Ace and Tempo that I have ever seen.
I mean, okay, it's just to kind of inform everybody as to what we're truly on about here right now. Yes, Grunto won the game. That's fantastic. We're really happy for that. But we did witness what was possibly the longest, weirdest fight that we've seen in PMPL right now, and it was something. It was something.
Don't worry, we'll get to it, and Glitter's gonna break it down for us.
Glitter's got it covered. It's like 5 minutes. It's an entire novel of a fight, I suppose. 700 pages in total. Let's take a look at the points coming in here for this game, of course, as we have Grunto up towards the top with 28 points. Pittsburgh Knights get a nice recovery on the board as well with 22. Team Queso blasting out once again, actually, I might add, with 12 kills on the board here. 7 and Tempo Storm, 8 kills. So pretty top heavy here for some of these big teams, big names up at the top.
Yeah, definitely. Pittsburgh Knights finally starting to pick it up. That's one of the teams that today that were just getting so unlucky. And then Grunto Esports, honestly, super happy to see them be at the top once again. And that's something that they've actually mentioned, is that Sixless was dead throughout that whole game. So I wonder if that was actually able to help him out. Because remember, Sixless was supposed to be the IGL, but the other players, there is a language barrier there. So I wonder if it made it a little bit easier for the other players to just kind of communicate and do things their way and what they're used to before.
Maybe. Omen Elite get themselves 4 kill points as well as the 3 placement points for a 7. And then beyond their 10th through 16th, not having the easiest of games here. Everybody else keeping their averages nice and tight, nice and high up here when it comes to the overall scores. Tribe Gaming not having the best Vikendi when we've seen them get some really good spots on Vikendi Glitter. Today was not their game day. They've not had the best day.
No, I mean, that was kind of a headbanger of a Vikendi. There were a lot of fights that went down. I think Tribe just maybe got stuck on some of those zones. I didn't 100% see, because honestly, I think we were sucked into that fight. But Tribe and Creme Royale were actually super far east, and the zone shifted away from them pretty hard at one point, and they were going to have to make a rotation. I think they were going to have to potentially rotate through XQ, PK, and Queso. Right. So they had a kind of a journey ahead of them, and that might have been their stumbling block in that game.
A headbanger of a game. You're taking me back to my prog metal days. That was, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Let's take a look at the team stats here for our winners. Grunto getting themselves the chicken dinner up on the board. We have 1,700 damage-ish coming in here for them, and they actually had a few of their kills stolen away from them, but not too much healing had to come out for Grunto. They were sitting pretty, and they won some pretty big fights, to be fair, Seven, going through this game.
Yeah, they did. And on top of that, as you can see, they ended up knocking out 10 people, but only ended up getting just 8 kills. I feel like that just goes to show that even sometimes, listen, sometimes you can actually steal a lot of kills, and sometimes you can just get unlucky and not be able to finish those kills. So, and that's extra 2 points that they could have been able to add to their tally.
Yeah, definitely so. But again, they've been steadily moving up the leaderboard when it comes to our second page, so it is great to see. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for our game on Vikendi and see how those do stack up against one another. Starting things off, we already see Grunto actually getting some early engagements against A7 here, and actually winning out those engagements, Glitter. So even it's not even just the finish that is getting more smooth for Grunto. I feel it's also the early game that's getting smoother for Grunto.
Yeah, every single game, it's like they take another step in the right direction. Every time something goes right for them, they get a little bit braver, a little bit more confident, and they take those engagements. They kind of had, they needed that strong start. I think it's what kind of propelled them momentum-wise throughout the rest of the game.
Definitely so. Moving on here, XQ going up against Tribe, and XQ not had the most amazing results here throughout today and the past couple of play days that they've had so far, but they're still a big threat going into some of these fights, and it was exemplified when they were going up against Tribe 7.
Oh yeah, they definitely are, and I think we kind of saw that perfectly when they went up against Tribe. And another team that kind of did a lot of damage here is Team Queso. Team Queso just taking on any fights when they could, and just taking advantage of any situation that the game gave us. And another thing, PK right here, J7, just being able to go ahead and get that extra kill, get those extra knocks added to his tally. One thing I loved here is that he didn't go for the heals, even though obviously it would have probably helped him, but he went for those kills, those extra kills, extra points added. He knew he had somebody knock. Why not? You know what? I'm not going to go ahead and try to heal this up. Let me go ahead and finish that player. So
yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the total damage then across the board for our teams and see how they stack up against one another as well. Pretty even, actually, aside from Queso and Grunto sitting up at the top here. So Queso with 1,800 damage almost coming in for their 12 kills. And Glitter, I mean, Team Queso isn't quite, racking up the chicken dinners, but when we see them perform, it's usually pretty big.
Yeah, and not only that, but they're able to really convert on the damage that they're putting out incredibly well. You see there with a 12-kill game. So even though they don't win, they're still continuously putting out a good point total overall. And another team that I do want to just re-mention is Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, we saw, I believe it was J7 at the end there who was able to take out the final 2 Lazarus players, which ended up really helping Grunto. But overall, PK had a much stronger showing right now than they have in the past few games.
Yep, not too bad at all. There's still a lot of damage coming out for them as well. So I feel like when I look at Team Queso and 7, it was one of your picks very early on, and I think rightfully so. They're kind of like the assassins of the lobby. They're kind of coming in late, and all of a sudden when they're coming in to some of those situations late and kind of piercing the circle a little bit, that's when they're not necessarily the team that's going to be scary for you to be engaging early game, because they're not engaging early game. They're coming in the mid game and then being able to pick you apart when you're potentially preoccupied with another team elsewhere. But let's actually move on. 7, this is our first highlight, and you can have this one because Glitter needs the next one.
Definitely. I'll more than gladly take this one because my boy, Ominally Nico right here. even though he was the last one standing, he decided to go ahead and push this 2v1, and the plays that he was able to get here were just beautiful. Now, Team Solid is going to be able to pick out the players, but check this out. Nico just letting it rip and getting that 2v1 right there, which was nice to see. Added some extra points to their tally, and I love being able to see players like this get some highlights as well. I wouldn't mind if Nico went ahead and retweeted this. That'll be great to see. And you know what? I think here, I'm going to go ahead and leave it for Glitter because she's about to blow our mind.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if I'm the one that's going to be blowing your mind or if it's the decisions that were made on behalf of both Ace and Tempo here. Ace makes the decision to push up on Tempo, so this entire engagement is their choice, and we watch them go in, be able to put out some damage from the very beginning, but then for some reason they back off. And this just kind of starts this entire yo-yo that goes on between these two teams for an inordinate amount of time, where sometimes they push and then some people get knocked, both teams back off, and they have to res their teammates. We saw one unfortunate nade come out from Tempo in the beginning. It did knock his own teammate. There were mollies going everywhere, and every time somebody, look, you can see right here, like Tempo is gonna go for the res. They're waiting on to get the res for Ace. I don't know why this whole time they were so indecisive when technically I think Ace actually had the upper hand the majority of this fight, because there were quite a few times where they had more overall health and less downed players. I don't know why there were also so many smokes that were put down at one point, because we talked about this earlier. There are definitely points when those smokes are working against your visibility, and that was one of the moments that I think we were all freaking out about too, because we were pretty sure at this point that Ace was going to lose. Two of their players had backed off. They end up re-engaging in this fight. They get knocked again.
Yes.
They have, and then this is the part where things start to actually turn in Ace's favor. There does come a point that will be after this res where they push in, they start getting the knocks that they finally needed on Tempo, and then they just end up getting third party, which could not be any more of an upsetting finish to this lengthy battle all around just this one shack. Honestly, if I were Ace, I probably would have pushed the second I saw them knocked the very first time. But there's the Grunto coming in with the third party, and this is when honestly both teams just end up going down.
And everyone's gone.
It doesn't work out for anybody. And I was screaming the whole time, because up until that point, Ace had actually had zone 4 through 6 work out in their favor. And they were in a very, very comfortable position. Out of nowhere, decided to make that push, and it just tanked the whole game for them.
It's an interesting thing. Let's take a look at the standings here. And I want to keep going on this train of thought for that engagement, because the thing that I noticed whilst that was going on is that molly in particular was so clean and so effective. And some people about them I might be asking, well, why was that so good? Why was that so important? I think when you look at Ace's position, they could only stand behind the shack, because if they've gone left or gone right, they had cover there, but that's because they knew there was potential for other teams to have line of sight of them, right, Seven? So they had to stay behind there, and because they had to stay there, that's why the molly was so good by Tempo Storm, because they'd scouted out the fact that they weren't moving from behind the shack. So a molly is going to get guaranteed damage, right?
Yeah, and it was just such a huge play by them with that molly, except that Ace, all their players decided to go back. Just so much indecisiveness there going on that play. And
Crazy.
Something that I do want to go ahead and mention there on that first page is that we finally have a team that has crossed the 400 point mark.
That's true.
And that is going to go ahead and be Wildcard Gaming with 404 points. And now, as we're seeing here, the second page, Omen Elite, look at that. They're starting to move up. They're moving up the leaderboard, which is something I love to see. It seems like they're finally starting to pick it up. They have had some unfortunate games here and there, but it's good to see that now with Sute in their squad, with pretty much having, in a way, I know we said that Juicy is still the IGL, but Sute also himself being an IGL, having that second, pretty much that second voice in your head is so helpful, and I can't wait to see what they're going to end up doing here. And one other thing to mention, man, remember, Wildcard Acer, he started off the day with 61 kills. I cannot wait to see what he's going to do and how many kills he's going to end up in this tournament.
Yeah, Wildcard's been doing pretty damn well for themselves. Let's take a look at the schedule here. And by the way, Glitter, well played for everything that was going on during all of that. We have Erangel coming up towards the very end, with Grunto getting themselves yet another chicken dinner. This is now 2 chicken dinners in 2 days for Grunto after not having the easiest of starts whatsoever. So this is a great step up for for Grunto that we're seeing so far, as Erangel is now our battleground of choice. And we've had 2 of them so far, Glitter, and now we're going once again for the final.
And we've actually had a different winner every single map so far, and I feel like some of these endings have been surprises for us. So at this point, I don't even know who to potentially call as a winner, because I feel like we've been getting surprised by the likes of Omen. We've obviously seen some of the heavy hitters like Wildcard and before coming in big, but then once again, Coltu comes in. So
Glitter. This isn't true. I know which team you want to win. It's the last game for you, all right? Like, I'll be honest, I actually thought last game was Ace's game. They had a great position in the circles for a long time, and then that fight happened, and it's like all bets are out of the window at that point, right?
Listen, I thought they were going to win it too. And sometimes, had that play worked out in their favor, they probably would have been in a very good position, both literally, positionally in the zone, and points-wise on the leaderboard. It didn't go that way, so that's a big bummer. But
it's time.
They had to take the risk. I feel like we've gotten to the point, games-wise, where we're almost, or is today actually officially halfway through? Are we almost halfway through?
8 days?
We're like 5 games away?
Yeah.
Because it's 16
Yeah,
days.
I would say weeks.
Okay, so yeah, so we're at the halfway point. There's not a whole lot of time left. These games go by a lot quicker than you might think. And so teams really need to start making those big moves, take those risky fights if they want to start making bigger leaps on the leaderboard overall.
Hey, I can't believe we're 8 days in, to be perfectly honest. It feels like we started like a day or 2 ago, and now we've got on 8 days already, which is almost 40 games. Kind of crazy stuff here. Seven, your thoughts coming on to Erangel?
I want to see, listen, I'm going to stick to it the whole day. I want to see a strong performance here to finish the day off by Omen Elite. I feel like in a certain way, the same with Ace. I feel like it's now or never for them. They need to go ahead and get another win. They need to go ahead and get more kills. They start being way more consistent now that they made that switch. And hopefully they don't disappoint. I know my boy Juice is not going to.
Yeah, we shall see how it all stacks up. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to go over to the commentators now and have a little chit-chat with those guys before we actually get into our next Erangel here. Snods and Dave joining me once again. And we'll go with Dave. Do you have any stories for us, Dave? Any particular hashtag story time with Dave?
Oh, man, let me tell you a story. Grunto. They got more chicken dinners than Cloud9. Grunto has more chicken dinners than Team Queso. Grunto, more chicken dinners than the Knights, and Grunto has more chicken dinners than Omen Elite. These are some heavy hitters in the lobby. These are teams that people would have been like, oh, top 8 easy. I mean, hey, they're still top 8 easy, but just the fact that Grunto has more chicken dinners. I mean, this is a team. Last week, people were discounting for days. If there was a sale on teams, they would have been like 75% off, but their stocks went way up this week. I mean, hopefully you bought into Grunto early on, because right now they are just trending on that uphill.
Yeah. Hashtag story time with Dave. Thank you very much for that story. That was fantastic stuff. How about yourself, Snods? Any kind of, not stories, because I don't think we have time for another one, but anything else?
What I'm looking at, I mean, Dave mentioned Cloud9. I'm looking at Cloud9. Obviously, they're not playing today, but I'm more looking at Lazarus, because we have Lazarus at 14th, we have Cloud9 at 15th, and Lazarus have played one less game than Cloud9, yet they're still above them in the table, and here they are on Erangel, a map which they're very good on, and actually the wins for Lazarus have mostly come on Erangel as well, so Cloud9 watching at home, they're going to be nervous.
Yeah, I should think so. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. Take it away for Erangel for the last of the day.
Thank you, Kalaris. And as they kept mentioning on the desk as well, Dave, we're at that halfway point now. This is the final game of day 8 before we go into day 9 on Friday, which means for teams like Cloud9, for teams like Kultur, this is the wake-up call. They have to start getting those wins or those higher positions.
Halfway there. I mean, things are heating up, and man, last game, my adrenaline is still pumping.
Oh, same. I nearly blew my voice out as well with some of those plays.
It was Vikendi. I mean, this is a map that people are always like, oh, it's not the most exciting compared to the other maps. But honestly, you and I, we've been seeing some crazy Vikendi games. Personally, you and me, we've been having some crazy games in general when it comes to the excitement here in PMPL. John and Blank, 100%, they're getting jelly all day. They're going to want to swap with us, I'm telling you. Yesterday, was it yesterday where those 5 teams were in those compounds on the last map? Or no, it was the day before.
It was the day before, I think, yeah.
Point is, every day, there's like one insane, just moment that I know the chat is going to go wild about. But let's get into the last game, Alex. That's the plane. Almost done flying over Zarky.
I want to mention as well, and touch off your point, I think one of the reasons we get such good games, Dave, is because players are more warmed up. That game 1, that game 2, not necessarily nerves because we're 8 days into it, but more about just getting warmed up for the... Wait, what? Sana's just hopped in the vehicle too? And now Axel could maybe run him over. Oh no, Sana. He's going to have to dodge, dip and dive. I think he's dodged the first ramification. Oh, Axel whips it back round though. Can he go for the drive? No, he's missed it again. Oh my God, Sana is slipping around, but no. Oh, Axel's going to be connecting that one and says, good night, mate. See ya. And he's actually going to finish him off with his fists as well.
This is gaming right here. This is real game. Oh, Sixless coming in with the Tommy gun. Hey, that's my teammate, Axel. Take that. Oh, big respect. Oh, Sixless. Let's go. Gaming.
Oh my God, and look at the HP as well for Sana. He's going to keep him alive here as well. Oh my goodness. Why didn't Axel finish him off? He could have run him over. He jumped out the car. He could have fisted him down to death, but no, I don't know. I think he left him for dead, or maybe he was worried about Sixless if he heard the vehicle coming over the ridgeline. Either way, Sixless has saved his teammate and got themselves the first kill.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Sixless could have easily just been like, oh, you're screwed, buddy. You're screwed. You shouldn't have dropped there. You shouldn't have taken the early fight. You shouldn't have popped in the backseat of Axel's buggy, right? That's on you. No, Sixless got that Tommy gun. Full on sent it, boosted for days, crashing on into that buggy right there. Oh, teamwork. That's the name. That's the word of the day here for Grunto. And once when they get that teamwork going, once when those juices start to flow through their veins, the anger. I mean, the team is just popping off right now, Alex.
Yeah, I think B4 might be quite angry as well because Inshar may have tried to hot drop them here towards Nova. You've got Criminal Batiste as well who are coming towards the bridges. Actually, during all that action, we didn't even think about the first circle that is towards the southern side of the map, and actually military base, the whole of military base is inside the circle. More kills now for Sixers. He's in a 1 versus 3. What is this? What?
Hold on, go back to that. What's going on?
Rewind it, DJ. Wheel that one back up because I need to... How are they all dead?
Oh my goodness. Sixless on the roof trying to heal it up. She fan going for the revive. Sixless popping on onto the second story.
1 versus 3, Dave. He's going to go for more. Sana's here as well. He's thinking, okay, you saved me last time. Now it's my time to try and save you. As with the Tommy gun, he can't quite make it happen, but Sana's here for the revenge. Remember as well, the players who be dropped here. It's just going to be AZ left standing. But he does get the kills onto Sana, and he does get the kill as well onto Sixless. So that was crazy. Lots of action. We did get a little bit ahead of ourselves, but there's another player joining the fray. It's OQ now. It's like Grunto. We're just going one by one like dominoes here, trying to test themselves versus XQuest Gaming.
I mean, that's the teamwork, man. You can't let your squad mates get thirsty and not respond. You got to get your respect in here. Q going to be popping in. Like you mentioned, this is a 1v2. Q with the AKM. Ran also on the approach. So 2v2.
Oh, wow, that is a nice shot there from OQ, and now Zyfan's left alone. Oh, Ran's here too! Boom! Boom! Wow, okay, well, Grunto avenged Sixless, and they've wiped out XQuest in 16th. Oh, XQuest, they cannot catch a break, can they, Dave?
Dude, Grunto they're cracked out their mind right now. They are just popping off. 5 kills right out the gate. You love to see it. Unfortunate for them, though. 2 of them, Sana and Sixless, were thirsted in the process. Regardless, though, with the 5 points, all they need to do now is just go for positioning and just, straight up camp it out. Get as many placement points as possible, and they should be fairly satisfied with their performance here. I mean, Q's out here in the buggy, just jumping dips, having a good time.
Tempo are trying to leave Pachinki, but they found a wild Pittsburgh Knights who have found 2 kills. And now for Tempo Storm, they've lost HH24 and they've lost Rain. So now it's down to Spec and Tensor, who are still just leaving Pachinki. So they went for the 2-2 split. 2 players must have been scouting, but they ran into the wrong team. And that's Carnage.
Yeah, Carnage getting one right there. Getting one for the boys. Lazarus in North George. Looks like Team Solid are going to be rotating on past the Ruins. Call 2 did take over C9's drop spot over there in South George. Everybody's going to be getting some decent loot. Ace, you know, right smack in the military base. A lot of teams, I'm actually surprised. A lot of teams kind of thinking it's going to go down south. I mean, Circle 1, kind of 50-50. So I definitely understand why. But if it goes north, Alex, all these teams that pushed on those bridges, they're going to be big regrets right now.
Hey, I said at Game 3 when it was the second Erangel of the day, I wanted to see one of the eastern or western bridges as the finish. And yeah, Wildcard Gaming, I mean, 7 mentioned on the desk, 400 points, and 8th is XQuest Gaming at just barely 300, so it's over 100-point lead right now for Wildcard Gaming here as we are halfway through the tournament.
Yeah. I mean,
is that guaranteed worlds almost?
No. We got 40 more games to go. We got 40. I mean, if they continue right now, Wildcard with an 11.9 average, if they can maintain that every single day, then 100%. But as far as guaranteeing the top 8 spot, I think it's too early. I think it's too early to say still, Alex.
Yeah, I meant if they keep up that performance, they're going to be feeling very secure going into the latter half of PMPL Americas, as Lazarus are going to be making their rotation now just past Pachinki as they came all the way down from Georgia Pool. Obviously, we mentioned it last time, Lazarus taking Georgia Pool now that Cloud9 are watching for today. So they're going to be very, very looted coming into the circle, but they are going to be rotating past Kultur and eventually going to be coming into Tempo Storm, who are still here towards Pachinki. And you can see on the mini radar as well that, oh, actually forget that. Hold that thought for a second. Lazarus is Russell. He's got 1 down. Luxie's down. Fran here is going to frantically try and get this kill and revive his teammate. But no, look at this from Russell. That's another one. These angles are so good. But the shot from Yang, I believe it went under the car. They just tipped his toe, but that must have been enough. There are more players here from Lazarus who could try and come for the train as Irish here at the top of the hill gets inside his vehicle. And now he's going to be coming round the side. He knows that Yang is here towards the road. Can he try and find an angle to catch him in his sight lines, or will he just leave his friend for dead?
Irish, you know, spending a lot of time being indecisive right now. It's like they are trying to get the wraparound. Smoke's coming on out. Yang wants to get these revives. Russell does have that dossier for cover. Trying to heal on up. Irish going to be wrapping all the way around right now. See if we can get these angles. Trying to get that thirst on Deluxe.
Yeah, and he actually got some damage as well onto Yang as well. He's going to be inside his vehicle trying to get away, but always with the Scar, trying to leave Scars, but unfortunately it's just covering fire that is going to be left here for Irish as his teammate Russell is close to dying, but he can try and get in his UAV and try and save him. But either way, I mean, the action right now, I mean, you can see the difference from these teams. They're realizing we're halfway through and the action is so much better.
Yeah, and look at the map real quick. Lazarus with that 2-2. So that kind of, that's why Irish was being kind of passive there, not wanting to full-on send it, because they wouldn't have had that support, because the other 2 duo members are holding down a nice little spot right there. Call 2, we see them still popping off of there. Have some shots firing back and forth at one another. Irish was able to get on over, at least to the position of Russell, but Russell take it down and out right there. So Colt 2 losing two in the process though. I mean, they're not going to be in the next zone. So if you are Colt, you kind of got to be like, okay, do we focus all our resources on Irish, or do we just try to cut them off and reposition and get on into circle number 2?
Yep, speaking of circle number 2, it's gone towards the western side of Military Island as Lazarus still can't quite take a second to breathe. As Wildcard Gaming are in the same tiny little, I don't even know what this is called, shack bungalow by the coastline. You know, this is the kind of place that you'd want to retire into by the coastline and relax and have a glass of wine every evening, but instead, no. Wildcard Gaming, they're on the hunt again for Lazarus, who, well, I was trying to build that narrative about them being 14th and Cloud9 15th, but hey, this is great for Cloud9 and the boys from America.
Hey, it's a good shack. You know, you put a little 60-inch flat screen there. You know, you hook up your consoles, your PC, and you're just gaming. You
could be gaming in your 60s? I think you would be.
Big gaming. Hey, you game all day long. Hey, so, Lazarus, they just have Irish. You know, by themselves right now. Gonna have to go for some placement points. The duo from Grunto, still alive. looks like majority of our squads are going to be continuing to send it down there to military base. They kind of hedging their bets that it will be on out there. Cream catching Yala from Team Queso off guard on that rotate.
Yeah, that's almost reminiscent of seeing Loops play, the way they just kill teams rotating in their vehicles, trying to get inside the center of the circle. Although they will be surviving with just one casualty for now, as Criminal Batiste now can come up towards this high position. I'm trying to see where they are on the map actually. They're very far west actually of Military Island, and they're in a really good position here as the only other team near them is, well, Team Queso here towards Military Base, they just passed.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, all the squads, pretty separated. For some reason, this zone just feels really big to me right now. I guess because of all the action. And, you know, we actually have one team already out, a couple solo members. I mean, like Irish, your last remaining member, Call 2, they only got 2 up. Team Queso only 2 up. So we lost a lot of players very early on this game. Kind of feel like that's why it's feeling kind of empty. But a lot of teams looking to send it on into the position where Ace we're currently holding on up. We got Tribe. We got B4, we got Ace, we got Grunto, all right on top of each other. It's going to be really clustered.
Ooh, Tribe being third party there by Maxon, who was watching for his teammates as they crossed the line. Pedro now knows that there's going to be a player down here for Tribe, and they're going to try and capitalize off of this. Or maybe just loot up what's left of King A's body. I believe it was King A that died for the side of Tribe. Just trying to see, yeah, it was King A who died, so now King A is the in-game leader, can try and give his calls from the grave, and actually sometimes as an in-game leader it can help actually if you do die, and you can just call from the grave and have no pressure, you know, aiming at your sights, trying to use your scope and trying to shoot other players. Just focus on the game itself and the macro plays for your team.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you nailed it on the head. If I was on a team, ooh, look at that circle, though. Look at that circle. A nice east shift. Looks like Omen are going to be on the bridge. You know, Tribe, we just saw them already in their vehicles. So, Team Solid, almost done swimming from Berry Pier. Unfortunate for them, they will be cut off by the Knights. Will be cut off by Cream. And right behind them, the duo from Call 2. So, Team Solid, they need to hurry on up, get onto the land, and just start running out there in the distance. But yeah, if I was to lose a member on the squad, definitely the IGL, because you nailed it on the head. The IGL can still do their job 100% from the grave.
If not even better sometimes. But yeah. B4, still here. Going to be watching out for the side of Ace, who have actually maybe been the ones who dropped Pedro. That's why they're just positioning themselves here adjacent to Ace 1. As really, I'm worried about Tempo Storm here, are still towards Pachinki. Obviously, Lazarus still have Irish here, who's towards Pachinki, but he's on his own. And they still have to rotate all the way towards the eastern bridge.
Yeah, we already see them, you know, they're popping in their vehicles. We might see Tribe in the kill feed pop off here soon as well. But yeah, Tempo, Call 2 might run into each other. The Knights are going to be doing some scouting over here on the coast of Military Island. Are they going to take up the coast and maybe think about taking out some swimmers? I mean, that could be an option here. Some teams might be swimming. I mean, Wildcard, one of those squads that are going to have to swim here soon. Don't know if the Knights spotted them out quite yet, but looks like the Knights are going to be calling this home for the time being.
Yeah, I believe it's actually Wildcard Gaming who may be opting to go for the swim across the river. And it might actually work out quite well because, as you said, there's so many teams towards Tribe, as Tribe are in the center, but that will mean it's a divergence for these teams that are trying to swim across, as I'm losing my voice here with how amazing the action's been today as Mystic. He wants more action for himself, but he's going to be caught off guard by Zute and easily going to be dropped here as now that's another player who's going to be suffering for Team Queso. So now it's just left to Marco left standing. But then again, if you're Marco, you may just let Mystic die as he's in such an unfavorable position. Team Solid, here we go. This is more what we wanted to see. Kultur trying to go for the rotation here across the eastern bridge, but no, it's being guarded by Team Solid. And with that, always, he's on his own. It seems like he always is. And he's just going to wait his turn.
Oh, yeah, they're like running into the zone for a second there. I thought they were going to like just deny the point and not let Team Solid get it, but it's going to be a challenge. I don't even know how Always is going to get it. You know what Always can do? Just kind of heal on up, yeah, and use this time. Tempo trying to make the push across the bridge. Tempo probably assuming nobody's going to be here this late in the game. Always able to get Tenta. What?
Yeah, I said it before, Tempo, they're in such a bad position when it comes to rotations, and let alone being worried about a little troll under the bridge as well as Always. Oh dear, gets another kill. That's Tensa dead. So now it's just on to Spec, who has to get inside the zone, has to try to go for a heal off potentially, but maybe the zone will favor here. Oh no.
What are we?
Oh no! What
Wildcard.
is that? What is
Wildcard can
that?
stay swimming. They can stay There's actually a little smidge of land just south of farm if Wildcard wanted to kind of pop on there and take some shots across. But honestly, Wildcard, they could just stay in the water and relax. What is going on? This circle.
Tempo are dead. Yeah, Tempo are dead. The zone's killed them. I mean, look where Tempo and Call2 are, and look where the zone is. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams they have to cross. Oh, Lazarus taken out in 14. No. Now it's B4 going to be rotating next to Marco. Remember as well, for your viewers at home, Marco being the only player left here for Team Queso in Team Queso. The second week of PMPL Americas have really stepped up the game as they're 6th right now, I believe, on the leaderboards overall.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, pretty decent. You said always, the bridge troll. I'm going to say this circle, the biggest troll of the evening. Oh, no. I mean, I don't even know how you respond to this. I mean, in Charme, they have a couple buildings for hard cover. Owen Elite, they are going to be on the coast right there, but the majority of these squads are going to be in the south, just trying to fight for anything. Hey, talk about fights. Alpha 7 on the coast with Omen Elite. Zute in the front lines, healing on up.
Yeah, I know Seven's going to be watching this like a proud dad right now because these grenades are lining up perfectly here against the members of Alpha 7. Rolex has the grenade in hand, but there's 2 players here. Dropped here for Alpha 7. Lucas is off in the distance as well towards the western side of Omen Elite, so Rolex has to try and get some kills here, but no, time is ticking for him. It's not swinging.
Huge.
The only player swinging right now is going to be Omen, as look at Taz, look how far away he is. Oh, he's going to be watching his whole team just be decimated one by one. He's going to be hearing the screams of his teammates across the field.
Yeah, talk about swinging on over here to Tribe. Huge grenade coming on out right there. Tribe making the push right now onto Cream. 3 members down for Cream.
Yeah, but B4 able to third party this too, as Seagut out in the open. Memo has to go for a bit of a heal here as well before he can get his chance in the action, as Tribe are going to be losing players for B4. I said before, they're so close, so they can go third party, as Unico going to be letting his teammate Nitsu back up off his feet, and now Nitsu going to be healing back up to full. Unico now has to do the same as his comrade and heal back up to full, but for Tribe, now they're down to 2 players who are standing. They've still got Seagut, who is alive, as he was shot from the side. And Charme, they're behind as well. What happens if they start pushing forward?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a very difficult situation to find yourself in. At least Sam has the second story kind of overlooking this one, so they could, catch some really nice angles on the Cream. Popping on back over here. Lukatas, watching their squad just get ripped apart with grenades from Omen Elite. Omen Elite, trying to run them over as well. Omen Elite are going to have a nice little spot. Smokes ringing on out every single where. Seagut actually able to get revived right now. This is big news for Tribe Gaming, getting Seagut back up.
Yeah, it's huge because only 2 members are left standing for Creme Royal Batiste. We saw earlier when they were rotating, they lost a few players as Grunter were down to, I believe, is 1 player. Yeah, it's just going to be Q who's last alive for Grunto. Thankfully, they are inside the circle, but it's going to be shifting very shortly. But let's forget about that for now because it's all about the action. Oh, Memo's the only player alive here for Tribe. I don't know how many players left for Primo Batiste. I think it's just 1. Yes, it's just Nitsu. And now it all comes down for this for Tribe. It's Memo, but can he quite get the Memo because Nitsu's outside with a micro Uzi and he wants to see what those bullets can do up close. Let's see, it's going to be the spray. Might even go for the pre-fire. Yes, he will. That's 1, 2, and that's the whole squad wiped out. B4.
The third party.
B4 are here for the third party. They want to know what's going on. They want to show the other teams they want to step on the dance floor. And there you have it. Creme Batista taken out as well in 11th.
Oh no, Nitsu from the grave dropped the grenade. Gonna be taking on Pedro, but they will get the revive. They will 100% be able to get the revive right there. But yeah, Cream, that pre-fire, huge right there. Sam, running on into the smokes where Cream had some volleys on the ground, taking a lot of damage before they can even really get into the gunfight. Knights out here trying to make the pull up, trying to make the push onto Encharme.
Hey, it's going to be Garcia who's the front line right now for the side of Encharme. Grunto esports out in 10th. Q is eventually found as really the most of the action is going to be Pittsburgh Knights here, as it's going to be 2 of the players from Pittsburgh Knights, Carnage and Raven, up against 4 of Encharme, and the rest of the Pittsburgh Knight players are rotating in, but they're at half HP, so they're not even going to be at their full potential. Carnage, he's going to have to show us his real potential, though, if he wants to try and save his team here, as Encharme now getting scared. You can see they're fleeting away now. They're seeing the kill feed. They realize it's the Pittsburgh Knights. and they're showing us how they swing their swords as more players are being dropped one by one from Enshame. Now we're into what seems to be a 2 versus 2. Dudu and another player from the side of Enshame. Yeah, it's going to be Lupita, who is still alive, but that grenade nearly hits its target. There's more shots now from J7. Going to be finishing off Paris Boy as it leaves just a few members left here for Enshame. It's going to be the same 2 players as I mentioned before, but Carnage has managed to buy enough time for his teammate Jagger to be healed up now. So now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 up close though, but within the tree line is Dudu who managed to make work as Raven's going to be dropped. Carnage has dropped 2 as well. And this is from Lupita with the UMP. Oh, Enshame, they played this so well. That's another knock as well. This might just be Jagger here to try and do it all for Pittsburgh Knights. Yes, it is. It's just Jagger. The last one left as... Oh, can that grenade go deep enough? I don't think it will. No, it won't. I think it ricocheted off the tree, but that's another one. And there's a third grenade as well. Dudu trying to get away from it, and he's going to be okay for now, so it does eventually explode, but the shrapnel damage not going to be enough. Where's he been killed from?
What happened?
Jagger did he die? How did he die?
With the DP from B4, third partying that one. Dudu was fragging out with that Garoza, just shredding the Knights to pieces. Oh, the third party from B4 actually, you know, devastating right there for Enshame, who were doing a really good job at holding off that push.
Should be seeing the next zone as well. I think it's mostly in the water. Actually, no, just a little bit in the water. About what, 65–70% of it is going to be on the coastal line of the sand.
Got a bunch of Finding Nemos out here.
Excuse me,
Keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
Yeah, if you're Wildcard Gaming, hey, this is perfect. Everyone's dying around you. They probably haven't even shot a bullet yet.
Gotta watch out for those jellyfishes, though. Those jellyfishes are dangerous. Rezi out there from Team Solid. Gonna be, you know, swimming with Wildcard, just like, hey, what's going on over there in their little floaties? Over here, Omen Elite, they've been on the coast for some time now. Gonna be making a push. They got 4 up. Lukatos still alive. Remember earlier on, Lukatos watching their squad mates get annihilated. Angry with the scar, just going for the spray downtown. Oh, connecting some shots over there. Rezi though, Rezi. How did Rezi popping up on the shore? Oh, here we go. More fights.
Jagger. He needs moves like Jagger right now if he wants to try and traverse versus a 1 versus 4. But thankfully, a 1 versus 3 as Pedro's been knocked mixed low as well. So it's almost like a 1 versus 2 here. So this might
that's
be
a grenade.
winnable. Yeah, that grenade could be good too. This could be very winnable here for Jagger if he can buy himself enough time. Has to try and dodge those bullets, but look at the damage again. The spray, oh, not quite connecting the shots. Instead, the jumping spray from Maxon going to be sending Pittsburgh Knights out in 6th, but they're going to be happy with that ending, considering their position right now on the leaderboard to 14 kills. What?
Holy moly, guacamole. Lukatos still alive from Alpha 7. Just going to be using Omen Elite as a meat shield, as a bodyguard right now, as Omen Elite start to push on into the zone. They have no clue. They're not even looking in Lukatos' direction. Lukatos has been snaking it for about 10 to 15 minutes. Rezi swimming. Oh, Angry making sure to get that point onto Rezi. Slicky still out there in the water.
Yeah, but now Wildcard Gaming have been gifted at best 4th is position, and they haven't even really done much. They've had 3 kills at the start of the game, but besides that, they've been swimming, and they've just kept swimming. But what can Omen Elite find out here in the wilderness? Not inside the river and the lakes that we have between the map. Instead, it's going to be the circle coming in for Phase 7 very, very shortly, and we have Omen Elite with 4 alive, and they're probably the most healthy team so far. Yes, they are, alongside P4.
Oh, Lukatos popping up, taking shots. Zute with that quick flick. Wonder why Lukatos... I guess Lukatos thought they can get an easy point right there, but that might have been a big-time mistake because Omen were getting ready to get into this engagement with B4 right now.
But Dave...
in the grass.
Dave, Wildcard is still alive.
Hey, they're swimming.
He's still in the water.
They're ready
he's
for
still just swimming, and now he's just going to watch Omen Elite battle it up against B4. And realistically as well, if Omen win this, then that's exactly what 7 was after. That Omen Elite final game win to try and get them more confidence to try finish in that top 8 towards the end of... Oh, Slicky, no. Don't do it to us. We want to see what happens if he can make it. As Zute thankfully keeps our dream alive. Or should I say Wildcard Gaming's dream alive. As it's another kill here from Omen Elite as they take out... Not sure which player it was initially. It was Maxon who was dropped by B4. So now a 3 versus 4 here on the mainland shore.
Not only that, Slicky, if they could manage to get onto the shore, there's a crate that is perfect cover. Pedro looks to be super focused on taking on Slicky, taking shots at Slicky. Slicky dipping back underneath the water, still alive. Pedro might be spotted by Omen. Omen also making the push right now. Pedro, connected on to Slicky though. F's in the chat for our Scuba Steve. Third place though, great job. Levi spotted, snaking it in the bush.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3 versus 2 now, as only 2 players remain standing here for the side of B4 as this mix Zero and Pedro, and for the side of Omen Elite, Angry's drop up. They can still revive Angry. This is really good. This could be the win here for Omen Elite. The nades though from B4 are equal to what they wanted. So that tree line, so that's now a 2 versus 2, unless Angry can be revived. But when we see how exposed this final circle is, that revive is very unlikely, as Juicy is thinking Leader can try his best to compose and give best plan of attack here for his side, as his teammate Nico was standing with him, and we saw what Nico was capable of on Vikendi. So, Dave, if these teams are just playing cat and mouse, who's going to be the team that's forced to stand up with the zone?
I gotta note, Pedro from B4 in the scrims, they found themselves in 1v3s multiple times here, so they are able to handle these very stressful situations. Nico will be connecting onto Mick, so it is going to be a 2v1. Oh, is Angry gonna get up? Is Juicy gonna get angry?
Well. And I think as well, if Angry gets revived here by Juicy, that's going to be the final nail in the coffin here for B4, because it's a 1 versus 3. But no, Juicy's just going to be tying up his shoelaces. Oh, he gets there in the nick of time, and Pedro, if only he knew if he could stand up and try and line them both up, but he does! Oh my god, now it's Nico! Nico, he knows exactly where Pedro is. He goes for the shots, he lands them. Pedro trying to connect it, but no! It's Omen Elite to wipe out B4 and claim their chicken dinner. Oh my goodness, I said, that timing, it was perfect, but Nico, he had the high ground, he knew exactly where the shots were coming from Pedro, so he could just trade the kill and net them the win. And how many kills is that? 8? Well, I mean 12 kills for Omen, so a 32-point game. They're going to be ecstatic with that. James, what do you think? No, Dave, what do you think?
Well, thanks for asking, Alex. Nico, 40% HP though. Nico almost losing it though. Pedro almost getting the dub there for B4. I mean, regardless, B4, they have been on the grind here this week. And now that we're officially halfway done with PMPL, oh man, B4 up there at the top. They are going to be celebrating here tonight.
Yeah, definitely so. We watched Omen Elite's campaign throughout this game very closely while in the back to see how they were rotating and stuff like that. Alex, mate, you just gotta wait those few extra seconds and then we're good.
You know what? I just hit James is ready. I'm like, brilliant. James, you know what? What do you think of the game? And then I'm just left on hold. You
got to teleport.
First time.
Teleporting is difficult, man. Like, it takes a lot of energy.
I don't play mage, you know, I play shaman, I don't teleport.
Oh.
I revive, yeah.
Well,
I've heard those World of Warcraft references here throughout the broadcast. Don't worry, mate. I'll watch. I'll keep a keen eye.
I'll take it. I'm mostly a tank, but yeah, I gotta do what I gotta do, I suppose. All right, well, congratulations, of course, to Omen Elite. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as we'll bring on the analysis, guys, to take everything step by step. We've got Seven, we've got Glitter here, and Seven, starting off with yourself, Omen Elite getting themselves the victory. You've been wanting it, and you've seen it. What do you think?
It's not necessarily that I've been wanting it. It's just I felt a different vibe from them. All right, it was just something completely different from them. Once they added Sute, it changed everything completely, and it goes to show there was some questionable decisions here and there on that win, but we're not gonna go ahead and nitpick here. Overall, what a nail biter of a finish. Nico being able to clutch it against B4. GG's Omen, and I'm pretty sure right now everybody on the Twitch chat is just spamming their Omen emotes.
Yeah, I can only imagine. And Glitter, when you look at how that last fight actually went down, personally, I feel like the Nico flank, or the off angle, was very, very important for them to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good angle for him to take. And then he started, you know, they were throwing nades, he had put down a smoke. So it kind of gave away the position that he had acquired for himself that was going to allow him to put out some damage. I don't know how B4 didn't capitalize on that more, but at the end, literally it almost slipped through Omen's fingers.
It did almost slip. You are correct. There was a few nades here and there, and they managed to get themselves in a good spot regardless. Nice little attempt though towards the end by B4 to try and salvage the situation. Let's take a look at it though, as it does stack up. 32 points coming in for Omen Elite, and whilst 22 coming in for B4. Pittsburgh Knights once again 14 points on the board for them, and wildcard 13 going their way. Omen Elite from the west side 7 had a very decent position. They were north of the east bridge coming down, eventually took themselves good swaths of area when it comes to the north side of Sosnovka Island. From there, they were able to do very well.
Yeah, I think the fight between Omen Elite and Alpha 7, even though they didn't wipe the whole squad there, at least being able to win that engagement, the 4v3 was huge for them, because that placement, that position that they were able to get from Alpha 7 is pretty much what won the game, and also allowed them to get those extra kills. As you mentioned there, they have Wildcard pretty much swimming across from the main island to Military Island, and Omen Elite being able to just pick people apart and add those extra sweet kill points to their tally.
Yeah, that little rocky high lip that they had across the water was so good for them to have decent sight lines across it. So very nice indeed. That's our night through 16th as well. Unfortunately for Tempo Storm, only the 1 point coming in for them down there, even though they're very high up in terms of the table so far. So Sosnovka Island coming into play here once again, Glitter. And we actually saw a lot of teams still kind of north, still having a rough time. One of those was Wildcard Gaming, who eventually swam over, but they were very patient about it, you know, to try and get placement and stuff like that. But that's the nature of the beast, right? When you're stuck on one side of the island and have to get over the way to the other.
You know, at first I thought it was going to be a big disadvantage for them because they were literally the last team that were trying to make their way across the water. I think the only exception being one solo Team Solid player that was kind of hanging out in the water with them. The zone ended up shifting up towards them in their favor for a little while, so they were able to hang out in the water a little bit longer, while everyone else that had gone super island heavy had to kind of push back up from the south into the new zone that Omen was already comfortably in. But in the end, you know, they weren't able to fully make it out of the water. Omen was kind of above their position, was able to see everything they were doing, and they just couldn't really finalize that rotation.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the actual team stats coming in here for Omen Elite, as with the 32 points that they were able to accrue. Let's break down the damage that came in with that. 1,800 damage. A lot of that was from that initial engagement with Alpha 7, as they were able to take out 3 of their members. I thought maybe Lukitas was going to play maybe spoiler on some of that engagement. However, a little bit disconnected from that fight there, 7. So Omen Elite was able to triumph.
Yeah, it seemed like Lukitas was trying to play that spoiler. It seems like he just took a little bit too long for my liking. And Omen, remember on the back of their head, hey, we only finished 3 guys from Alpha 7, all right? So there is going to be somebody lurking somewhere here, so keep an eye out for it. And they did just that. And just to mention, right before that, I believe the final 2 circles, they were with 8 kills and 800 damage. So at the end there, they just went in and popped off pretty much.
Yeah, very well done, very well done. B4 though, it's the 2 teams that we ended up seeing actually doing very well for themselves, kind of coming from both sides of the circle, and then it's a, you know, unstoppable force meeting an immovable object for a little while. B4 coming from that west side there, Glitter, to be able to actually do quite a bit for themselves. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game field moments as well, whilst all of this is going down. And B4 has just been an absolute consistent powerhouse here throughout the tournament so far, Glitter.
Yeah, not only that, but they were able to get a lot of their damage and a lot of their kills coming in from all of these third-party fights, you know, and that was something that worked out very, very well for them rotation-wise. That was a really good clip, by the way, from really early on in the game.
We've seen a few Destruction Derby moments. We called Mario Kart whilst we were watching it, and all things going down. But a lot of cars crashing into other cars and flipping over other cars. I'm enjoying it, 7. What about you?
Yeah, no worry. We'll be able to go ahead and definitely break that clip down later on, because a lot of interesting stuff actually happened during that moment. But we're seeing here Lazarus just getting a couple more kills. I think Russell from Lazarus is one of the players that we have kind of mentioned the most here on this tournament so far, because he has been the player that's been outstanding for that team. And it goes to show, as we were seeing them once again. And right here, Sute being able to get some knocks. And then we got Team Solid, another team that was actually super quiet today. We haven't really heard much about Team Solid, so hopefully they can pick it up here in the upcoming days.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see here, Omen already getting themselves a few kills on towards that A7, as we previously mentioned for that A engagement. And then Cremrail Batiste actually fell pretty hard to a few grenades, Glitter, while this game was going on. So a bit unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and that fight in that house specifically was a moment where I thought they were actually going to win in the end, and that was one of those moments where B4 actually came in immediately after they took that engagement, watched the teams fall, knew they could push in on Cremrail, and completely wiped them out after. They just, super unfortunate for Cremrail.
You can see here a few easy pickings in the water. Some of the beaches on South Sunflower Island have kind of like a little lip to them, so if you're able to get up there, you've got a little bit of cover. However, this one to the eastern side of the northern side of the island, I should say, didn't really give or afford much here to the teams that were trying to swim over 7, so it was rough for them, definitely.
Yeah, and something that we mentioned with the flag then that ultimately ended up winning the game for Omen Elite with Nico is that, as mentioned earlier by Glitter as well, throwing that smoke as you are flanking, I think that was just such a bad idea because they had no idea that he was going to be there. Luckily, when he popped up and he was able to get that knock, that was huge. If he, for some reason, would have just choked that, oh man, it would have been a completely different story, and we'll be saying B4 probably won.
Yeah, I don't think he shot before the smoke and nade actually came out, and when you're prone kind of crawling around from that distance, you're not going to be able to hear that guy, right? So there weren't too many audio cues, I don't think, from that distance to be able to show that he was actually there at the time, unless they saw him actually approaching it, right?
Yeah, and what happened is he was actually hitting on a smoke, on a completely different smoke, and he was able to kind of just rotate around. And then for some reason, another smoke was thrown. I think at that point, I'm pretty sure the B4 players thought he was probably still there or went back toward his teams.
All right, so let's take a look at everything here from that game, of course, and see how the numbers do break down amongst the teams. And we're already seeing Pittsburgh Knights, actually, never mind the Omen Elite victory. Pittsburgh Knights with 2,067 damage coming in here, Glitter. So once again, you know, there's been some shaky moments for Pittsburgh Knights, but for the overall, it's been very consistent with a lot of damage and quite a few kills.
Yeah, they definitely picked it up on the second half of today. They pretty much, with the exception of Omen Elite, who literally won the game, they significantly outdamaged every other team in the lobby. B4 with the third parties also putting out a lot of damage, but good job on PK for that. We were waiting for them, and I know 7 was looking forward to them doing something big today as well.
7?
Yeah, it seems like they are taking just full advantage of Erangel, and once again, Erangel seems to be their strongest map so far for PK, so I hope they go ahead and continue this trend, and who knows how many times we're going to be playing Erangel in the next couple of days, so make sure you tune in whenever we do end up coming back, because surprise, surprise, today it was actually a pleasant surprise seeing that we're going to be playing Erangel 3 times.
Yeah, there you go. I'm pleasant surprise to me. I don't mind any more Erangel. It's always happy to see. And Xiaomi was one of the teams actually that did quite a bit of damage, Glitter, and kind of went a little bit earlier than I was expecting. And I'm kind of sad for them because I think they had like a decent position. Unfortunately, got kind of collapsed on, and I would like to see Xiaomi do better here.
And that's something that I was talking about earlier too. They've been consistently putting out that damage, and they've been getting themselves good kills. If you look at their overall kills in the leaderboard standing wise, they're not at the bottom of the leaderboard kill wise. They just haven't been able to secure those placement points. So maybe the issue is more on their decision making, their rotations, maybe, you know, it's communication. I don't know what it is, but they're definitely aggressive enough, and they've got the gun skill for it. They just have to figure out the strategy a little bit better.
All right, is it highlights time? I think it might be highlights time. No,
might be top players. Let's show them top players, baby.
Time. All right, okay. We'll show the top players then. Let's do that. We have 4 top players coming in here for J7, Nico, Mixera, and Juicy, and 900 damage coming in from J7. That's impressive.
Yeah, J7 was actually doing amazing there towards the end. I don't remember if it was him that actually almost ended up grenading himself, but I know towards the end there, a Pittsburgh Knights player almost got very close to grenading himself. I'm glad that didn't happen because that would have definitely become a meme in the community.
Yeah, I suppose it would. He was kind of damned if he didn't, of course, there though, I suppose. There was 3 people collapsing in onto him. It was going to be a difficult time, so yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. All right, maybe now it's highlights time. So let's take a look at those. Let's see what you've got for me. You were talking about those little buggy endurance tests at the beginning of all of this. How did that go down? What was that all about?
Just just wait until it starts rolling, and you're gonna see pretty much a circus going on around here. As Axel, the boy from Team Queso, tries to go ahead and actually runs over the player from Granto. Axel is gonna go ahead and jump off. He tries to run him over again, but it didn't work out. He's gonna start with the punching. He hears the other car coming. He gets it, and guess what? Sixless comes in, crashes into him, fires him, shoots him, and look at Sixless. He starts picking up the other Granto player at 1 HP. Oof. So congratulations, Sixless, on being, in a way, the big brother there. The little brother was getting bullied, and Sixless came in through and said, you know what? Hold up a second. I currently have a Twitter bet. If he got 10 kills, I think he was going to go ahead and give away $100. So going to be hoping he did get those 10 kills. And right here, this was pretty much an interesting fight between XQG and Granto, as well, as Granto will end up losing some players, and XQG just trying to figure out what's going on here. When are we going to be able to pick up our teammate? How are we going to be pushing? They do hear different cars. And this sequence, man, this sequence was just interesting. Sixless jumps out, he gets knocked, the other player from Granto gets knocked, and right here, XUG finishes those two players, and they're like, okay, you know what, now we have time. Now let me go ahead and pick you up. Let's go ahead and just kind of refresh a little bit here, re-heal up. And meanwhile, the other Granto players are saying, no, you know what, let's do that again. Let's just go ahead and crash in to this building because you just killed our teammates, and let's get some revenge. And they're gonna go ahead and do that just perfect, as one of the players from XQG was actually able to heal up a little bit. That grenade's gonna do damage. The player from Granto at the bottom is gonna be able to knock somebody else, and guess what? Surprise, surprise, boom,
Damn.
baby. Get out of there.
Grunto has been through the grinder throughout today, but they have actually played very, very well for themselves, and it's been a big step up, Glitter, in relation to what we've seen from them in the earlier stages of the tournament.
Huge step up. And one thing to point out about Grunto after this game today too was that they pulled down, I think it was another 7 kills. They ended up doing over 1,000 damage this game as well. It's like it's a different team. I don't know what they did or what's in the water today, but they were aggressive. They were converting all of their kills. They were making smarter decisions, and all day today they've played incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's take a look at the overall standings then, to see how today has made the moves, made the shifts here throughout the whole of the standings, because we've already got ourselves now 2 teams breaking that 400-point mark. B4 and Wildcard moving up into our first place, and then second place, of course, with Wildcard. Tempo in third place, but still 5 games in hand relative to some of the teams above them. But Loops will be coming back and trying to make up some of that difference from that 4th place that they sit in. What do you think, Seven?
And I'm pretty sure Loops will come back with that. And keep in mind, once again, Tempo is currently averaging 12.7 points per game. So that if they were to all play 35 points right now, Tempo would be sitting pretty in first place. But overall, good to see Wildcard still there in second place as well, with Acer being the top fragger. By the way, Acer does have a YouTube channel, so make sure you go ahead and check him out. Acer PUBG Mobile. Look for him. You'll be able to learn a couple things here and there from such a great player. And another surprise here on the first page is going to go ahead and be Omen Elite. Now pushing after having this two days, they finally pushed up, and now we're gonna be able to see him here in the top 10, which is nice to see.
Yeah, that is very big actually. 11th through 20th here, and Alpha 7 has been pushed down off of the position up towards the top 10, and we see Grunto doing their slight moves up towards that 16th spot right now, and actually currently tied in terms of points itself with Cloud9, just 1 kill behind in regards to that tie as well, Glitter. So what do you make of our bottom side?
Very, very happy to see Grunto moving up on the leaderboard there. I think that obviously, we didn't get to see Cloud9 play today, so that will kind of probably shake up some of the rankings when they do come back. Yeah. But if Grunto can carry this momentum forward, they have not a ton, but a decent amount of games still left in the rest of the PMPL to continuously move themselves farther up the leaderboard. The fact that we have the likes of Omen Elite now on the first page, PK moved themselves up the rankings very, very high after today. So there's still a ton of shuffling to be had amongst these teams. I'm expecting there to be some shakeups in the future. Absolutely.
I think that, we've breached now that halfway point, but there is still lots of shakeup, as Glitter is mentioning here, for the standings. And that is going to do it basically here for today. Seven, have you had a nice day? Have you had a good day?
I had a great day, man.
Yeah, it's been a great. Actually, you've still got a lot of your day left to go, so you'll be enjoying that, I should think, as well. How about yourself, Glitter? I think this is your final trip with us for the PMPL America.
Yes, it is. It was absolutely wonderful being here with you guys. So hopefully, you know, it wasn't so bad for you either.
No, we hope we made you
Having
as
to deal
welcome as
with me.
possible. No, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. So thank you very much for joining us along for the ride, Lauren. It's been awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to you guys. Thank you very much to everybody else at home. That does it here for day number 8. We're officially at that halfway point now as all of these teams look to reassess and reconfigure, as some of the teams still have games to play for this week, of course, but we are halfway in terms of our days played. So we are going to go on a one-day hiatus, and then we'll be back same time, same place for more PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. See you then.